way up. Way up. Way up. Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. I'm all lonely if I shoot the tank. And over 10 seasons in, still I'm courtside. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been doubting on my eyes and crossing on my teeth, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Way up. Way on the gas, you know, smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Way up.
Nice.
Oh my god, I'm so close. You would have had it. Nice try.
Welcome to Sunday in the CDL. 3 more matches to close out your weekend as we get closer and closer to Major 3.
First up, the Surge are riding the wave of a roster change that helped them get 2 wins in a row. But the Miami Heretics are hungry for a win. Can they end this streak?
Then, Toronto squares off against Minnesota. The Røkkr will need a masterclass from the rookie Lindsay.
What is Ben doing here?
And finally, it's the return of Shawnee. Boston Breach's coach subs in again. Can he lead the team to a win over the LA Thieves? We're about to find out. The Call of Duty League starts now.
LAG are back. Oh my god, accuracy on the run around the flames! No way! Opening shots from 04, connects on the Geo and he predicts. Oh man! My goodness, this kid is everything! Every single map, every single mode, they are the top of their game. These guys can do no wrong.
Takes out 2. Diamond, look at the 1v3. Oh my god! That can't happen!
These guys are just playing next level Call of Duty. And now again, we consider the question, can Vegas hold a post plant? This one a bit more limited in numbers. Opening shots from 04, connects on the Geo and he predicts. Oh man! Oh my goodness, this kid is everything! 10-2, 5 in a row. No sir, old man.
Surge are back in action today after 3-0ing Vegas in their most recent fight. Can 04 and crew keep it going? Only time will tell. Welcome in, everybody. It's the headquarters crew. Chris Puckett alongside Rosalie. And on the far end, we have the second best looking host from the flank, Ben J. Neeson. Ben, we'll let the rest of the guys figure out who is number 1. But I want to get your thoughts on your squad. Atlanta FaZe, clearly the best team in the league. Is anyone close?
Maybe Optic. You know, I got some chemistry with Dashy these days, Bashy, but I'm excited for the major and excited to be here with y'all to talk about some games.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot of games. In fact, 3 games are coming our way, and the one that I want to talk about includes these guys. Seattle Surge were written off by the entire community, everyone on the production side here. We all just figured they weren't making it to champs, right? They're going to bow out. But after some more roster changes, this challenger 04 has brought new life to the team. They finally look like they are comfortable against everyone else in the CDL.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Seattle Surge that at the beginning of the season, like there was just no team chemistry across the board. Maybe they could steal a couple of Search and Destroys, but when the respawn came to the conversation, there was just nothing to be had. Now they add in 04, gives them some life, gives them some slaying, and this guy has just completely changed this camp. Even Prezi is like completely turned into another player. I think Seattle Surge is a huge dark horse heading into Toronto.
Ben, welcome to the show. I'm going to make your job hard. We have just 6 weeks left of qualifiers and 2 majors before we go to champs. Does Surge hold on to their top 8 spot and get into champs in a winner's bracket?
Well, I think Thieves are the team I expect to kind of jump off from this bottom 4 if they can close some series. But Vegas, LAG, Minnesota, all kind of sliding. Yeah, I do think Seattle is probably going to lock in a spot for champs, but you don't want to be 7 and 8. on those standings, Chris.
Heretics just 20 points behind Surge today. They face off, and this is a great opportunity to gain some ground back.
Maybe gain some ground back for Miami Heretics, but again, the problem is you're going up against a surging Seattle, and Miami there hasn't been a lot of consistency for this team. You don't know what you're going to get out of these players, and on the flip side, when they did find success, it was off of Vehicle and Metals. Real and Lucky have been putting up the numbers, but unfortunately, there's 4 people to a team, and they haven't been finding a lot of success.
Why isn't it working in Miami? What's going on, Ben? You guys are more honest than we are on the flank.
You know, I've talked to a couple of people, especially people on the EU side that have played a lot of Spanish players over the years, and they have a very unique way they play COD. It's aggressive, but it leaves a lot of gaps. And I think at this level, they get punished if their teamwork is not on. And unfortunately, there's been too many times over the last couple of weeks and the weeks prior in other stages where it hasn't been that way. I know they beat Boston last week, but they got to get going, man, if they want to make winners bracket this event.
Everyone's beaten Boston, especially in those brutal Game 5s. And if you're looking for a player to lead you in a Game 5, if we go there today, look no further than the Captain Lucky. Opening dual win percentage, 78.6%. That's best in the league.
It is best in the league. I hate to be a bearer of bad news, though, because they're the worst in the league at converting those first bloods. So thanks for doing all the work, Lucky. Unfortunately, your team's not going to help you with it.
Yeah, he makes the first move, right? You can only lead the horse to water. All right, that's what's going on with Seattle, but Minnesota is also getting mixy. We take a look at where they're at in the overall leaderboard. Currently in the 5th spot. They have 120 points, just a 10-point lead over LAG. But if you're looking at Major 3, this is a squad that is 2-3. You got to get at least 3 wins if you want to play in this winners bracket, right?
Yeah, and the sling has been there for this squad. It's just the teamwork is kind of up in the air. I don't feel like they're all on the same page. So it's been close series, waiting for all of it to gel. You know, Standing Gunless get brought into this team. Standing's been putting up numbers, right? Like a 1.45 in Search and Destroy, Ben. Like, you know what kind of player he is. He's kind of doing all that he can.
Standing best player on this team, Ben. Give us the take.
I think Linz might be the best player on the team. Listen, I was not a fan of this roster change. I didn't see why they need to get rid of Reese Vivid for Eli City. City's played great, though. Slang's been good, but it seems like there's a big disconnect between the 2 ARs who are pretty slow and these two fast players. These standy stats on the board here, first in all categories. But Slang only gets you so far. This team has had a problem closing respawns with their teamwork. Want to see an improvement starting today.
Standy doing the best he can, and it gets them to a Game 5 against LA Thieves, where eventually they were able to get the dub. And well, we need to see some more S&D prowess if they want to hang with Toronto. Here's what happened last time in our Major 2 qualifiers, Allie.
Yeah, it was a Game 5, right? And it was a Toronto S&D masterclass, but the problem is Toronto's been kind of slipping in the Search and Destroys. You talk about Envoy not really showing up in the respawn. Sure, he has a 1.57, but you're only as good as your worst player in Insight right now is dropping a 0.7 in those maps 2 and 5. So Toronto Ultra, still a lot of work to be done heading into their own Major, but they are coming off a big win versus Miami, so maybe some hope here for Toronto Ultra.
They look so dejected after that loss to Atlanta, but outside of that matchup, it has been all smiles for Toronto. And if you're looking at some of the numbers, well, you got good reason to smile. Kleenex cleaning his game up from Major 2. He now has a 1.22 in Hardpoint, number 6 overall KD, and Scrap, his teammate, that lead AR, the man's got a 1.19 bet.
He's got a 1.52 in control. That's crazy, man. These two guys have been frying. Want to see Jamie Insight and Envoy follow them up next, but getting Toby going is a big start for this Toronto squad. They don't want to be the 3rd or 4th best team. They want to be number 1, and these two guys are their path to doing so.
And of course, Toronto will be the home team hosting the next Major as we head up north to Canada in just 2 weeks. Join us for the biggest event of May as it will be going down in Toronto downtown. Scan that QR code. Get your tickets today, Allie.
Yeah, I mean, we're only about a little bit over a week out from this event, so make sure you get your tickets now and early, because by next Tuesday, some of us will already be flying to set up the event.
Who's playing in that Major? Well, let's take a look at your standings, because we've got a winners bracket and an elimination bracket. And right now, your top 8 would include Minnesota, Røkkr, and Royal Ravens, with LAG and the Heretics looking in, Ben.
Yeah, so it seems like we're heading to a last week where it's about 3 or 4 teams fighting for 2 spots. I think the most interesting part in the standings, get victories from Seattle today, Thieves today, New York Subliners 3-3. They lose next week 3-4. Might be playing a top team in the first round of this bracket.
What's kind of wild, Boston at 0-4, despite all those Game 5 losses, still a chance to break into the winners bracket. But they're going to need the coach to step in and play just like he did in Map 1 yesterday. Shawnee, coming back for the Boston Breach. Can it work this time around, Allie?
I mean, maybe it'll work this time. They're coming off of 4 Game 5s and haven't been able to pull through a single one versus Miami, Minnesota, LAG, Texas. Like, you talk about the strength of schedule at the beginning wasn't that difficult, and as it gets harder, these matches are actually getting closer. So maybe with Shawnee in the lineup, they'll be able to steal away a win today, but it's do or die for them to possibly make a winner's bracket finally this year.
Ben, I feel like a lot of people have been hung up on the fact that Boston has just 5 match wins out of their 21 matches played, right? But they are going deep into games against our big 4. They're able to stay in matches against Optic Texas, Snoopy dropping top 4 KDs or damage done across best of 5. How can you keep this going against a team like LA Thieves? Because they play very different from our Power 4.
I mean, I think for Boston, it's getting going early in this series because Thieves have been a team that gets going early and they give you opportunities at the back end of this series, but don't even let them get there. Come out strong, keep working on things you've been working on. I feel like Boston's a very loose team, a very undisciplined team, but I feel like Sean's going to come in and give them a lot of a backline of communication and structure. So, I mean, today's the day, man. It's got to start with 1, right?
LA Thieves are hoping to see 6-star in the mix. Remember, they kept Vegas in the 100-point club in this game type, and well, we'll see if they're able to get to another Game 5 because they go to Game 5 every time. Both of these teams are basically 100% at going to a Game 5. But in those Game 5s, 1-9 for Boston. LA Thieves have been taking care of business.
Yeah, on the other side, LA Thieves is like 8-1 in the Game 5. So they've been dating series a little bit earlier, and 2 of the young players are going to be going head-to-head today in Snoopy and Joe DeCease. Joe, since he's been added back to this LA Thieves roster, looks like a completely different player. He's much more confident, he's much faster in his pace, and that's why LA Thieves have been finding so much success.
That is a look at the SMG showdown, and it's going on in our Monster Energy matchup, 6 p.m. Eastern. And of course, it all begins with Miami Heretics versus Seattle Surge in our opening duel. Before that match kicks off, though, we got to talk about some more games going down in the Call of Duty community. The WXC is a thing. It's a big thing, and it's blowing up with the finals coming up soon.
Yeah, we have our finals coming up this week, so just in case you don't get enough Call of Duty this weekend, we got you covered Monday through Thursday. This is going to be our bracket. We have 12 teams just like the CDL, but they are all starting in winners, so there's going to be no shortage of matches, and there's no shortage of amazing players with a lot of really high up KDs. Our top teams are in the top 5, but even then, they have been tried, true, and tested. If you want to check it all out, we have broadcasts Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of all of these series, and an exciting announcement about a partnership that's coming up as well. You can check it out at twitch.tv/WXCall.
Did you just tease a partnership? Are we getting money out?
I'm not saying my Mr. T1.
All right, WXC Women in COD, check it out as all of that action kicks off on Monday, May 6th. When we come back, though, it is the first fight of your Sunday night. Miami taking on Seattle. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL.
All right, fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game.
Surge are making moves in our Major 3 rankings. Currently just number 4 behind Toronto, Optic, Texas, and Atlanta FaZe. And today they're looking as the favorites in a matchup against Miami. Let's start here with the Surge. Ben, where did this team turn things around? What is working in their camp?
I think 0-4 coming in for Alec RCs has made this team play quicker and more decisive. They were a really reactionary team in the past, and now I feel like they're all kind of on the same page, especially in Respawn. And we know their search is good, and now they've figured out the other 2 game modes. It's ceiling for them, so they can keep it going. We've been waiting for someone to be the 5th best team. As you see your pregame, monster pregame stats up here. Been waiting for a 5th team to lock it in here, and maybe Seattle's 5th, maybe 4th.
Allie, where's their weakness?
Their weakness right now, to be honest, they don't really have one. Maybe in the control, but they're going up against Miami, who is 0-5 in that category. So maybe build their confidence in the map number 3. But the Hardpoints look great, 4-2 this split with a .47 average margin, and they're first in holding, second in breaking. So they have become a top 4 Respawn, a Hardpoint team, which is crazy to say for Seattle.
Rip Skid Row, Spin a Spence, bring it back. Of course, on the other side of this fight, we've got the Miami Heretics. Vamos, chat! Get fired up because your team needs you. They have been winless for quite a while. Outside of that Game 5 against Boston, this team has been beaten up by the other teams in the CDL. But recently, they have shown some life. Real, the new gun brought up on SMG. Vico has had some very strong S&D performances. Just doesn't all happen in the same series, Allie.
It's just their fundamentals are lacking greatly. We talked about it earlier when we saw Lucky in the #1 opening duel win rate. Well, they're 11th in conversion, specifically 12th on defense on search and destroy. Like you would think once you get a first pick on defense, it would be the easiest round of all time to close out. Not if you're Miami Heretics, unfortunately. They're 16-21 on defense for search and destroy. So for the Monster Energy pregame, it's another winner's bracket dreams. Again, we're looking ahead towards Toronto as well as looking ahead towards champs. They're 1-4 record with a 7-14 map count. So possibility if they win this match, but that's going to be tough because they're 0-5 in control. They're all rocking .7s when it comes to that game mode.
Yikes.
So got to work on the slang.
Stop getting stomped in Game 3s. But if you do, you gotta win these hard points, right? Let's take a look at the hard points for this series. We got Subbase and 6-star coming in. 2 short-range maps where we could see a whole lot of SMG damage potentially, especially on that 6-star for Subbase. Who's the player to watch? Is it Lucky? MC Dub?
Probably. I mean, listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Subbase. I kind of see the thought process here from Seattle to kind of get away from Rio, where Miami is kind of probably getting set with the Subbase stuff, the SMG play. But yeah, Lucky. Vico, I see this play this map a lot in 8s whenever he streams in the morning. He looks pretty good, but I've been waiting for him to have a pop-off series on it before.
It's time for your Scuff Pick'ems, and Rosalie, with Nameless not here, you have to go first today. He hit 100, by the way.
He hit 100. I'm so close.
It is disgusting.
I really hope he picks Miami because I'm going to go with Seattle Surge in this series.
Going Seattle Surge. Can we see where Nameless is going? Do we have him today? He's going Seattle Surge. Ben J, first time on the desk here for Major 3. Who wins match number 1?
So I have a rule in my stream, which is that if Real Madrid play on the same day and they win, then Miami wins. But they're not playing today, so Miami's losing. I got Seattle.
Going Seattle Surge. I'm going Miami. The fans, are you riding with me? No, everyone feels Surge. Shift and study. Who do you got in this fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm leaning Seattle just a touch. This feels like a matchup based on Seattle's history to this point in Major 3 qualifiers that they should win, but this is also kind of an opportunity for Miami to give themselves a fighting chance to maybe sneak into the winner's bracket here, Jay.
Yeah, and I don't know who the hell is going to win this series because I can't really get a full grasp of what Miami Heretics are. Because obviously you start off this stage with a new player in Real. You get a 3-2 victory over Boston, but then you play 3 out of the 4 top teams. And obviously those maps weren't close, but those are 3 out of 4 top teams for a reason. Exactly. So now in the square versus Seattle, this is where you got to show me who you truly are.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting map set for both these two teams. It does feel like it's going to be a pretty even square up from start until finish. And based on the kill feed, that's exactly what we're getting here. Back and forth, pinstripe kill feed. Lucky has the last word, though, and Miami able to break through into the first hard point for a little bit of early time.
Yeah, and there's still 30 seconds remaining here at P1, so Seattle cannot give this one up and secure the spawns over towards the next hill. You have to try to contest it again, but the teamwork right now from Miami, throwing a couple shoulders here, trying to set up a couple team fires, still able to hold down a majority of this P1 time. Now with only 15 seconds remaining, Abuz is trying to make a hero play through water. He's able to win a couple gunfights, secure the rest of the time potentially for Seattle, but big picture, Seattle win the rotation.
Yeah, and that is it. I mean, we kind of saw it in their Monster Energy pregame that the rotation and hold percentages for Seattle this major have been incredible. And when you look at the history of Seattle on this map, it hasn't necessarily been a great map for them. However, they lose it on average about 40 points, which really means rotate better one more time, and you have your chance at winning a lot more of those maps, which, you know, I think will be the focus for this team moving through. And so far, so good here over towards P2. A moment where Miami do get a little bit of a split spawn around the back, but largely speaking, the Surge perfectly read it.
Yeah, the Surge read it to perfection, and now they put all their focus on through the front side. Miami have not been able to sift their way in towards P2. Abuza off spawn is able to pick up the deep pinch. Now you just have to trade effectively for the rest of the players jumping through the side door. But there's also a guy working around the back end, so Miami able to find a couple kills on the sink, and now they're also able to flip those spawns. So this 20 can be theirs, but you have to get past Brezzy.
Yeah, really clean stuff here for Miami, and getting past Brezzy has been maybe a little bit easier than maybe some of the earlier times here in this qualifier. Not the greatest start for them at 0-5, now to 2-6, but key break moment there for Miami. Little scattered play over to the backside of P2, but the focus towards Vikal all the way deep on this dockside. Nades, stuns, all being thrown, but Vikal holding his ground and fighting back. What a heroic play this has been. Now off of the regen, he's got a little bit of help from the front, but no one's able to get kills. An elongated battle with the Abuza for the back spawns. Vikal still will not drop on 4 in a row.
Oh my God, he's finessing back here. He's just hoping his teammates can get somewhat close to this hard point. He finds himself on 5, making 6 in a row. Cruise missile earned. I was really worried about Javi so far in this stage because he was sitting at like a 0.87 overall, a 0.9 in HP, but a 9-2 start, he's already turning that page.
And it's not stopping. 7 in a row, 1 shot away from tallying number 8 onto Abuza, but Metals right there to follow up. Get the trade, and then the pistol for another. Okay, Miami maybe getting a little bit of injected inspiration from that play from Vikal. All of a sudden, everyone finessing, and Miami take their biggest lead to this point.
And now over towards P4, Seattle Surge now have to worry about that cruise missile. If you are Metals, let's just take our time, wait for your teammates to get up close and personal with you, but that cruise missile is going to get invested with 2 players still on the ult. So this is going to be difficult because you're probably most likely going to get 1 kill. But the spawns are still going to be there for Seattle. You do have 1 player from Metals who comes through the front, is able to find a double, so he's going to be here. And now the spawns flip. What a play.
Absolutely unreal saving plays for these spawns from Miami. Vikal to start Metals now here. He gets the Hardpoint, now won 6 in a row of his own. And the Heretics are looking feisty here early. And it's not slowing down. Every perspective we find, someone's popping off winning key gunfights, and Miami now hold about double the points of Seattle.
And now there's 30 seconds remaining still here at P4. You can't give up this time if you are Seattle, but you have to find a way on into this HP. It's not going to be easy. Close spawns are still going to be there for Miami through the back end with only 20 seconds left. Seattle need to do their best bet at trying to trap them in towards the back, but you can already see the spawns now flip. Last player on this side of the map is going to be Lucky. He's doing a great job of playing his life while Seattle are soaking the time. But that's just overall great work for Miami to grow themselves a 50-point lead.
Exit looking a little bit more dicey though, as Seattle will get a couple of kills now on rotation over towards New, leading Real essentially by himself. Good prediction over towards Warehouse, resets the fight, and again trying to finesse as long as he possibly can, but this time Seattle quick to collect the kill, and now it's down to seeing if they can build a bit of a buffer around this hard point. Metals, good opener, in trouble here over towards the stacks, but tries to slip away. Miami still working on the high ground as well simultaneously. That's good for the first from Vikal. Stuns and nades in towards the Warehouse. Those also collect hit markers, and now you've got a Cruz jumping into the mix, seeing if Miami can confirm this break.
Oh, but at the same time that Cruz gets called in, 2 kills do go in favor of Seattle, so Miami are not going to put themselves in the most ideal setup, but the close spawns are going to be in. All of Seattle Surge spawning over towards Warehouse, and with 20 seconds left, you're probably not going to be able to even contest this HP unless you're able to win some insane gunfights, and with Brezzy finding 3 in the 3, the break is going to be there for Surge.
Yeah, really good bounce back here for Seattle, surviving through what has been an onslaught of cruise missiles to this point. They also reduced the deficit just to more marginal terms. Little hunt over towards P2. Vikal able to take down Brezzy, so an opportunity for Miami to kind of establish some ground of control as they look over towards P1, but Seattle's working on trying to flip the map around early here as soon as the North Dock hardpoint opens up.
Yeah, but Hook unfortunately does get caught. So now the rest of the teammates is trying to take him off of this mid hard point. You do currently have a little bit of top control, but you do not have P2 side. 04 is going to be able to catch the timing with the pistol to find his 2nd kill in a row, but so far Seattle Surge are able to flip the spawns with all the kills. That's a bad play right there for Miami, and now you have to make up for it by flipping back again.
Yeah, good moment here for Seattle on the other front. Abuza try to chase down kills, and good prediction, good awareness, and the snap up to Metals almost locks in a double, but not quite able to take the final bullet needed. So Miami, we're able to at least stabilize just a touch, a chance to look over the top of P1, but like you mentioned, outside of this rotation as we look towards the bottom left side of the map for P2.
And when you look at the score line, you wouldn't think Miami are outslaying the hell out of Seattle, but this is usually when Seattle love the way that they love to play now with this current roster. No one so far in this stage is sitting over a 1.0 KD. It's all about the teamwork aspect. They've been able to withstand 2 cruise missiles, basically tie the game up, and now take the lead and win a rotation over towards P2. So if you are Miami, you have to try to stop the bleeding.
Whoa, okay, easier said than done though, Jay. 04 continues to just impress. If you missed out on it, you missed the story. The fastest come up from challengers to the CDL that we've ever seen, and he has definitely injected new life to this Seattle roster. Up by 20. Chance for Miami, looking to break, mostly from the high ground. Hook, feeling the pressure, steps away in towards Secret and cannot stay alive for too long. 3 members in, 2 trophies down. Miami looking to lock in this back 24. 04 trying to change that, but not quite able to, and Miami will confirm their break.
It's good time for Miami to take the lead right on back, but it's only going to be for about 10 to a 10-second lead. Now, if you are Seattle Surge, you simply cannot allow Javi Vico to get his way behind enemy lines and finesse the way that he did, because that was the only reason why they did not find any success last time around at P3. But all the kills in the feed are going to be the color of white, which is all in favor of Seattle Surge. New hill pops, they get the back spawns. They should be in this initial time.
Yeah, very cautious route from Brezzy, just making sure they did their diligence. No one's slipping through this time, but the rest of the squad for Seattle do not spawn in. So now it's a bit of a split situation, and Miami has a little bit of a read on this. Not able to tally the kills they need, though, to stop this pinch from finding a tremendous amount of success until the action starts to unfold on the hard point. Abu's the last one left. Spawns are not in for his teammates. Skitty, turn and get a prediction here that Miami is flooding in from the back quickly. Real zoning off the rotation through mid, a major moment here in this first map, and Abuza will be overwhelmed. Miami secure the break.
Yeah, Miami get the break, but it's only for 20 seconds, so now it's going to fall into the hands of Real, who finds himself on 4 in a row, finessing around top 3 story to try to make this a lot more difficult for Seattle off the rotation than new, but at least 2 players from Seattle are going to spawn over towards old, so you have the man advantage. You just have to clutch up in these fights if you are Miami.
Oh, good couple of wins outside the old P2. Hook by himself. A little bit of assistance from 04 over the middle of the map, but they're still trying to get back and lock down these spawns as we jump into a Seattle Surge. Listen in.
Time you can. If time is too. I'm gonna he's not funny. You reserve. Gonna be P1 box guys, P1 box. Weak P1, dead. To be mini on you guys. Green. I go. Green, weak, green. Nice.
I don't see what
Give me a sec. I'll try to take you long, bro. I mean, there's ramp. They'll take you. Green cell dead. There's one more ramp, Real. He's mini. One in love, one mini, okay guys? He's trips, fickle. You take it down. One's gonna flank top server for sure. He's gonna be top server. I'm gonna hold you top snow. I'm gonna hold you top snow. He's up there somewhere. I'm gas. Yeah. I'm back there. Top server. And on hold, Lucky. I'm gonna be P5. That's it. I have a trophy for you. Yo, one guy could be 50 P5 on the I'm dead. He left off engage. I'm not getting Keep away. Come on. Mid left. Yeah. Has a trophy. One shot on time. Middles. He ran front G1. Coming on. Nice. Oh, G1. One G. One time right now. One time. I touched any time. One shot. Yeah, one top P5. Can see shit. One top P2. Relax again, Ricky. Nice. One more. Metal's absolutely on time. You have to get trades. Yeah. Metal's is really weak on time. Let's try to go on.
Desperate moments here for Seattle. Scrap time going to be tallied up by Miami. Puts them right at that 240 plus mark. Seattle just has to find a way to lock down the high ground. They just are not finding kills, Jay. Miami dominant over the last 2 hard points, looking to close the map out right here on their 3rd time to our first hill, and they're looking good for it. Metals over the top, gets the read, shots are out, and the cruise missile puts this one away. Miami finessing, looking nice through the first map.
That's how you come out swinging if you are Miami. Obviously, you've been playing a lot of tough teams as of recent. Your map count so far on the stage has not been the best, but versus a team like Seattle who are not in the top 4. You had to show what they're truly about. It was Vico to start it off, earning himself an early cruise missile, Meta with the second, but then towards the later half of the game, before we even jumped into the listening, Real just went absolutely off. He goes on a 7th streak for 1 life, picks up that cruise missile to find the break in towards P5, and then goes on another 6th spree as soon as he comes off the respawn to earn himself another cruise missile. It's called at the very end when basically the game is all over. But Miami, they came out swinging, especially in the slaying department. What is that? 8, 7, 11. These guys almost slayed by 30, 35 kills in map number 1. If you are Seattle Surge, you sort of kept it close, but eventually those kills got to go in your favor, or this is what the scoreline is going to look like.
And rotationally, Miami, really, really clean. Outside of maybe 1 or 2 hard points where they were just a little bit late trying to find their way through the middle of the map, which, again, is, I think, more credit to Seattle blocking off the rotations from one hill to the other as we go from the opposite, complete opposite sides of the map. But I think when they started to string things together and finding ways to finesse in the back, those were the major difference makers. I mean, we saw it from Beagle in particular, first and foremost, right here. Perfect timing on that call out. But we also got it from Metals. And those little hero plays are unreal. And that is the difference maker in this game, and that led to 60, 70 seconds worth of time for Miami.
Because you continuously earning cruise missiles. When you're winning when you find 3 or 4 cruise missiles on a map, and you're forcing the team to now be late off a rotation, or even find themselves rotating into certain buildings just to simply stay alive, that breaks the setup for Seattle Surge. And every single time that cruise missile was invested, it worked out to perfection. Obviously, if you're a Seattle Surge, you have to do a better job off the rotation. That's both P5s, or you're responding over towards warehouse. You could not try to flip it over towards the P2 side, and that's exactly what Miami wants you to do. But it just simply comes down to you're not being able to get your kills, and when you're not getting your kills, you're eventually flipping spawns, and then you're forced to fight a lot more difficult gunfights, and unfortunately, Seattle couldn't win a majority of them.
Yeah, and, you know, just to kind of speak to it, Seattle coming into this map were 1-5, and like we mentioned, the average differential was right around the 40-point mark. Not great, but it kind of leads you to look at rotational moments, especially considering where their struggles were previous to this roster being put together. But on the other front, this has been the most successful map for Miami based on the stats, you know, with Invasion being pulled out of the hardpoint rotation, but they haven't played it in a while, like literally since Season 2 qualifiers. So the fact that they kind of re-added into the mix after playing a ton of Vista, it looks pretty calm, pretty collected, and it looks like they're just playing good fundamental Call of Duty right now.
And the biggest difference that I can see from the last time they played it to now is that with Eric Boom on the lineup, he was running a Rabonan in a majority of these situations. Real was whipping out that MCW, dominating top snow, dominating top comms, and that made it very difficult for Seattle Surge to have any map control whatsoever. So Miami come out swinging in map number 1, and now you're going into the Search and Destroy with full momentum on your side.
Yep, I love that. And let's speak to it a little bit here. The 6-star coming up next for the Surge. Again, not a lot of experience for either of these two teams on this map mode combination. There was a round 11 win versus the Thieves for Miami, whereas for the Seattle boys most recently, it was a 6-3 win versus Carolina. And I think the thing about it is we often look at Seattle and say, Search and Destroy. It's been their bread and butter all year long. Been their strongest mode no matter what the roster is, no matter what stage in the series we happen to be in. So that has to continue to be the case if they want to win series. For Miami on the other front though, it's been a little bit all over the place. It hasn't been a bad mode for them, but some major qualifiers, it has been pretty bad. Others, it's been very good. So it's kind of like flip a coin, which Miami are we going to get today?
And I just think the way that they came out of map number 1 is a completely different Miami squad. You're playing a map in 6-star, which obviously both teams have a rep on it. You're feeling great, both sitting at a 1-0 count, but at least for the Miami side, you went all the way to a round 11 versus LAT. The good thing for them, though, is that they found a lot of success here in that opening dual win percentage, but you can see the conversion rate. If you're getting 64% of the time, you're getting first blood. You have to turn that into round wins. You can't be 11th overall in the league. They found a lot of success on both attacking and defending, but when you're getting that first blood, you have to be able to convert those into round wins.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, let's be honest, you know, when we're dealing with teams that are on the bubble, which both of these two teams are, these little things are major difference makers, especially when you start to square up against other squads around your same ranking overall in the season standings. So what are we going to get here? It's going to be a quick defensive hit through mid, little double stack over towards U-Haul, but Seattle taking their time here, not showing anything at the moment.
Yeah, this is currently like a fail-out round for the attacking team. Just want to try to get a readout of what Miami are doing on the defensive end, but no one peeking, no one showing face to the middle of the map. Just waiting for Miami to potentially make a mistake. But that's already been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock. The entire time, Brenzy was calling out info over towards his A-bomb. He wasn't able to spot anything, so the call is, let's work A.
And there's a lot of tactical utility still saved up here, I think, for both sides. So Now the nade's starting to come through. Push through the smoke for Vehicle, wins the first blood, gets out of there, and then the 04 tried to push it and clear out the U-Haul. So now Seattle's offense restricted to having to play outside of the site towards this bridgeway, which is not where you want to be, and that's why. A heroic double, though, from Vehicle early shuts down the smoke attack for Seattle.
Oh, yeah, he just walks right through it. I'm telling you, that confidence based off map number 1 allows him to be delusional confident in that engagement. Just walks right through the smoke grenade, wins the first gunfight, and then somehow, some way is able to find a double. As we're going to take a replay look at it, a little bit of a one-way smoke action. He only has 44 HP left, but somehow, some way, only gets hit by 1 bullet in that engagement versus 04. Miami take the first.
And I will say, in terms of like how you split hit an A attack, that was a cool look for Seattle. Just Vehicle shuts it down single-handedly, 3 in the round in total, collecting the last kill. So now Miami immediately over towards the offense. Quick action over towards B. There's defenders here, though, and not just here. They're in front of the site. 04 taking the round up towards mid-stairs. The rest of Seattle right there to join them, but it's Abuza, the sole defender outside the water steps, to get the first 2.
He's able to catch a double, so now man advantage in favor of Seattle, but Vehicle does pick up a lot of info. He's going to set up Lucky for at least 1, tries to find the second, but the shot's a little bit better on the side of 04. What was a double in the first round for Vehicle to secure the round, turns into a double from Abuza, single-handedly shutting down that B pressure to tie the game up.
Really nicely done. That little delay play for Miami, the players on the backside almost getting the perfect read on the quick retake, or the quick contest, I should say, not a full retake. Largely thanks to that guy right there. And I will say, just, you know, tooting the challenger's horn here a touch, the playstyle that Abuza has been able to put together since the departure of Arcides and the inception of 04 has been so much closer to what he was done when he was playing out of Belgium and playing with the Wobblebobs team that won championships last year. It just feels better overall for Seattle. So have to find ways to enable him as this round, a quick look, quick hit. No one checks the bridgeway though, and Vehicle gets away with the first blood. Trade is through, but we stay 3v3 with Miami still holding some good control over the top of the A site. Metals following up, but again, trades quickly found. 2v2.
2v2 now. And if you are Seattle Surge, there was a lot of battle and a lot of noise thrown over towards that A site. So now you have to get a read on where the hell the rest of the Miami Heretics players are. And Real already finds himself behind enemy lines, trying to play the timing, potentially working this objective, but the double doors are going to be closed. Real's getting all this info, just trying to set his teammate up.
And that's the bigger part about it, is Lucky knows that he has to keep his attention firmly on towards this A site. But the rotation for Seattle through mid does get scouted. Lucky able to get an eye on it. And oh, their hunt is on. Seattle's trying to chase behind this. Lucky not anticipating it, and the clean shots from 04 gets the follow-up. First blood in this engagement. Real in a little bit of trouble. Backside statue almost finessing to isolate the 1v1, but Hook beats him to the punch, and Seattle respond with a round of their own.
Yeah, that was good teamwork right there out of Seattle. Great work early on to find that trade on a Vehicle, because I thought he was going to be able to find a double and secure the round again, but trading effectively. Once it turns into a 2-on-2, you're able to keep Real at bay on the deep pinch, and then just buddy system your way out, push through, find that kill on Lucky, and then trade effectively around the statue to secure 2 rounds in a row.
Clean stuff. And I think especially for Seattle, that round could have gotten out of hand quickly with how the opening first blood just going completely unchecked.
Yeah.
A Vehicle on a 5-2 start overall, but Seattle now up 2-1. Miami next offensive approach. Eyes initially towards A. For the double stack defender here over at the B site, kind of through mid, and they're going to get full control here at mid. I mean, this is all focus for Seattle, saying we'll just take mid map and see if we can contest from U-Haul if we have to.
Yeah, because they find themselves being the #1 retake team on this map. They only had one opportunity, but it's a 100% conversion rate.
Yeah.
So now into 4v4, Miami Heretics slowly working their way up through A, but you see on your mini-map, Real is working his way around through that water side. Metals going to get all the info of a bunch of players going on the flank, but this round is going to fall into the hands of Real.
Old habits dying hard there for Metals. I think everyone knows those doors are bulletproof, but he sees the contact and he's a little itchy on the trigger. First contact is good. Seattle playing around the back. Brezzy in a little bit of trouble. Slips away for a little while longer than maybe Miami would have liked, but the kill still gets tallied. We go to a 3v3. Patience here for Miami. Consider there's not a lot of time on the clock. They get a read that Seattle's full wrapped over towards that old P2 at the palm tree, but Abuza slips in. Hoop trying to help out over through the pool side. Back and forth. The kills lead to a 1v1. A little dive forward, but 04 gets above water, finds the shots, and wins the round. 3-1 up now for Seattle.
Whew. Seattle surges again by the skin of their teeth, able to clutch up when they need to. 04 ends that round on 5 in a row. But it comes down to that first kill that they find on Metals. Once they're able to clear that space, get that opening first blood, and then at the same time, Brezzy, who was the island player on the total opposite side of the map, he gives the info like they're already in our spawn. So they have to be working over towards B. The body system, again, works there for Seattle to retake over towards that B site. And there was just simply not enough time for Miami to work that objective with the positioning that Seattle had.
And some question, I think, in terms of that full flood for Seattle. Where was it going after they found that kill on the Metals? So a little bit of patience for Miami does get punished. This time, though, first blood is good. Abuza the first to drop over towards the top side of security. And this is interesting. They're going to leave Hook by himself at A. Everyone else trying to create some noise on the other side of the map. But as Real shuts down the rotation through mid, now the defense for Miami can feel a little bit more confident that whatever their decision is would be a good one. And 0-4 on 5 in a row will likely just see this round come to a pretty anticlimactic end, trying to play for this cruise missile.
Yeah, you can just tell about Seattle's attacking strategy right there was that we're going to spread map, probably show a little bit of aggression over towards A, but Miami Heretics with the defensive adjustment stack over towards that site for the multiple kills. And now 0-4, who was slowly working his way up the water side, finds himself between a rock and a hard place in a 1v4 on 5 in a row. Definitely wants to earn that cruise missile. And if you are Miami, you just have to try to sniff him out and no one drop, because that cruise can change the game.
Well, Beagle's able to tally, at least find him. And now the hunt is on, and they will get the kill. All 3 members from Miami are there, so brilliant bounce back here for Miami. They shut down the cheeky, cheesy antics there for Seattle, find themselves back to within 1 in the overall round count, and you get rid of the potential threat of the cruise missile. Super successful for Miami.
Yeah, I think if I'm Seattle Surge, I'm just going back to what works for us. I'm not going to really change my strategy up due to someone trying to earn themselves a cruise missile and playing on a complete opposite side of the map. The way you've been having a lot of success has been through the teamwork aspect, but a lot of solo one-on-one chows unfortunately cost them that round and cost them the cruise missile. So now Miami trying to build a little momentum on their attacking side. Seattle Surge completely ready for the blind counter. It's going to be a battle over at this A side.
Lots of opening defensive stuns and flashes and nades all being tossed over towards that front part of security. None of it hitting, though. So Miami just holding off just a touch. Metals gets a little bit of a look over the top of the A site from that top window. And now here comes the play. Hook playing a very off angle right in front of this A site, though. Is hoping that Brezzy will watch over his top side if needed. But this is all about pop up, find a kill, and hopefully get out if you're Seattle trying to defend this A site.
Yeah, hopefully Brezzy's going to be able to shoot over him effectively to potentially set up Hook. But I don't know if he's going to be ready for the angle of Miami Heretics pushing their way right through you. They have all the map control, and now just going to flood over to the site. Hook gets caught off guard. First blood, Miami.
Yeah, that's tough scenes, and I get it. If you're Hook, you're just hoping that someone's going to run right across you. You find that first blood, and it completely stops any attention towards this A hit, but doesn't work out. Kills are not clean, really in any form, and Miami will run away with the round. Yeah, and that kind of feels like that's almost maybe the story and the trends we're starting to get. Like Seattle's trying to pull a little bit of a cheeky setup here and there in a couple of the rounds, but Miami just dealt with it very nicely. Good discipline on the side of the Heretics.
Yeah, right now Seattle Surge, they're just relying on one player to make a play. And that's not the way you're going to find success with the way that Miami are playing. Just all out bombarding one way through the map, and just simply too many angles for Hook to account for. As they find the first blood, they trade effectively around Statue and secure the round. So Miami able to tie the game up back at 3. A couple players working on a little bit of a streak. And I think if you are Seattle, let's just go back to everyone hitting one way and trading out.
A little bit of the old faithful. And
oh my God.
No. That is, well, to put it plainly, not what you want to see if you're a Miami fan. So Seattle, early 4v2. Not a bullet has been fired yet in that. And the post plant set up Miami. Well, good luck.
Yeah, that's tough. Definitely want to go back and look at how Vico was able to nade Real in that situation.
Had to be a stick.
Lucky and Meadows left to try to clutch up into 2v4. Positioning's now going to be known. Great shots from Abuza for the actual first blood of the round. And now it's Meadows left in a 1v4. He gets taken down. And Seattle Surge on the back of Vico playing in a 5v3 basically in that round. Secures the round.
Okay, it looks like we will have the replay of what happened here. And my guess would be stick
Real was jumping.
Mid. Yeah.
I felt like he was jumping over the balcony, and then Javi was trying to throw the nade over the top of water, and unfortunately just caught him right in the buttocks.
Yep. Right on the back of the old head. And I don't even know if Vico realized that he stuck him. Or if he did, I don't know. His reaction didn't say much. But, wow, okay. They held hands over the top of the waterfall. and with the Semtex attached, they find themselves a watery grave. So here we go, 4-3. Free round for Seattle. Miami back over towards A, but the quick push for Seattle through mid does get red. Bomb carrier still holding on towards the objective, but the trades are decent. And honestly, a little cut through here from Hook. Only gets the first 1v1 quickly. Shots good. And Miami able to bounce back, take a quick round of their own.
Whew, Miami right off the rip. That one was one hell of a mixy round. Both teams are trying to acquire a lot of mid-map control, but Miami were the team there first. So they got that first blood. They traded effectively onto 0-4, and then I thought Hook cut his head off when he was working his way through mid-U, but somehow, some way, he's able to win a one-on-one. Then when it turns into a one-on-one between Meadows and Brezzy, Meadows just gets the read that Brezzy has to be close by, and he's able to secure the round for Miami. So already disregarding that previous round out of Vico, tie the game right back up.
Reset it. Here we go. Hit for Seattle again, like you kind of called for from their previous offense. No more nonsense. Just hit something together. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Booza top window dealt with. Good wall bank shots from Metals. Cleans up the first blood. No worries. Vico in the corner though cannot make good on the contact. So Hook will walk away with 2. Even the odds up a touch. Brezzy from the lower side at bridge turns it into a 1v1. Gets the mantle over. Lucky playing over towards U-Haul, and everything comes to a very sudden pause and a lot of silence over the top of this A site.
Yeah, and this is a very big round. Brezzy at least is going to be able to get the info. And now he's going to work that objective, knowing that Lucky's not going to go for the instant reach out. So it's going to be 45 seconds on the game clock. Such a huge round to basically call game.
Lucky still trying to feel things out through you. Brezzy trying to predict the long route. Does he hold this angle for long enough though? Because it does look like Lucky may want to consider this, but the longer he holds it, the more this will be contact right over the top of the statue. Brezzy right back to check. Here's Lucky on the corner. Shots are good from both sides. Lucky thinking about it. Brezzy pushing up. Lucky doesn't get the prediction. No, he doesn't. And Brezzy wins the 1v1. A quick gut check call to push the issue. And that's enough for Seattle to get the map point.
You can just tell Brezzy's playing with the utmost confidence. He knows that he has Lucky weak. He's not going to go for the instant chow, but catches the timing on the push right back up through Skybridge. As we're going to take a replay look at it again. Look at these shots. Both players hitting great shots, but 53 HP for Lucky. Brezzy gets a read. He's definitely weaker than I am. So let me switch to that Rival 9, get the up close and personal gun in my hand, and secure the round for my team. Seattle Surge at game point.
What do you call here for your Miami? They're going back to essentially what looked like in round number 1. 3-1 split up. All of it heading over towards B. The last time this play happened, Abuza was the one to find the double, but this time he is the sole defender with no help through middle, so he cannot commit to playing on top of patio. He has to make sure that his defenders at A stay safe from that mid cross, which means that Miami are going to get a ton of free space. Abuza still comes back to the play, finds himself 2 again, and this time the bomb down to a much more precarious spot.
Oh yeah, this is not going to be an easy round for Miami to try to clutch up. Yeah, 55 seconds left. You already have a player from Seattle Surge working his way behind enemy lines, which is going to be 0-4. If he can catch the time or at least spot this one play to the map, even more difficult now for Lucky to try to clutch up in a 1v3.
B site is pretty open for the time being, but it will not stay that way for long. Seattle are wolf packing their way through B. And yep, Lucky's going to get caught through mid stairs here. He's been seen. Hook is on the hunt. Wait for the clean shots. Lucky not even bothering, looking behind him. No spidey senses here. Finally gets the turn and sees all 3 members sprinting at him. Seattle, they've gotten a little bit of luck, a little bit of help from Vico in one of the rounds, but those last 2 very clean as Seattle even up our series.
Yeah, that was a good search and destroy between both teams. I know we talked about it a lot before the map started, the battle of first bloods, but when you're able to trade as effectively as you were, when that first blood instantly pops, it didn't really matter. It just came down to the clutch factors and the mid-round adjustments. Seattle Surge were able to do that a little bit better on this map number 2. That 1v1 by Brezzy might have called game, but
yeah,
Seattle Surge, when they started to avoid those island plays, one-on-one chows, and got back to the teamwork aspect, that's when they really started to run over Miami as they secured the search and destroy, tied the series up at 1, and now we actually have a series on our hands.
Yes, we do. And you can just throw question marks all over the Karachi control. Like we mentioned, for Seattle, they've been good in the control mode lately. A couple of wins tallied back-to-back, but that was happening on Invasion. We have not seen them find much success on Karachi at all through this year, but the same can be said about Miami. So, you know, now it's, do you look at this map number 3 and say this could determine the series overall? Because that's kind of where I'm leaning to right now, Jay.
Oh, yeah, without question. Seattle Surge, obviously, as an organization, they haven't been good at control. But for Miami, they're on a 7-loss streak in control. So this map is going to determine who the hell walks away with this W.
It's going to be an interesting one, but we've got that plus at least one more return to 6 stars. The map for Hardpoint will be there. So after Miami puts together some great finesse and some good stringing together hills on the sub base, it's immediate response for Seattle, and we're locked in a good bubble match here late in the Major 3 qualifiers. Map 3 Karachi comes up right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, everybody. Tied into a good one right here between Miami and Seattle. 1-1 map count of Shift, that's Study. And, well, the Karachi control, I mean, the control generally has not been great across this season for either of these two teams. More so lately for Miami than Seattle, but Karachi is not going to feel like a comfort pick, I think, for either of these two teams.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to be comfortable at all for both of these squads because obviously you haven't found success overall. If you are Miami, 1-7 overall on the defensive rounds, which is ranked 12th. You're averaging a lot of ticks, but you're still ranked 12th. And then you're on the opposite side for Seattle Surge. We know as an organization, they haven't been the best, but this is all throughout Major 3 qualifiers. They have 2 losses on Karachi, 2 W's on Invasion. So now you're in the face of Karachi control again, where This guy has to set the tone because Hooq is honestly the only player over 1.0 KD for Seattle Surge in control. And then the opposite side, the highest KD for Miami is a .87 from Real. So it simply might just come down to who the hell can outslay the better.
Absolutely the case. And even though the overall statistics for Miami may look a little bit better towards the attacking and defending win percentage, again, the recent stretch has not been positive for Miami overall on control. So, like you mentioned, you wanted to see Hooq right off the get-go. He's going to catch a nade to the forehead. So, good opening utility for Miami. Keeps Seattle off the point early. And honestly, they're late to the party towards that top market position and over towards red. So, early control here for Miami, and they're absolutely using it to their advantage.
They have the entire map on lock. Vico already found himself into his junkyard. That's exactly where you want to be to not allow Seattle Surge to get the close red spawn and work their way up to that B point. But it's already been 35 seconds knocked off the game clock. Not a single segment earned, and still all map control in favor of the Heretics. If you are Seattle Surge, you got to fight your way out. But if you are Miami, keep trading just like this, and you're going to keep them trapped like the way you are.
Absolutely. I mean, this has killed so much time off the clock. Finally, 0-4 will get on towards A and pause this at 42 seconds. Good isolation over towards Market as well. Real in a little bit of trouble, but able to dodge his way out, keep his life. First tick gets locked, and Seattle now all of a sudden starting to build a little bit of momentum. Real trying to get his way back into contest, but he was the only defender nearby. And with that elimination, the second tick looks like it's guaranteed.
And now this gets scary because Miami Heretics do not have any control over towards red side. The second segment is going to come in, but thankfully Seattle Surge have not taken that side of the map. As the third segment is getting worked on, it's eventually going to get complete, and all the kills in the feed are in favor of Seattle. So they're going to be able to find themselves early off the rotation to stop the time again.
And they also got the extra 60 while they're trying to rotate over, so the timing of this elimination stretch has been perfect. Problem is, they do get caught trying to play over towards red, so 0-4 by himself, already on a cruise missile, 6-1. There's kill number 7. Looking good here for Seattle, at least individually. The rest of his team really struggling to assist in any form. So it's just down to 0-4. Does he get the first tick fully captured? No, not quite. And Miami able to find the kill and take some depletion off that progress.
Yeah, that's tough right there if you are 0-4, because you feel like you're doing everything in your power to make this play happen. But when no one on your team finds a kill, and then Miami Heretics is able to reinforce the map control over towards Junkyard, and you also don't allow that first segment to come in, he definitely would have wanted that one. But now the reinforcements are here. Hooq's able to find himself on 2 in a row, make it 3, whips out the Renetti. So that first segment is about to get complete.
The only thing helping him, though, is Brezzy on the top side over towards AC. Needs some more assistance on the way in. He gets taken down, but Abuza steps right on in, able to confirm that first tick of progress. Now it's just down to, can you actually get here to win the zone overall? And this route from 0-4 may allow them a chance at a good prediction down low towards Metals, but can't finish his food. Brezzy over the top, also not able to find the connection. So the contest gets through halfway through this second tick. Shots through the door. Damage on both sides. Hooq, Abuza still trying to hang on. Miami able to reinforce pretty darn quickly, but they're not finding the kills. And now it's just down to, can Miami get it back over the jump wall and get here to contest the second tick?
Oh, but Rio with that double might just done enough for his teammates to try to contest their way back in, but there's still a lot of kills going in favor of Seattle, and there's no more respawns left for Miami. The stack is going to be here. All of Miami coming off of the respawn, and that is going to be Seattle Surge walking away with the attack with a lot of stuff in their back pocket now. You have a cruise missile earned out of 0-4, and Hooq ends that round on a 5. So great stuff from Seattle early on.
Really good, and it is one of those moments where the early success was limited. I mean, 0-4, the only player to survive at B initially. Hooq on the second life does the same thing, and then finally Seattle and their ARs could get into position. But for a while, they looked like Miami was just going to run away with all the map control.
Yeah.
And then that's just the way Karachi goes, right? I mean, if you're getting those close spawns towards red as an offensive team, you are right there in a 50-50 foot race with the defense trying to get back to B.
Yeah, it all started, though, when Meadows was super aggressive up through Junkyard. He loses that one-on-one gunfight, and then Seattle obviously had the man advantage through the map. They're able to outslay, and I thought Miami were going to cut their losses, hit that rotation over towards B side, but by the time they got there, Seattle Surge are already there. So they're able to secure the first round, but already into this round, Miami showing a little bit of a different look. Couple players over towards B, couple players over towards A, but all the kills in favor of Seattle Surge. Last player here is going to be Real. Has to try to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, and Abuza, the hero of that split hit from the side of Miami, because he was the only defender even looking at the cross towards B as 0-4 got blown out of the map by an early set of grenades. So huge play from him. Hooq also in the same breath able to get towards 6 in a row. Unfortunate team nade comes out, but overall, the trades are decent here for Seattle. They hold a 1 life edge, and Høkkr is actually just going to call in the cruise missile early here, trying to get the defense some extra footing over the top of the A zone.
Yeah, he's just trying to get Miami to scatter a little bit, not giving them the free 8 point. And try to work your way back to maintaining a little bit of that mid-map control, but Abuz is able to find the first. You already have players filling in the gaps, working their way over towards the junkyard side. It's not all those close spawns to come in, but all-out mix fest in towards the middle of the map. Abuz is able to come on top, but Miami doing a great job of at least trading efficiently to keep themselves on the point.
Yeah, this definitely gives them a chance right back into the round again. They get a minute 53 on the clock. The lives are still relatively healthy. A little bit of a Where's Waldo hunt here between Real and Brezzy. Eventually gets the tally. Follow-up, though, from Seattle. Still putting a lot of pressure here at this front side at Junkyard. It causes Metals to come back just to make sure that Miami can stay safe. And they're not. I mean, Høkkr is still just in and out of bottom red. He has been a huge thorn in the side, and the Heretics are still looking to hunt him down.
He's just been finessing, and Meadows has gotten a read on him, able to win that one-on-one, but the trade is instantly going to be there. So now Vico on this pinch route is able to find that kill onto Brezzy. Can he find the second? No, he cannot. The snap right there to 0-4 too strong, but Miami are getting the close spawns at red. They're instantly going to be right back into play.
Yeah, and Seattle's got to be a little bit careful here because there really are not a lot of defenders to really reclaim this top red position. But Brezzy from top AC, that will work out. A route has opened up, though, for Miami to get into the B zone. Clock will stop at a minute 14. Trophy system starting to get placed, but the rest of the Heretics having a little bit more trouble trying to join Metals in towards this back room. 0-4 cuts things off from the front. Abuza from the backside, and it's a 3-for-1 trade as Surge will retake control of the B zone.
Yeah, now Seattle being aggressive over towards red side, just making it a lot more difficult for Miami to leave their base. So trying to fight through the middle of the map. They're also able to find a couple kills as well. So the last two players from Seattle who are pushed out towards Junk, you now have to turn around.
You absolutely do. They're going to call the cruise missile in, but you would think that most of this offense will stay pretty darn safe. Can they bend it into the windows? No, not to happen. So first tick of progress is good. Lucky able to bounce out, find a couple of these defenders retreating back into the zone, and now the second tick of progress immediately becomes a bit of a threat. Trophy system still doing its job. Brezzy through the side door, predicted 3 in a row now for Lucky. Help is on the way. Seattle spawning out immediately all the way deep towards the bottom left of the map. Abuza would be maybe the only one to contest this, and now that there's 3 players on, it's just down to 0-4. He gets taken down, and Miami respond with an offensive win of their own.
And that is the even better offensive win because they withstood 2 cruise missiles coming in the air. Høkkr invested his early on over towards A. He's only able to get 1, but then Miami are instantly able to reinforce the map control, hop back on the point and extend the time. And I think right there at 0-4, we got to keep that one in the back pocket. We're more focused on trying to maintain red side. And they definitely were just caught off guard in that scenario because both players who were pushed out towards Junk, you're not expecting the last 2 teammates through the middle of the map to both fall at the same exact time. And unfortunately for Seattle Surge, we're not able to work their way back over to the point. So Miami tied up in the segments, but have taken full advantage in this league because now a couple players working on streaks of their own.
And 17-8 for Lucky in what has been some really tumultuous rounds. Semtex up and over. Pistol for 0-4 on the ladder will not work out. Stun towards Høkkr, that will work. And now Real finds himself the decimator of the A zone. First tick gets locked, but Lucky right behind him, follows up, gets the trade, now on 5, 18-8. Kill number 6 comes right in front of him. And with that, all Miami, all over the map, sending Seattle over towards the B zone.
Oh, and that stun grenade that slowed down Vico off the rotation over towards Junk comes back to bite him because he doesn't win that initial fight. Seattle Surge are already going to be here, but Meadows is able to shut down that play. Time continues to wind on down. Seattle Surge all spawning over towards the chicken coop side. This is exactly what the Heretics want.
Absolutely the case. Shots on Vico, top red will work out. And now Miami can collapse on A if they want to. Instead, they're just going to trust the cruise missile will get the job done for them. Second tick of progress close, and actually, it will come through. I have no idea what happened with that cruise missile right there. Did it catch the billboard topside of hotel? And all of a sudden, you've got Seattle on both zones at the same time, and this is still a winnable round just like that for Seattle's Brezzy gets an exit kill.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened with Lucky's cruise missile there. He wasn't able to take that player off the point, so you give Seattle another lifeline. Now, are they going to make it count, though? They're able to trade effectively in towards red. Now you got to sniff out where Lucky has been playing because he's been the player pushed out consistently over towards junk shot. It's going to turn into a one-on-one. The rest of Seattle trying to finesse in towards the point. Abuza not able to find a double. So Miami able to retake the map control and start now to push out. Yeah, really good play from Lucky. Kind of on a weird play through mid. He finds his way into junk, wins a 1v1, and that stops Seattle from being able to quickly reinforce. A 7-life gap
So for Seattle, with 13 lives remaining, whatever this next hit is, it better find some success, because this could get punishing in the life department very quickly.
But realistically, if you are Seattle Surge, all you need is a clean 2 to 3 dead. Spawn Miami all the way out and force them to work their way over the jump over. And you just have to do it in sync. Brezzy is able to find at least 1 kill, but that play from Miami is already coming off spawn. They have all the map control that they want, but now you have to trade effectively as this is basically going to be your final push.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Maybe a chance to help clear a little bit more space out through mid. I mean, you can see the setup. Hook on one side, Brezzy on the other. Here comes the challenge towards Lucky's direction, trying to finesse backside of the staircase, but does get taken down. Plus a follow-up from Abuza. Here comes the rotation in through mid. It's a split setup for Miami's defense. Metal's only able to tally 1. Abuza gets out of there somehow. In the read over towards vending for 04. He just steps away. Ticks of progress collected at B. Third one on the way, but Miami will regain control. And now it's a 14v6 with only 30 seconds remaining for Seattle to try to get this done.
And that's such a great play right there from Real. They knew exactly where he was in towards bottom ticket, but the fact that he's able to jump behind the vending machine, stay alive, and then eventually find the kill, finds another double through the middle of the map. No more respawns for Seattle, but the stack is going to be here. All they need is one segment.
Beagle's in trouble. Here come the kills from Brezzy. The double stack is in. Beagle's got to slide forward, gets the contest in the first. Real in the corner. The hero play works out at the last second, but 04 still on the zone. A rewrap from Beagle. Help is still here for Seattle. 04 gets 3, but cannot find the 4th and final needed to take the round home. So Miami's defense will win. 5 ticks captured for Seattle.
It got scary, but Real again off the respawn, able to keep his team alive. Vico obviously had to go for the contest at those final moments, but you contest long enough for the reinforcements to come back in. As look with 17.1 gets in just at the nick of time, wins that first one-on-one, sets up his teammate in Real for the double to close out the round. The first defense secured of the map, Miami in full control.
Yep, absolutely the case. So for Seattle, if you want the round 5, defense or not, have to find a way to stop this hit over towards B, and it's a quick one for Miami again. Similar setup to what they pulled in the first offense. 3-1 split. Metal's vehicle working through mid, the rest of the team right through bottom red, and once more, it gets absolutely blown up by the ARs of Seattle, and simultaneously, they also take care of the sole attacker over towards A.
So Seattle Surge hold on to that first push, but you can see how slow they were off the rotation to try to get somewhat top 3 control. So you already have an avenue of your way on out. If you are Miami, you just got to get past Abuza. He's at least able to take down 2 before he does fall. And Seattle Surge is doing a great job with only 50 seconds left, still maintaining a lot of the mid-map, making it difficult for Miami to get out.
Yeah, this is very nervy for Miami off spawn. Brezzy continues to pack an extra bit of a punch, and now the rotation for Seattle starts to head back through red over towards this A zone, and they're finding every single elimination. Real, cheeky route through bottom side at the fountain, able to take 2. An idea possibly starting to develop over towards the high side of the map. Real not able to get the regen off, but decent trades come through. Miami will stop the clock, 32 seconds. Focus at A.
Yeah, Real with another double gives an opening for his teammates to now work their way out of the base, so they're able to put the game at a pause again. As that second segment is getting worked on, but you can see Seattle Surge is trying to set up the pitch. They find the initial 2 kills. Lucky now has his hands full, and all of Seattle Surge able to pounce at the right time. Second segment does not get complete, and Seattle Surge need to hold on for one more push.
Real trying to be the hero once again. Reload off the Renetti. Assistance nearby. Okay. Real will get this an extra 60. Rotation over for Lucky. Topside red, not quite able to find the double. And now the attention goes to Metals, who is the sneaky player around the back, seeing if he can make a mess of the Seattle spawns, which really would have to find value because it's not looking good right now with only 14 lives and not a lot of map control here for Miami.
But he's at least pulling someone to consistently watch that angle. You see Hook, he's just ironing the backside of his spawn, thinking that someone's going to come from that side, while the rest of his teammates are showing face over towards red. But Miami Heritage, they're doing a great job of fighting their way through junk side, and now maintaining a lot of this ticket control. This can get scary for Seattle.
Who caught off over towards the boss, at least able to trade himself out with the Semtex onto Metals. Brezzy following up, and Lucky, the last one alive, has to try to hold this ground because his teammates continue to just get these really stringy spawns all the way back towards Market. Lucky trying to get a little bit more clearance at bottom red, and that's a huge win versus Abuza. Huke, though, backside alley. able to find the trade. And look at the route here from Vikol. This is bold considering it's a 9v13, but it will move the Seattle spawns pretty convincingly away. Metal's doing his part, gets a double. No, it's 04 sliding through, shuts it down. He was late to that gunfight, but still finds a way to take the win. Now dancing with Vikol over towards front office, but the kills are good, and here comes the flank from Real. Miami's gonna get to the zone.
Oh, Seattle, this is a scary moment because Real's going to get a freebie on the pinch. Prezi, it falls into your hands. What can you get done? Only one before he does fall, so the stack is going to be here for Miami. You just got to win a couple gunfights, and this map is going to be yours.
Second tick is in. Here comes the third on the way. 04 around the back, only able to find one. Now it has to be Prezi. He's got to hop. He's got to find the kills. He's able to get the first, but the trade is in, and Miami will once again pull off a late round heroic hit towards B, and that will give them the swing map in the series in pretty good fashion, honestly. That looked really fresh for Miami.
Yeah, what was it? Lucky goes on like a 10 streak throughout one round. He earns himself a cruise missile, invested it. It doesn't connect on anything, but by saying that, you could just tell Seattle Surge got simply outslayed from start to finish of this game. They had opportunities on both their attacking rounds. You had 2 cruise missiles on 1 defensive round and still ended up with the L. I don't know how the hell Brezi's sitting at 6,200 damage and everyone else is at 4,500 or below. But Seattle Surge, unfortunately, could not get the guns hot here. Miami continuing the momentum they based off of map number 1. Now 2 respawns in the series, just 1 map away from securing this one.
Yeah, 28 and 23 non-traded, 14 assists was all over the map, but it did not make a difference in the end. And honestly speaking, I mean, there were 2 defensive rounds for Seattle that looked like they were about to come through. It was these late hits. As soon as the spawns start to get a little bit messy, the adaptations and the follow-ups from Seattle trying to work their way back to the zone just didn't really fully work out. And it's hard to point a finger, or at least even put a finger on anything. But, you know, for Miami, the composure, the collection, and their ability to get together off of weird spawns towards market once again get them through the round. And I honestly also have to say that here in round 3, this play from Real and Vikol, unbelievably clutch, especially considering that 04 was about to get it done by himself, it felt like.
And now if you are Miami, you're feeling fantastic because you just started to pull away in your slaying. So we saw what happened in map number 1. When you were out rotating, you were able to set up for some money hills. Momentum is all on their favor. Now you just need one more respawn to walk away with this W. But even to talk a little bit more about that map number 3, you can just tell the difference in the gameplay. Like Miami, they were consistently pushing out over towards junkyard side, just making the game very difficult for Seattle Surge. Seattle, every time that they found all the kills, they weren't really trying to take that side of the map. They were more focused on putting players in towards top right to watch the middle side and just giving up junkyard side. When you allowed Miami to work their way through that side of the map, or even not work their way, but with no one on that side covering that angle, you're now forcing someone to always consistently look there. And then while they're looking at that, you have players from Miami who are working the deep pitches every single time. So Miami did a better job of slowing the game down to be victorious.
And now we take the conversation to 6-star, which again, not a lot of reps for either of these 2 teams. For Seattle, a win and a loss, playing both Carolina and Toronto, both games tremendously tight. But the same can be said for Miami. They played this map versus New York, lost at 217 to 250. So yeah, both teams, I would say, in their first elements of playing this map looked pretty good. And now it's just down to fixing up the small things that went wrong and trying to play, I think, for Miami, bring that same concentration and finesse that you had on sub-base.
Yeah, because if you're Miami, you're thinking the first time we played it, we went up against New York. We should have walked away with that W. They were in the lead a majority of the game, but when you got to the P5 and the P1 chain, that's when New York started to pull away. Simply could not shut down Hydra. But map 1s to map 4s, it's a great record, at least for Miami and map number 1s, but for Seattle Surge, it's been a struggle. Obviously, as an organization, they've been struggling overall in the respawns, but this map number 4 is all going to come down to if Seattle Surge can win a rotation and if Miami can simply hold down the hill the way that they found success in map number 1.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And, you know, it is interesting to kind of put it together, and this is maybe creating a storyline that isn't really fully, you know, fleshed out with the statistics, but Miami does feel like a team that either they come out red hot or they need a little bit of a warm up and then they eventually start to pick it up. Like a lot of their series wins have either been 3-0s or 3-1s, where they come out and they lose the opening hardpoint. So it does kind of feel like Miami needs to have a strong start if they want to have the better chance at the series. And them coming out, taking the sub base, and now here into the 6-star, it definitely feels pretty good, especially when you look at how successful they were on sub base with rotations, and that even through one play, they're still ranked overall 4th in the league at the moment, here rotating on 6-star. So maybe the keys to success as we take our opening focus right back over towards this top bar.
Yeah, it was the key to success in map number 1. So rotations are going to play a big part to who's going to be the successor in map number 4. As here we go into the mix fest around this early hill. Trades are back and forth from Miami coming out on top in the engagements, soaking up the hill time, and now forcing Seattle Surge to make a decision, because with only 30 seconds left, you don't want to flip out.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Semtex will also kind of delay this next hit for Seattle, and it's just good utility usage coming out for Miami. And even a little bit of a nade catching the back of Brezzy to make life even easier for the remaining defenders of this hard point. Hook predicted decent shots in response, but Metals Real will combine, tally the kill, and with 12 seconds remaining, Seattle trying to find their break, and 04 will provide it for him, finding 3 in the feed.
Yeah, and that's Seattle Surge just creating layers. They know that they have the spawns for the next hill, so if we can push Miami a little bit more far back, we can get some much needed time to eventually take the lead, obviously only being down by 11. It'll give me quite some time before Miami are able to work their way all the way across the pool side. As Seattle Surge are still trying to hold on to their setup, but Real with 1, Metals with the 2nd. Wow. Here come Miami. They collapse with ease.
I mean, that is a absolute concerto of how to break a hard point. Little hit from the front. Here's this guy through vet. Here's a guy through the outside pool. I mean, it's just so multifaceted, and it works out beautifully for Miami. And Real on 5 in a row, eventually shut down by Abuza. Metals caught trying to place the trophy system, and almost still wins the battle versus Hook, and his trophy actually finishes the job. So now Miami quickly looking for the re-break. Side pinch for Vikal. Double works for him. Brezzy in through the vent, and surely the final numbers will be good to confirm the break, but Brezzy tallies another, and Hook does take a route off spawn to reinforce, making sure Seattle get the scrap.
Yeah, that's final 10 going in favor of the Surge, so they have this stuff a little bit of time to work their way around these dip pinches. Because you saw the stats before the map started. Miami do struggle in their hold percentage, 7th overall on this map. And if you are Seattle, you are the #1 breaking team or #2. Either one, they're doing great jobs at it. They trade effectively through the middle of the map. The spawns are now going to flip. Miami need to iron up.
Yeah, Miami will get some mid spawns, so they're able to check on this hit from the front, but it is about the focus of dealing with the players around the back. Abuza sliding out. Lucky gets caught, trying to finesse the movement, but stick from Real deals with what surely had to have been a low health pull on 04, but regardless of the health, the shot's still impressive, and Miami will reconfirm their setup with now proximal spawns to help.
And look at this timing on this pinch out of Vikal. He knows that they're going to try to be aggressive through the front. He's only able to take 1 down, but that's already job well done. Last 20 is going to go in favor of the Heretics, and now you're forcing Seattle Surge to beat off that rotation. And now this play might simply fall into the hands of Real, because he's already covered a lot of ground. He's working his way up behind enemy lines, and if Seattle Surge drop 1 player here, they're going to realize by the spawns, we no longer have that side of the map. We have to put our focus on the back end.
Well, they're fully bunkered up, and Real will be red in this back's catwalk area. Joining him will be Lucky. The other 2 members from Miami trying to hit from the front. Timing is going to be everything here in this break attempt. Lucky able to gate 1. Now the focus back to the front, and how about this hit from the front? Wow! 3 of the kills coming by the 2 players over the top of that mid statue, and with that, Miami again a very clean and collected response. Get the break, and now continue to grow the lead.
And now Seattle Surge, they were #1 in hold percentage, and Miami were sitting at 10th overall in breaking, but you only play the last a couple of times. You are going to be scrimming it in practice to perfect your craft. And Miami Heretics, every single time they need to have a response, they are getting it done. But Seattle Surge, at least for now, with the final 15 seconds, they should potentially walk away with it. It's going to turn into a 1-on-1, and no other than Real to secure it. At least stalls enough time for his teammates to win that rotation in next.
Miami playing super clean at the moment, but Seattle doing what they have to keep themselves in the game. We go back over now to what has been the trickiest hard point, and one that will soon be leaving us. The pool hard point. Miami set up perfectly around it, trying to hold this from the P2 side of the map as well. Real dealing with a little bit of damage, and all the pistols. Zapabuza gets the snap, and that'll be good for the double. Seattle trying to flush out Vikal, and it will be 04 diving in with the pistol, able to reflip the hard point, and Seattle have a chance to reclaim their lead.
Yeah, that's beautiful plays from Abuza, finding that double through the backside. Now he finds himself on 4 in a row. A successful break here for Seattle Surge. He can pick up a cruise missile that can play a big part, but Real with the Bravo 9 wins that gunfight, able to find another double. That every time Miami need an answer, it's always Real, somehow, some way getting it done.
Yeah, Mook in a little bit of trouble trying to hide in this corner behind the bar, and Miami will flush him out. So Seattle held to withhold the 100-point mark. Miami 15 and 11s for both Real and Metals, who have had an incredible start. Ooh. Okay, not sure what that interaction was, but regardless, it's kind of a moot point as the focus heads back over to the first hill in the middle.
And now Seattle Surge have to make up for some much needed time. Here at P1, Miami Heretics were able to dominate the first go around, but all the kills in the feed are going to be white. So Seattle Surge slaying with the best of them at this moment. Just have to eliminate the player contesting against towards the point. Hook is able to take care of him, and now Miami trying to find their way on in, and Vico working his way through you. It might be that opening.
Yeah, Brezzy drops over towards mid-stairs. 04 just trying to contest, keep his head down. Hook trying to make a mess of that back U-Haul position. Metals red, but not dealt with. Abuza, last one standing. Doesn't work out. Brezzy off the quick respawn. Good read over towards Real, and the shot's better, but once more, Miami just so quick to throw the last member needed to keep the contest alive. 14 seconds of scrap time. It looks like Miami may have to hit the brakes a little bit just to try to lock down the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that they're secure in the next hill. That's why you create the layers through the map, keep the chaos going, but Seattle Surge able to walk away with that remaining junk time. It's only going to be a 15-point deficit, but Miami in full control of the spawns until 04, and the rest of now the squad is going to spawn behind enemy lines. Miami had to get a read on it. They somewhat do, but all the kills in favor of the Surge.
It's just too late. It looked like it was going to be such a good setup for Miami initially from the front, but like you mentioned, the off spawn for Seattle provides an opportunity for them to...
Wow!
But it doesn't make a difference. Lucky Real combined for all 4, and Miami right back into the hard point, and now they've got the awareness that there are a couple of Seattle players still stringingly spawning behind them.
Now Brezzy trying to set up that pinch at the same time his teammates working through the front. So 4 dead for Miami, 4 dead for the Surge for the break. Let's step aside and go for a listening with the Heretics.
No verán punto. Punto está muerto. Va a haber otro más cerca. Pica al fondo del mapa. Fondo parece que San Juan no está ahí. Estoy pulsando por la pista. ¿Qué tal? ¿Quieres ir por izquierda larga y te yo por lobby? Sí. Yo te vale, sí, de frente intentar taguear encima, bro, intentar taguear. Uno el jump cerca. Al fondo del mapa. Jump cerca. No veo nada. Curva tú. Súbele por el jump. Larga. Muerto el de larga. Te sigo. Barra y jump. Barra está pillando curva, super weak, barra y punto. Super weak, barra y punto. Y Nace de cara. Nace pero no hacen P1, tú no hacen P1, No, me viene por medio ya. Vamos de frente. Al fondo larga. Ya está muy con piña. No, P1 abusa, está cortando dobles. Y el del jump está weak. Abusa muerto. Buena, pegar piña. Está en medio. En medio muerto. Tengo el spawner, Javi, dale. Está weak con piña. Jump muerto. Buena, Javi. Me voy doble. Cuidado al fondo. Chale, no te veo de cara, estoy cortando lobby. He dejado el blanco y el medio. Vale, tengo yo el stick. Estoy cortando la rotación siguiente. Muerta gusta al siguiente. Estoy doble, ¿vale? Nice. Vale. Voy de cara, no hacen pedos. Estoy bloqueando P1. Vale. Vale, una más quita anterior, Hugh. Anterior larga. Un tira buzz absoluto larga. Son 2 larga automático. Queda arriba de la 4. Golem blindada. 4 por estatua, tú. Ya, voy a pinchar al medio. Por vosotros por golem blindada. Yo salí en dobles también. Ahí no, con. Voy por pasarla yo, bro. Voy a pasarla contigo. Con muerto, Hugh. O sea, nada. Ahí no estatua. Está quitando la de larga. La de larga. Estoy por el stun. Está en este juego, cuida al blanco. Vamos por el lado. Vale, estoy esperando. Orden que sí. Muerto. Falta los dos del fondo, bro. Izquierda de la estatua hacia 8 del jump. Detrás nuestro, Brechi. Una picha. Vale, Jump en la estatua, la buza. Esa buza, pegué piña. Estaba ahí pegando. Voy a echar al punto. Derecha al punto de esa buza. Derecha al punto. Está a la derecha del punto de las escaleras. Medio en la planta, subido. Medio te vaya con. Así es. Tenemos que talquearlo. Mejor yo por eso que nace aquí. Voy a quitar esto, que nace, va a quitarlo. Me pillan spam. Uno va para pedo rápido, detrás de pedos. Cuidado detrás.
Brezzy just absolutely blowing up that attempt from Miami. Oh, the security hard point. How difficult it can be. And Seattle finding all the scrap time now puts the pressure on Miami to have to put together a good hold here at 5.
Oh, yeah, they started to walk away with it. It was a team streak before Brezzy and Hook do fall with about 14 to 15 kills in a row. So now Miami Heretics could not find success on the break, but now you need the hold. All the kills going in their favor. Vika with another clutch double kill. Last player up is going to be Brezzy. Another clean 4 dead. But with those spawns coming in from Real, you now know everyone has to turn around.
Absolutely the case, but it's a little bit of a late read for Miami, get caught in some weird spots. So now Vehicle trying to play it over through dark, but a huge gunfight win. Pistols out, 0-4 again, dives into the deep end, finds the kill, and now Seattle can close the map out here. Just 10 seconds remaining, and you can see the Surge are fully aware of where this text hit is going to come from. Vehicle trying to sneak in, not gonna happen. It's 3 in the kill feed for 0-4, and the deflated faces of Miami see the last 2 hard points go completely awry, and the series now extend to a map 5.
Oh, that was a gruel of a hard point, but Miami are definitely beating themselves up because you did a great job at the second go-around of P3. You were finding all the kills at the right time, and then off the rotation, you had more bodies over towards P4, but then Brezzy just simply shuts it down. He wins a one-on-one, and then he finds another double, and then he re-pinches that flank coming in from Miami through the back end to secure a full 60 for the Surge at that P4 HP. That's why they found themselves up by 60 points. All they needed was one break over towards the water. Greatly executed to work their way around the backside of P2. A couple players through the middle of steps. They find all the kills. They find another successful break, and that's why Seattle Surge liked themselves some Sith Star, because they're one of the top breaking teams in the game, and when they needed to the most, they found it to secure the map win and now force a game 5.
And if you do go back and re-look over that scoreboard, all 4 players for the side of Seattle either at or just about at or over the 1 minute mark inside the hard point. So everyone getting the job done, the objective focus helping them out in a major way from that second set of hills from P2 to P5, from 139 to 250 in the blink of an eye. Really cool game flow there if you're a Seattle fan, for sure, just sticking in it. And that's the bigger part about it, was that first set, Miami is making all the right reads, all the right plays, but Seattle just kept finding ways to break with 18 seconds here, 15 seconds there, kept it close enough for them to now see themselves extend this into a high-rise search and destroy. And Jay, we were talking about it when we were looking at the picks and bans. This is flat out just a straight up square up for both of these two teams. Been a good map for both of them.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Game 5 for all the marbles. Who simply wants them more? If you are Seattle Surge, you want to try to guarantee your winner's bracket spot here for Toronto. And if you are Miami, you need this series to keep that winner's bracket dream alive.
And of course, the playoffs are coming, and the season standings are definitely tight when it comes to really everyone between 6th and 11th. So every match a big one. We'll head over to the high-rise control, a straight-up square-up when we come back right after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Welcome back, everybody. Again, a heater of a series, and this is the final moment from what was a very tight hard point. Woo! Line them up, knock them down. 0-4 all over it. Seattle get that last break over towards P5 and send us now to map number 5, where, as we framed up, both teams are going to love seeing this map be where the series is decided. High-rise, search and destroy. The records across the season have been great, and even in this qualifying stage, new roster or not, both teams have also looked pretty particularly good in this qualifying stage.
Oh yeah, for Seattle sitting at a 1-1 over Røkkr. You lose round 11 versus Optic. You clutch up in a round 10 versus Vegas, and then on the opposite side for Miami, they're so far sitting at 2-0. But when you look at the round 2, obviously every single round went to the kills. None of the objective, nothing blowing up, no time on our hands. But for both squads, this has been a great map. Now I just think it's simply going to come down to the battle of first bloods, where at least on the side of Miami Heretics, they in this stage are the best on both sides. So if you are Seattle Surge, you have to make sure you play to your strengths and basically keep the 4v4 bound.
Indeed the case. So we'll see what the early ideas are going to be. Seattle heavy stacked over towards the B site. Hook down low, Booza and 04 flanking on either side up top, and then Brezzy just kind of watching over the middle of the map. Not a lot of eyes over towards A outside of 04, who's just watching for a late cross. So yeah, Seattle fully baking that this is eventually going to be some sort of a B setup.
And I love this setup right here from Seattle Surge, because when you hold down the B Street and also bottom pit the way that they are, it's very difficult for teams to work their way up to this B objective, because you know a lot of teams not going to plant over towards A, but the first blood is going to go in favor of Beagle. And then Real with the perfect read, able to time that second kill. So Miami currently in the 3v2.
And oh, the team shots over to Hook. It's absolutely destroyed. Brezzy, last one left, and he will find the first around the back, but no worries. Miami right there with the numbers, able to tally the trade, and that is a very clean opening breakdown in terms of Miami executing onto a site that was extremely well covered.
Yeah, and with this new squad, believe it or not, on their attacking side, they are #1 overall with a 9-2 round count. So whenever they are playing on the attacking side and you allow them to get the first blood, it's basically 100% on the conversion rate. As Miami secure the first, if you are Seattle, obviously you don't have any trophy systems to work with to keep yourself alive over towards the B Street. So not the most ideal setup you want to be in, but Miami capitalized on it completely in round 1.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case. All right. Like you mentioned, A plant's very rare, and it looks like Miami are kind of pulling something similar here in terms of their overall focused setup towards B. 04, MCW in hand. He can do it all with both weapons, but it does give you the intention and what kind of tempo that Seattle are trying to play with. If he's running an AR, shots towards metals are good. Finds a lot of hit markers over towards the trophy system, and then off the reload, maybe trying to follow up, but it's actually Lucky who gets first blood. Real, the timing on the back here, decent to try to isolate this B site even further, and now the bomb has been dropped over towards the B site. Nabuza gets caught trying to find a way to recollect it.
Oh, and now All4 sitting himself on the side of the map. With only 40 seconds left, that bomb's gonna be down on the site, and you have a lot of ground to try to make up. Gets info onto Vico, not able to finish the kill, and now with 35 seconds left, you have to continue to play fast, because you got to either krill 3 people or work that objective. And Miami Heretics, flawless again on the defensive side, turn it into a 3v1. You find the first blood, you shut down that early pressure over through B Street by great plays from Lucky, simply sitting in the elevator. It catches Seattle off guard for that first kill, and Miami again take full advantage of it. 2-0.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you kind of brought up the history of what Miami's been able to do on this stage in particular. It's not even the fact that the numbers are as good as they are. You got to keep in mind that they played Optic on this map and went all the way to a round 11. So the fact that the numbers are still that good against a great search and destroy team really shows a lot in terms of how maybe Miami can find more success towards tallying their second win of the qualifier. Maybe still having an outside hope towards finding a way into the winner's bracket. Stuns exchanged over towards blue. Miami holding their ground on the staircase for now, as Lucky will just make sure that no one for Seattle tries to push through the underground.
Yeah, and look how different Seattle's setup is now on defense. Yeah. You got a couple trophy systems. You can work your way up through that B Street. You also now putting 04 over towards his propane side, where he usually finds a lot of success. Last time we watched him on this map, what was it? Like 13 kills he was able to drop with the cruise missile. You need that guy to start to turn up.
Real just throwing shoulders all over the place. Now finds himself almost a bit awkwardly inside the B site. Prediction over towards the player, on towards this statue, or probably this big old crane here on the B point. The bomb isn't committed to this play, and this is still Miami trying to feel things out. Where is this defense planted? Can we find an angle? And they may wait for Metals to get up top towards Propane before they even get a look at actually executing, but Brezzy down low finds first blood, and in the same breath, Metals also drops from that top high ground position, and Seattle's defensive adjustments work out flawlessly.
And you could just tell Real, when he was jumping into the site, and he gets that info onto the player at Radio Tower, it was very difficult for them to even think about the objective, because he's still thinking that he's probably in towards this bomb. I cannot jump my way back up and think about that objective, but Brezzy with the repositioning is able to find a double through bottom pit. Seattle Surge get their first blood of the round, and they secure it. But as we take a look at the wall bang, yeah, that guy was definitely one shot, no stim. Brezzy gets the read. Seattle Surge get their first round.
Just throwing shots, see what lands. You don't know unless you try. Abuza was right there, of course, longer to likely tally the kill if needed, but a really cool look that, yep, sometimes these walls do feel like they're fully made out of paper mache. Quick header for Seattle, trying to play up top towards the helicopter. Vehicle, I don't know if he got a look at it or not, but yeah, it looks like that was the case. Mutual information. Other side of the map, Metals finds the bomb carrier of Hook, so first blood once again goes the way of Miami in an early 4v3.
And now you just gotta stay strong on your defensive setup. Don't know if they're gonna gain that info that Hook was the bomb carrier. So Seattle Surge now have to work for that objective. But teamwork out of Miami gonna isolate 0-4 through the left side of the street. Yeah. Instant 4v2.
Yeah, there's just not much you can do from that position. Real sneaks through, and there's, yep, absolutely nothing Seattle can do. I mean, they haven't even had a look on a bomb site yet. And so even though we're locked in a pretty tight affair, you can definitely feel the defensive trends for Miami are a problem right now for Seattle in every form of it.
And a majority of them has been, we're getting first blood. And then you're forced to try to even up the numbers, make someone chow something that they really don't want to. And with Miami having that man-up advantage, you're just using teamwork to isolate these players from Seattle Surge. It's just great stuff for Miami. Now 3-1 in the first blood column. It wasn't really the story in map number 2 because how fast the trades went down, but on a map like High Rise where that kill can be felt, Miami are taking full advantage of it.
Absolutely. So now Seattle really have to come back with a convincing defense of their own, but wow. Real is not just through. He is playing as a defender right
first
now.
Blood?
All over the place. Stun grenade kill, vehicle finds an elimination, and this route from Real, honestly speaking, there's like a world where he maybe even doesn't want to fully show his position because I'm sure Seattle's like, wait a second, there's someone in our spawn? How has this happened? And yeah, Seattle's defense crumble this time. And Miami should be good for a fourth unless on 0-4 can pull off some miracles. And no, not going to happen. 4-1 upper Miami.
Yeah, 4 first bloods again, this time with the stun grenade. I would really love to see a replay on that because that player had to be one shot when Lucky invests that concussion over the top. But Real playing with the utmost confidence, takes a lot of ground over to that A site. Basically gives the comm that they have to be stacking again over towards B Street. And before he's even able to work that deep pinch, his team is able to take down a couple. And you put 0-4 in the 1v3, just simply stands no chance. Miami looking fantastic on High Rise.
And now it's just closing out the map. You know, we've seen this Miami team go up early and search and destroys and then have to all of a sudden survive through a round 10, round 11 affair. And how about this? Different look for Seattle, but it's read by Real deep across the map. Miami can now rotate over to deal with this A hit, and it's a lot of nades tossed their direction that push Seattle off the site.
And Hook with that smoke grenade is trying to be the decoy to at least keep them looking over towards that bomb, but crossfires are going to be set up for Miami. The call has been, they have hit the rotation to try to take over towards B point again. And now I'm really curious to see how many attacks both teams have because everything was thrown over towards blue.
Well, and the thing about it for Seattle is they still don't have enough ground to even approach either of these two bomb sites. So you're absolutely right. There's not much to shrug off this defense unless they can catch an angle or catch some timing, and maybe they do hear from Hook. Real trying to slip through. The hunt is on, but Real stayed alive for an eternity. Hook still trying to chase out the elimination, and while this is all happening, Miami's finding kills up top. So a 3v2 situation. Vehicle off the regen, able to scout out Abuza, who has to give up this position towards blue, and now you look to Hook. He's got to make something happen as Miami are trying to isolate onto Abuza, and it gets to a 1v2.
And now 1v2, Hook is going to work this bomb plan over towards A. That's the second, might come back to cost them, but instantly, as soon as that bomb goes down, Miami are going to get a read on where he went.
Oh, and perfectly predicted. I don't know if Vehicle coming out of blue saw him in the last couple of the steps up the heli stairs, but it was read perfectly, dealt with even better. and now Miami find themselves on series point in the blink of an eye. I mean, this has been a very fast high-rise search and destroy.
They were simply outclassing them. That's another first blood in favor of Miami. That's now 5-1. What's the score? 5-1. Miami are taking full advantage of every time they find that first kill, trading effectively on the left side of the map. Even with Hook finding that 1-on-1 versus Real on the lower end, it got nothing done because Miami on the left side, they are just trading more effectively. And now they find themselves at game point on their attacking side, which they definitely prefer. Seattle Surge, you got to try to figure it out. Rally a couple rounds together.
It just, again, nothing has looked particularly comfortable for Seattle to this point. I mean, you've got to combine 2 in 10 from 04 and Abuza. Not often you see that. Lucky on 6, cruise missile earned, immediately called. And with Vico playing over towards Propane, he will jump right into the B site. It should be a free plant here. Let's see how Lucky maneuvers this cruise, tries to get it to the mid windows. Not able to connect with anybody, but the bomb is planted and Miami are out of there 4v4.
And Seattle are the #1 retaking team currently in this stage on this map. So now they have to show it to stay alive.
Yeah.
As time is starting to tick down, and all of Miami, they have backed away from the site. So Seattle Surge are going to waste a lot of time trying to locate where these players are. Someone's eventually got to stick the defuse.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is they're trying to play for the kills because you have to, but the problem there is no one can get even tight towards the bomb. And Miami, I mean, dominate. A little shimmy, a little dance from Real there at the end. 2 wins on the qualifiers, and more importantly, it puts Miami right back into the conversation for playoff things at the end of the season, because the gap is like 15 points.
Yeah.
And you can leapfrog 2 to 4 different teams. So a huge win for Miami overall, not just in this qualifier, but on the season. And I think just overall, they had a winnable map on 6-star Hardpoint, a winnable map on 6-star Search. I mean, this whole series looked, I think, just generally very positive for Miami.
Oh, yeah. Miami played lights out. We're talking about players who were sitting at an overall 0.85 KD on the stage. Meadow and Vico turned that around off map #1. Lucky was really consistent for this team. The only player that was sitting at a 0.87 in control was Real. But I'm pretty sure he drops like 23 or 25 and 10 or something like that on a 10 streak in the control. And that was a deciding factor because Miami, they were sitting at 7 straight losses in that control mode. Yep. They only won 4 out of the 25 rounds they have played completely in game #3. But they closed that one out in 4. Then you get all the way to the game 5, which is your bread and butter high-rise search and destroy. You find 5 first bloods, and even in that final run with them not finding that first blood, that cruise missile gets just enough done for them to work that objective plan, know exactly where the setup from Seattle Surge was going to be on the retake, and they make that look so damn easy in that game 5.
So now there's like a bunch of questions in terms of like, how do you even rank the teams going into Major 3? It's still a weekend to play, sure, but this changes things a lot after Seattle had put together a couple of great weekends. A loss here to a Miami team that had been struggling all of a sudden throws things up in the air as we head back to the desk to break things down and set us up for our second series.
Wow, I was just looking through the numbers, and I didn't even believe my pick when I made it. Miami Heretics get it done in a game 5 against Seattle Surge, and honestly, Lucky shut down 04 the way 04 shut down Attached. It was kind of fun to watch the ARs in this matchup, but let's focus in on the Heretics. How did Miami pull off the upset today, Allie?
I mean, it was just like inconsistency bias that we were talking about earlier. You know, you never know what version of Miami you're going to get. Today, we got a very high caliber, high slaying Miami. On the side of Lucky, continuation of what we've already seen for Major 3 qualifiers. We just saw the step up from Metals and Vehicle during this series. I mean, that opening sub base, Seattle Surge, they have been killing it when it comes to the hard point. We haven't seen them play a sub base in a hot minute. Miami gets it slipped by in the vetoes, and they just absolutely take over. Over 30 plus kills on top of Seattle Surge to be able to get that W, and then they break their control losing spree on a Karachi by winning an offense. It was heroics at the end of that round #4, excuse me. Just great stuff from the Miami Heretics.
Ben, you called a 3-1 for Seattle. Where did they fall short? Where did you expect them to excel today where they didn't?
I mean, I thought the teamwork was really poor from Seattle today. The control in particular, that final round, I thought once they got those 3 or 4 kills and pushed out, they couldn't find the last guy. Guy ended up pushing out Bus and getting the kills, and that was that. I thought for Seattle, you know, it's good value to go back, watch up, and clean a few things. But if you play sloppy teamwork like that, you're going to catch Miami on a good day. That's how they're going to get a series win on the board.
That's only Seattle's second loss. Remember, the first one came to Texas. They are 3-2, and with Miami's win, you heard Shift and Study say it, it's about to get weird. We have a whole bunch of teams all stacked up at 2-3. Today, though, the heretic that earns your play of the game honors, it's Lucky. His spree and control game 3 gave this squad the swing.
Again, it was just a lot of the slaying. We haven't seen this from Miami Heretics in a hot minute, and they were extremely comfortable to take up these matchups and these gunfights against Seattle Surge the entirety of this map.
Lucky goes on to drop 20+. You can see him 22-8 at that point in the game. The AR continues to drop 1,500 damage in a game 5, and hopefully is going to be our man in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Ben J. Big shocker for the chat. A lot of people are now piping up down there in Florida. Should they stay this confident going into Toronto in 2 weeks?
I don't know. I mean, this is the Miami we've seen. They get weird. Remember when they beat Optic like stage 1? Like, they get weird series wins. I would love to know from the Miami camp, and maybe we'll find on the passes if they've worked on some of the consistency issues they've had, but I'm still feeling like they're going to be kind of up and down and probably getting like maybe top 8 at the major. I mean, what do you think, Ellie?
Yeah, like a roller coaster.
Let's hold on that for now. I'm told by the producer we have him live. Vikal, welcome back to our Monster Winner Spotlight. And Vikal, I love chatting with you because you keep it a buck. There is no hiding anything with you. So can we just start? How have the games been in practice compared to what we've seen previous to this matchup today?
Practice is going really well. I've always told you guys when our practice hasn't been going as good, but I feel like our practice is going really well, to be honest. Of course, when we play the top 4 teams, we're always playing them close, and to be honest, I feel like we're just not being as consistent against the teams we should be beating.
Okay.
We're always losing 3-2, I feel like, even last major with Eric. And this major against LAT, so we just have to close those series up.
Vikal, I want you to instill some hope, not only in us here on the desk, but also in your fans of like, what have you guys have identified as the problem, and what are you doing to kind of work towards it as we head closer to major number 3?
I feel like the problem is myself and a bit Metals, We changed roles going into this major, and I feel like it's taken a bit longer than we expected to get used to match pace. Metals has been stepping up recently, so props to him, but I need to step it up a bit more. I feel like last year I ended the year with really strong performances as a submachine gun, so I just need to get back to that form.
Thank you so much.
And help out my team.
I didn't know that you switched roles. Thank you for that insight.
Vikal, I want to talk a little bit about the control. I know you guys have been kind of up and down in the game mode. Any specific work you put in the last week or so to improve there, or just played the Karachi well, especially on the offenses?
To be honest, we have this dilemma every day. I feel like our series aren't being as consistent, and we're not closing out maps or series against good teams because we can't win a control. But thank God we won one today. We're just trying to get 2 down to the nail to be able to play them comfortably in matches. So we're just like trying out different maps in different matches and trying to iron out those 2 towards the major.
Vic, last question for you guys. When you are spawning on that side of the map, who takes the Ben J route on Karachi?
I mean, it definitely has to be me. I love Ben J. I love Ben J. I'm a big fan. We like talking about football together. Yep. So yeah, big fan of Ben J. I'll be the one taking the route.
We got a happy family all here together on screen. Take a screenshot, Mama. We love it. Thank you, Vic, for joining us.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
I want to say something. Something in Spanish. It's Mother's Day today, so in Spain. So feliz Día de la Madre a todas las madres. Os queremos. Muchas gracias por apoyarnos, sobre todo a mi madre. Te quiero mucho y espero verte en Toronto pronto.
Call your mothers.
Happy Mother's Day.
And maybe he will too. Thank you so much, Crim6. That is Vikal. That is your Monster Winner Spotlight. We got 2 more matches to go. Vic, we'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
I felt instant panic when he said it was Mother's Day. I was like, I didn't get my wife
Yeah, no, I was
anything.
so nervous. I was like, no, it's not. Don't. They said in Spain.
Just in Europe
Next
for
week
now.
for us. Next week for us. You're
Good heads up, though, chat. Take note and get your Amazon orders in right now. For us here at the desk, we got to get ready for the next battle when we return. Toronto takes on the Purple People Eaters from Minnesota. Can the Røkkr take it to another Game 5? I think so.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the fourth matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ, we're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like let's.
Steals the record for most kills dropped in a single match. It's 115, and it's Gwyn.
On the collapse, he gets the angle, he gets the kill. His series continues. Gwyn's here. Yeah, this is his place. A double headshot, 7 in a row. He is taking over. Maybe just trying to end the Rookie of the Year conversation. Just put himself back in front with just a dominant performance here. Time to go. TJ gonna drop. One has fallen. Second will drop as well. They collapse. Oh, on Gwyn! Of course it's on Gwyn! One player left. Hunts it, finds it. Gwyn seals the deal with a record-setting series for Gwyn. Gwyn is different.
Yeah, we are. Oh, they're just gonna hold them.
I flanked them. I flanked them. I flanked them.
They're on flank.
I got him. I got him. Oh my God!
We're going in. We're going in.
Shotzi, when he's in his bag, bro, it is so fun to watch. Like, there is a rhythm and a rhyme to his gameplay, and it's a blast. And well, he's gonna call it a cruise right away. Flies on down, hits the speed boost.
He may be the most entertaining player in the CDL, and he's dropping some of the biggest numbers.
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into this B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, it finds 3! Eli with the snapper.
Oh, the shots from Cutlass are perfect!
I feel the power flowing, the flashing lights are glowing. I keep a steady focus, this is my glory moment. We running rubber on the road, if you hadn't noticed. No, they ain't ready for the smoke, gonna let them know. I love
when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safest place. I'll take a check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Javinci, my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint event is spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Welcome back. It's Ben J's favorite day. It's the day we bring him into the office and play with him. Hey, Ben, how are you?
Hello, Chris. How you doing today,
I'm having
brother?
a great time, and we're about to have a better time because our second match is loaded up. Allie, don't get weird on me now. We got Minnesota taking on Toronto, and what's that face for?
I don't know if you realize what you just said, Chris, just like you asked me yesterday. But anyway, Toronto Ultra doesn't know what they're doing in Search and Destroy. They have been on the struggle bus with this game mode since the downfall of the Major 2 qualifiers. And it's really been on their attacking side of things. They are 7-12 on attack, 5-14 on the opening duel win rate. So it's probably going to be my biggest focus today in this series is to see how Toronto Ultra has looked to improve. But on the flip side, they are coming off a win versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. So maybe some confidence boosting. This is still a top team, and they're heading into their home major.
All right, Ben, if I'm picking one of these guys to guarantee me green, big positive numbers in the KD, who's dropping the biggest?
My arch nemesis, Scrap. Nah. But all talking though, even when Inside and Outboy and Kleenex have struggled at parts during this season, Scrap's been there, so I think he's going to slay well as he got the vetoes on the screen. I don't think really any surprises there. You guys see any surprises?
We got a double 6-star, which I like to see, and a high-rise game 3 could be a pivotal matchup here for Minnesota. Allie, you got the stats in front of you. Who has the edge?
6 in Hardpoint, and they've attempted to play every one of them, so yeah, my bad.
Starting with Ben J, it's your Scuff Pick'ems. Ben is currently 0 for 1 on the show. Continue, Ben. What do you got for me?
I got the Toronto Ultra today, 3-0.
3-0?
Yeah.
Is that a red carpet for Minnesota?
Absolutely.
Red carpet means all negative, by the way. Just learned that from Ben. What do you got?
Toronto Ultra, for sure.
Toronto Ultra, 3-0?
3-1.
Okay.
Toronto Ultra, 3-0. Fans?
Sure. You're just copying.
All the Toronto Ultra, and for this match, we got Miles and Chance. Gentlemen, happy 6th day, whatever that is, in the Sith Lord stuff you guys talk about.
Happy Revenge of the Sith, Miles.
Yeah.
It's the 5th. What are you talking about 6? So what are you on, Bucket? My God, what a great day for Call of Duty. I'm just recovering for a fantastic May the 4th. I went and saw The Phantom Menace in theaters, and it was honestly awful, but a great time. Like we're about to have in this series, Chance, we've got ourselves 2 purple teams going head-to-head. Let's rock and roll into this one, mate. Røkkr, up and down as much as you like. Toronto Ultra still a top 4 team.
Without question, absolutely. And I know Toronto Ultra, like coming into the stage, they had some questions to answer. Envoy, are you going to keep dropping the 0.5s in Hardpoint? It is no longer. He's starting to get the flow. His respawn game is back to where it used to be, and maybe another team that he can take advantage of. The respawn certainly not going well for Minnesota. I know Minnesota is one of those teams that they've had a very difficult draw sort of in the, the teams that they're having to play against in the stage, but that does mean, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and, well, Toronto certainly in that conversation. So Røkkr, got to turn that respawn game around. Kleenex, though, not going to let that happen. Instant first blood.
Hey, no one's even getting close to the point. Kleenex is at the door. Stanley dies on the balcony. There is no way Røkkr are getting closer to this point. Ultra moved in fast. They put up the fortifications, and now nothing but constant violence. As they get onto the point, Røkkr get a couple, and it's Lamar with 2. Stanley gets in there as well. Nice job there. What a break out of the boys of Røkkr.
Yep, love the vet play too from Accuracy as you have Linz trying to catch the timing, find the pinch. He's not going to be able to get through, but you have Minnesota Røkkr get bullied on the opening break. Accuracy doesn't flood into death. He takes his time and waits for the chow. You want to show off the teamwork, and of course, that's exactly what Toronto does as a response. It is just bullying back and forth to attempt to get that scrap time on P1 that honestly, Ultra are going to have to fight for because they have officially lost the rotation towards new. A couple of key gunfights being won as Stanley goes on a 3 spree. Gunless might fall, but the hill's gonna pop in Accuracy. He's in his home.
Wait, well and truly. Cozy, bang, takes care of Kleenex.
Arlo's on next. Linz can't get any more out of it, but that's going to mean Gunner steps up to the plate immediately. Beautiful holds so far out of Røkkr. You lose a bit of time. Scraps here. Kleenex on the other side of the vent. It's a perfect pinch. A nice snap from Big P. Not enough for the kill. A little bit of damage. Will it be able to soften up the Toronto break here and allow Røkkr to get back in there? The answer, no. Scrap from spawn, straight into action. And that is going to be that. This should be a solid hold out of Ultra. Back in it.
This is just tough. I mean, no trophies on either side, and well, Ultra have managed to sort of flip the spawn, so they're going to be able to rotate towards new. You see Scrap spawns up, instant recognition on the old time, though. Again, because of no trophies, Kleenex might be able to clean up a single kill, but Røkkr still there for the Scrap. Going to have a little bit of a lead going into new, but I know Ultra is certainly one of the teams. P3 hasn't become the money hill I was expecting, but I think Toronto might be a team that can lock it down for a good chunk of time. Røkkr setting up the hit, 3 players through white.
3, 2, 1, hit it. Envoy trying to hold them back. Here they come. Big wins. Gunner finds his. Insight can only get 1, but you've softened up the attackers enough for Kleenex, who should be able to stay alive. Nice moves onto accuracy. Can he get a second? Tobias Jule Johnson on the contest, cleans up another, buying time for his boys, but they're a bit further away. Oh, it's an insight with a stick. I think a trophy saved that player as well, so Ultra non-stop, but another great break from Røkkr chance.
Yeah, no, not a money hill at all. I mean, that was what, 3 players through white? Like every single player on Ultra got their 1 kill as well, but the trades were just too efficient, so Røkkr able to bully it out, and if Toronto cannot take the time to set up a triple hit through white, well, then it becomes a very difficult hill to break. Is now on rotation. Røkkr, I mean, Gunless has found the route towards new, accuracy in between it, so the mid ARs right now coming in through Røkkr. Opportunity to make a play. Envoy just better gunny with the rival, and Envoy can count to 4, feels the pressure on the flank. He knows accuracy is nearby.
Nice hits from accuracy. There's the peel Scrap off the top side of the statue. That's not to get the AR out of play. An opening now to get forward if you're Røkkr. Minnesota on a move now. Stanley finds 4 in a row. The rest of the team, they're lagging behind a little bit. See if they can't catch a couple of kills on the way forward. Accuracy playing it safe and steady. Here comes Stanley on the flank as well. The pinch is in, but Røkkr have been cut to pieces. Stanley, last man up. Can he get streaks? No. They didn't get the hard point either, so it's a big win from Ultra.
Yeah, it's beautiful from Toronto. Everything you want them to do, they do it right. Keep track of the flanks, making sure they're keeping track of names as well. And any pressure that comes through, they had a tight enough setup to be able to deliver. So the teamwork of Toronto continues to allow them to thrive as they just now take the lead. And Insight, indestructible door, and that's a 5 spree as well. Unfortunate, might get overwhelmed for the final 10 seconds, but Ultra happy to trade that away if that means they can get the new time. Scrap already has that entry kill.
Here we go. Toronto Ultra in towards the pool. They are the white arrows on the minimap. Røkkr dressed in purple, and you'll see those skulls too. They're down and out. Scraps on the soak. Trophy doesn't quite work out. He gets another shot at it. That one does land. Here comes the hit though from Røkkr. How many can he get? He can get 1. His teammates are finding the others though. Trades 2-2 either side. Mid-map blown wide open. Here comes the contest. Down you go. Can he catch this player out? Yes, he does. Gunless. There's always a bigger fish though. Any news is they're on spawn.
Yeah, Scuba Scrap showing off the good old moves, and this is just efficient work. This is the same angle we saw Flames take, so you can watch 2 of your own cuts, and if anybody hits the water, well, you take a dip in the pool. Good teamwork as well. Scrap trading out someone that's 1 shot, but Gunless gets his revenge. Holding the breath as well, so efficient. Big P, his lungs, they're insane.
Absolutely huge. He's got a, what's that focus perk on that gives you the big lungs from older CODs. Slight lead here from Ultra, but a great contest. Not going to let anyone from Røkkr get back into this. His Insight on the hunt. Difficult to deal with, but finally brings him down. Back over to P when we go. Back over to the bar, and already clean 4 down in the feed there for Toronto Ultra. That should be a sweet set of time, and a couple of sprees developing as well.
That Envoy recently old enough to drink, so he's going to enjoy his time around P1. His Insight, well, living by the pool. I mean, this is a pretty long life for him as well, so he is just a nuisance, and as he dies, he's got the help from Scrap, who trades out the kill, and then Scrap turns his attention to the time, picks up another, and Linz will be the last man standing from Røkkr. But frankly, nothing you can do. Insight off spawn, able to cover his teammates back, and this has been a perfect P1. You win the rotation, you slam the door shut, and frankly, Røkkr struggling to get kills. This is everybody on Ultra currently on a kill streak.
That's wicked stuff from them. You say it and Kleenex drops, but that's fine. You've still got potential for a couple of streaks here. A cruise in the hands of any of these Ultra boys would be ideal. Sneaky Scrap creeps forward. He's got himself into the point towards new. Doesn't deal with Gunless, who Big P might be able to get involved here. Envoy's on the move as well. Trying to set up for a few more. Gunless picks him out of the point. Nice work there in the teamwork. Could be 3 down, but Insight looking to make it his. No, can't get it done. Røkkr, once again, a solid break, and they need the time to get back in this.
Yeah, it was a small moment where Ultra seemed like they were just looking a little bit lost, but off spawn, Røkkr, well, I haven't read it just yet, playing from the kills, and it might just be awkward timing the whole way through, or maybe pays off for Linz, tries to have accuracy covering his back, but Scrap just gonna pick up 3. Linz gets no help and overwhelmed, and Scrap dominant in that moment, able to read the split spawns as well. Maybe a moment of panic for him, but this is a moment from Ultra. I mean, they're winning the Scrap time battle as well, potentially. Standy might be able to take that away, but Ultra, a sizable lead going in towards New. I mean, one good break, Miles, and they might just have the game.
They might have game. Well, let's see if they sound like they're about to win this one on the next point with a quick listen in with Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I think.
Play breaker.
More statue. Yep. I'll see it, bro. You have to back up.
The statue, you said, yeah?
Lane mid. Dead. Nice. I'm absolute, bro. He's
Walk
gonna be
up
deep left. Just trade me, okay? He's deep left.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Watch out.
Jimmy can kill. Just wait.
No one touch. Oh, wait, check it.
Nice. I spawned in. Front hop.
Look my deep shot.
Only 1, 2 times.
One shot at a time. Front door.
Close hit. Alright, one bar. On top of the bar.
Can they spawn up P2, by the way?
Literally standing on top of the bar.
On the back of the Jimmy. Hey, what steps?
Waiting, bro. He's close bar.
Land down close circle.
Close bar.
Circle absent.
Dead. One more front hop.
Yeah, on the bar.
Dead.
Let's see Eli. Pinch.
Front hop.
Help.
One shot, bro. He's still up. Top there.
Hey, what's that push?
Top of it. I'm naded. All front. I think maybe all front. Get all this time, bro.
On top. Sorry, help.
I'm down hop. Nice. Stay alive. Lens just there.
Footsteps. Weak. Come on.
I have help. Lens could be close. I rode. All good. Play break. Okay. Yeah.
We should play the back.
I'm down.
Yeah. I'll still play long.
Yeah, one would have spawned in.
Gotta be with you. Stun me in blue.
Yeah, blue.
Stun here.
Don't know, guys. Could be killed. Wait up, bro.
What's the statue, man?
Yo,
Ben, still.
Where'd he go?
He went to the back.
Okay, I'm a pinch around left. Gonna be deep fire mid.
Statue, man.
Nice. I'm playing front. Yo, front right.
Wait for you guys.
Front right. Lamar deep, hear me?
Front right, weak.
Stun. Yeah, one hitting office, bro. I'm
He's in low.
office.
Got
Spawn behind you guys. One
Eli's
office.
low.
I'm back up.
Low right, one
There, bro.
statue. Statue weak, one's in time. Top office in the window.
Dead one. Pushed out statue.
Yeah, I looked at statue.
Statue weak. Or
One hit time.
weak. Only one time. He's going office quick. Or gold. Office or gold. Just
Go
hold
office right now.
Go top. It's an AR.
Office, go stairs weak. He's still stairs. Hard.
Got one gold.
Stairs.
One top office.
Gold again. Gold again. Another one. Alright, low right.
Top office.
Low right, one top office.
Dead. Top office. Last back.
I mean, if I'm winning gunfights like that, I'd be hitting the dead. I'd be doing the beans. But no, these boys, absolute composure, full control, and Ultra now looking at the win.
It's just ordinary form, you know? You don't got to get too excited if that is just another day in the office. CleanX 27 kills, Scrap there right behind him at 26. So the main slayers on the squad have been doing their job and then some. There's more trades from Scrap and maybe a clean 4 down. Linz will be that last man standing, but Scuba Scrap back at it again. A couple pistol fights in the pool, and I mean, Toronto, they'll be good to go.
Trunks and 9 mils. Ah, man, it's so annoying.
Horrible shots. Can't hit anything.
It's so annoying. You got to lead them up a little bit. You got to look out for that sort of drop. He did the best he could. Depth charge now from Insight is going to land, cause a bit of damage, checks all the usual spots. That's going to be actually taken care of. The second man done. Insight making a big splash here on the hard point. That could be game. One more player to contend with. Oh, it's another water battle for the ring. It's game, but no, another one. Come on, Insight, win the fight. Let me call the match. It's Lamar. And it's done. It's done. Throw in the towel because they're all soaking wet after the swim. Ultra take map 1.
Yeah, with some of the silliest gunfights that simply do not make sense in and around the pool. I don't know how Scrap was missing the pistol shots earlier. I don't know how accuracy wasn't hitting Insight towards the end. I'm guessing the red dot or whatever color dot was going to be right on him, but either way, Toronto making amends for their previous loss on 6-star. It is the 6 on 6-star. Maybe that's where they power up on the new map, but I mean, efficient work through and through. When we turn to look at the box score on the stats again, Scrap absolutely frying the entire time, and CleanX right behind them. I mean, that's what, 50 damage or 60 maybe damage between the pair. So they were having a little bit of a kill race, excuse me, on that map as Ultra just taking care of business.
Taking care of business indeed. Standy seemed to take that one quite personally. He had a very strong performance to start things off, but not quite enough to keep up with the boys from the north. GG's, there we go. 6-star complete. 250 to 181. If you just joined us, it's only the first map in the series. We've got a little bit more Call of Duty to play, boys and girls. We touched upon this in the break chance, but, well, not in the break, but listening. CleanX has got some really, really nice approaches to hardpoints these days, whether it's Karachi on the P2. He belly crawls his way into off-angle positions where the other players are never looking. And I find it just such a cool way for him to get creative on the approach to hardpoints to find those entry kills. You don't have to slide, you know, cancel, jump, chow, whatever. He finds these little opportunities. And it's just another great example of CleanX being an absolutely outstanding world-class player that, frankly, brings a tear to these old eyes.
And again, the willingness to play the game, even in a different style, is something that can go a long way. Because as you can see, CleanX does have the gunny. But when a player like that wants to do just a little bit extra, it obviously goes such a long way. So CleanX, a player that has certainly flirted at different times with being the best player in the game. So when he's on point, an absolute monster. And I know I mentioned sort of Envoy having the hard point struggles previously on like the lead up to the stage. Well, he's broken that mold, and Insight, by the looks of it, has done the exact same thing. I know he was on the struggle bus as well. So the main AR of Insight also popped off, ends the game on a 5 spree, 26 kills as well. So he was right there with them. So Ultra, for the moment in stage 3, they've been answering all the questions, as you can see, able to run with the game on 6-star. I know the bigger question for Toronto, Ali mentioned on the desk, their search and destroy has been a struggle point for the squad. So they've been answering questions left and right in the camp. They've been putting the work in. Invasion S&D, it'll be our first look in a little while to see how far they've come.
It should be a good one. I think, again, Invasion, tried and true. A lot of teams have got great reps on this one. I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy, but we'll find out. I've just realized that's my dog right there.
Adorable.
That's my dog's face right there. We'll see if we can get him on broadcast a little bit later on. He's very chatty, just like my baby. Very excited to see how Invasion goes. Chance, though, tried and true. A lot of teams have had great reps on this map. It's been since the start of MW3. Let's see if Ultra can find the success they had at Major 1, which was, quite frankly, perfect. Since then, it has not been the case. Envoy, though, you're right, has definitely found his footing in Hardpoint. I don't know what setting he changed, but now Bill and Hannon looking absolutely disgusting in the mode, keeping the boys of Ultra certainly afloat, especially towards the end there. And again, Insight, shout out to him towards the pool plays. And at the end of it, it was, what, a 5 spree chance? You called it perfectly. There's nothing but Røkkr bodies and P in that pool, so good on them. Can they find success in search and destroy? Let's find out.
And the funnier part is like their search and destroy hasn't been abysmal. The record subpar, but it's still like decent. They've still been challenging teams and going deep in round count. It is the first bloods though that have been horrifically bad. Like sub 30% on both attacking and defensive rounds is horrific. But again, second overall in conversion. So like the team still is able to execute when they get those man advantages. It just, the luck has not been going their way. Then getting picked apart. Maybe that is partially down to VOD review from other teams sort of adapting to the strategies of Ultra, or Ultra just been, you know, slowing down a bit. There's some explicit words I would normally say in that situations, but either way, just trying to lock it back in.
We are the Monster Energy pregame for Toronto Ultra. Winner bracket dreams, folks. Most likely locked in, but that's not a guarantee. 3rd seed right now, 3-1 record in the 9-5. We'll see if anything changes, because we've got a couple of games still to play. Watch out for the early round woes. Chance you weren't wrong. Opening duel rate, absolutely diabolical. Shocking to see a team of this caliber. Such a glaring weakness in their search and destroy game. Here we go, though. This is just for the the Major 3 qualifiers, though. I mean, prior to this, very, very different. Of course, Major 1, outstanding. But right now, in the build-up to their own Major, see if they can't get a big old dub here in the mode.
And also, for what it's worth, I know we talked about Envoy struggling in Hardpoint. He has been godlike in search and destroy. So definitely a big part of the reason why the team might be struggling in the first blood category. Still having a little bit of success in the game mode. And I know Minnesota Røkkr is certainly a team that has been struggling against the top squads. Ultra looking to do the exact same thing. Is I can only imagine what these players are talking about on Ultra. I assume nothing but in-depth strategy, breaking down Invasion, maybe for the 10th time this year that these guys have played it, and definitely not messing around.
Definitely not messing around. No fidget spinners, no shenanigans. They are a team that do have a very strong, I suppose, you know, teamwork and chemistry outside of the game. Whenever you see them at events, I mean, you, the fans, don't see them, but backstage, there's always a soccer or a football being kicked around. Everyone's always looking to build teamwork and camaraderie in one way or another. With, I don't know, I think I might have seen hacky sacks out and about. These boys definitely doing everything they can to possibly build chemistry in every regard. Røkkr could be doing the same thing right now, but I think there's an air of tension as they're trying to get into this map. Win for them would be ideal. Looking at Standy, this is the last series they played against the LA Thieves, and there's no doubt about it. Standy, an absolute shooter chance. Damage, S&D, you name it, went wild.
Absolutely. And his overall KD and damage from the series, bonkers first in that category. But I know his respawn has been a little bit iffy. He certainly played well in the kills column for map number 1. But his search and destroy, there have been no iffy moments, no questions. He has been incredibly strong throughout the stage, able to rack up quite a few different clutches. And again, I mean, a KD above 2 is always going to be fantastic. So Standy, I mean, it's been the same way for a few years now. Even if the respawn is struggling, which he doesn't always, sometimes he is one of the better players in the respawn game mode as well, but his S&D is always top notch. So definitely got to be on the lookout for him here. And of course, on the first blood front, I know Minnesota, a lot of these stats are with different teams that they've had over the stretch, but still on opening duels, they have been on point. And if that is where Ultra have been struggling as of late, that is simply where you're going to need to capitalize if you're Røkkr, because Ultra, very difficult team to clutch against.
You got some of the coolest comms you heard in the 6-star, and I can only imagine, we can only dream to hear their comms in an S&D. They've got video pieces all about that. Check out their YouTube channel, well worth a view. So far, not a tremendous amount of progress. They are going to punch that hole right through the middle of the map. Nice work from Kleenex there on the dodge. Røkkr on the slow approach. Lovely defensive line here from Ultra. No one's getting through yet. Accuracy finds a way.
Again, first blood, that is the column that has been the difference maker. Scrap a little bit too aggressive, and Envoy not quite able to get the trade. So early advantage towards Røkkr, and you don't want to let them get the bomb down. A nade from Envoy is going to help, and maybe more nades coming in from Kleenex. Players trapped in a corner, and that is just easy for Kleenex. Doesn't have to break a sweat, and Minnesota Røkkr get broken down in round number 1. First blood did not matter.
You're watching the composure there and the clinical approach to where am I going to put this nade? Am I going to be able to maximize the damage input afterwards? Yes, I am. Great work out of Kleenex, slow and steady. A gunless now. He's managed to make him all the way over to the A side of the map. Possibility for a flank here. Will be able to catch our insight. This is not going to be red. Sees Kleenex as well. Oh my, if he goes a little further, no, gunless, he's just so close to you on the right, you're gonna have to melt it, nah! Either way, Ultra get the round.
Yeah, that is unlucky. Didn't check that massive open area towards the middle of the map, just barely off of his screen, and kind of surprised as well. I don't know where you'd be expecting Insight to play. Insight did get aggressive on the bomb site earlier. And if you have Kleenex playing on the tank, I don't think Insight's going to be the player getting cracked out inside a cafe running in circles. So bit of an awkward moment there, but Ultra, again, might have gotten first blooded, still able to clutch up, and Gunless not happy to be left alive in a 1 versus 2. Røkkr, they bit off more than they could chew.
Again, that's one of those things, though, I mean, bringing up with the way Kleenex approaches hardpoints, you're putting yourself into weird positions that don't always get checked. Just goes to show at the pro level, you have to be diligent. You must look underneath every single stone. You might find a pro player with a gun in the corner. Here we go into the next round. Oh boy, the man with the bomb, most likely the man with a plan. Can Linz cut him down?
Oh, we're dropping the bomb too. Fonboy is dropping the bomb around DVD. Maybe he wants to make an aggressive play, or maybe he wants to sit right behind it. Ultra certainly taking their time, waiting for some intel, and I don't know how much they have. I haven't seen too many gunfights being exchanged, but bomb down to DVD. Envoy jumping on the play, jumps straight into Linz. Now Kleenex, well, how do you trade the guy on a tank? Gonna be impossible. You would Standy watching Linz's cross as well, so gotta get out of dodge and reposition. Might be a late B hit, but accuracy, that is his home by that tractor.
Another first blood. Those just taking tags. Don't worry. Sturdy old gal on the back line there. Accuracy still keeping it together. Adds another man advantage here to the boys of Røkkr. Can they find a third on the round? Clean sheet so far. Through the middle of the map we go. Linz, he found the first. Standy's on it as well. Insight now. 1v4. What's going on, Ultra? Are you overthinking it? There's no shortage of skill. But Røkkr find themselves in a strong spot again.
Ironed up on defense, and Linz gives you that first blood without question, the most important gunfight of that round. Envoy wanted to get active and make the play, and I mean, has decent timing on it as well, but Linz bouncing back and forth between checking dark, being on the dumpster, looking towards mid. Timing just ends up working out in his favor. And again, I think Linz did enough work to maybe put in the effort for the second gunfight as well, but even if he had gotten chowed, Standing would have been there for the trades. Røkkr, super solid on defense. Maybe need a little bit of magic on the attack and really figure out where you want to go. definitely going to be playing for picks off the rip.
Kleenex has definitely been called out and spotted, and more than enough trouble. Now, Lins, whoa, you are feeling yourself here on the push forward. Runs out way into enemy territory, not a lot of coverage. Somehow, what in the sugar? Kleenex finds himself the first blood, but it's not the way they wanted it. It's a 3v3.
Not at all. You're trading things out, though, but then Standy able to pop off and win a nice gunfight. And now inside the middle of the map, awkwardness continues. And, well, Envoy in a 1 versus 3. Minnesota Røkkr in a good spot. Only downside is you don't have that bomb. Envoy, I don't know if he has it in his sights necessarily, but the play's going to come to him, and that just does not last. Røkkr able to isolate it and maybe thank that first blood for landing on Scrap's feet. Him and Kleenex, they're going to be having words.
Standy, from his POV, effortless. Perfect form. Finds his 3rd kill of the map so far. Gunner's on a bit of a run too. And again, I was thinking that sort of situation chance, Envoy has been very clutch, very, very strong in S&D. This was when the hardpoint stats were certainly down the drain. He's sort of leveled out now. He's lost his superpower in one of the modes to find, you know, balance in both.
And Ultra, by the looks of it, not going to be doing anything hyper aggressive off the rip, so another little map spread and maybe just a constant ring of gunfire by this tank. Lins really is sort of the focal man on it. Him and Standy playing roughly the same setup they had before, waiting for a child to roll through, so they're watching each other's back, but Ultra there lining up for the B hit and accuracy. Well, gets the timing, has the trophy, so he'll be protected. He wants to take at least one to the grave with them if they're trying to overwhelm.
It's getting damage on multiple players as well, so keep them pinned. Keep them inside this fatal funnel as they approach towards the B-bomb site. There's the coverage from Gunless on the right flank. All of this from Accuracy's POV. He cannot let any more players through, and he doesn't. Standy, the pinch in mid. Huge work. Not enough to get the second, but you are bleeding out. Kleenex finds a big one. Before you know it, it's Big P all alone.
I wasn't expecting Accuracy to start running it down towards the street, but maybe expecting Gunless to clutch the 1v2, gets a freebie on Insight. And Tobias Julianson, the man that he has to go against. In 22 seconds, so Kleenex has to make an active play. And I imagine the second Gunless clears out the B site, goes through Dark, catches the timing, and catches a bullet to the dome. Kleenex shutting him down.
My goodness, what a route as well. I thought he was going to take the A street. Instead, he cuts through mid, and he keeps the perfect eye on Dark. Just opens up every option he had. Nice work out of Kleenex. Levels the KD. Levels the scoreline.
That's unfortunate too. Gunless not really able to make him work for it in that moment. Just gets caught. I don't know what it is about that like small section of the map. Gunless just like a little force field around. Can't quite win the gunfights on players standing in that section.
That was a wonderful bit of back and forth, but also that was a tough one. Gunless was on a 4 spree there. And here we go. Ultra, first blood. And oh my goodness. Scrap gets on the board. It looks like a perfect round. Nearly. Lins, beautiful shots. Man advantage still to Ultra. Can they capitalize?
They're wrapping bad. You're getting spotted on every cross. Kleenex has the information from the fire car. The 2 players just crossed the right, so Insight gets to post himself in the back. And if you're Standy, you're never prepared for that gunfight, but Ultra working with all of the information in the world and Insight, well, you just made sure you trapped Lins in a corner. You are in the deepest section of the map. And that is not a fun place to have your last player fall. Ultra suffocate them in that round. Squaring up downrange, Scrap doesn't care. Kleenex, he'll rip ahead as well. Minnesota Røkkr do quite literally get bullied in that round.
It's such a good moment. Again, at the pro level, it's not going to happen in rank, but at the pro level, when you know that he's back gas, he's in that exact spot. There's a singular place in the map that he can be. He's got very few options to run to. And Ultra swarm all over it. That is what it's about. Suffocating the opponent. Taking the lead here in the search and destroy. See what they got on O.
It really does make you feel very uncomfortable when you try to play. Just like Lins having to wait to heal up before he can slide across. So got to be careful on the timings. The nades coordinated from Toronto, but not enough to find a kill. Clearly going to be an A hit though, and this is the first time where Lins has paid more attention to B Street than actually be on the tank. So A, weirdly open or maybe weirdly closed. Explosive cars and death, name a better duo. Looking like a round for Røkkr.
Sublime work from Røkkr here. Everything fell into their lap. Insight has now got to claw his way into the clutch. quarter of his way through it so far. And his position has not been swarmed or assaulted so quickly by the Røkkr lineup just yet. They are holding it together. Has he been spotted? That's a maybe, baby. Lovely shots out of Jamie Craven. Good luck, have fun. Stanley's got a sweet spot. Nice shots! Not able to get the kill. And Røkkr surrounding him, but still not going for it, Chance.
No, I do love watching Insight in the clutch moments, though, because you can see he's actually reading every single player's position. So the idea is there. Doesn't mean the position's going to be easy. You might know someone's on the tank, but still an insanely difficult gunfight to win. And Standy shutting that door. And maybe motive for Toronto. Like, the play call is actually perfect. The first time Lins doesn't play on the mid tank and there's a little bit less pressure towards the A site is exactly when Ultra start to move in. Just unfortunate for them. No trophy and, well, explosions. They do a lot of damage.
First bloods this time. One of them, a capitalized victory there on defense there for Ultra, round 5. Good luck to them keeping it going, because the first bloods, Chance, they're not amounting to a whole lot in the qualifying run here. It's so tough for them to make anything of it. They get traded out very, very quickly. We'll see if this happens again. Lins and the boys of Røkkr are pushing pace here towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's been the case for both teams getting the first bloods, but still struggling. So awkwardness on both sides, but Invasion can be a defensive-sided map as well. Ultra stacking up B Street. Scrap looking over. You got Envoy in position, so Røkkr might want to reposition and go towards A. That's going to be the case. You do have Insight waiting in the wings, but so is Envoy. Accuracy falling for the first blood.
I mean, the little roundabout there, actually trying to bait the players that he's run. No, he hasn't. He turns it. Envoy, though, too fast this time. Saw the look in a different round before, but now Standy pinned, watching his own back. Ah, you had the right idea, Standy. No, Envoy finds himself another. Lin's now on the flank. Beautiful work from this angle. He's going to be able to cut those players off, keep the A-bomb site as safe as he can. It's he and Gunless in the 2v3.
And Lin's with bomb as well, has to wrap all the way back. And Gunless, great damage and great picks. So you got a 2v2. Problem is, no time on the clock. And Scrap, Gunny 2 clean. Lin's going to have to plan it a 1 versus 2. And CleanX is just going to watch him do it. And you already see Scrap hunting in for the kill for Lins. There's nothing you can do. The teamwork is just too good. It's a hell of a try, but Ultra, they're not going to let that slip.
I mean, I appreciate the effort from Lins, trying to bait out the plan and then perfectly timing the shots onto Scrap, who got completely shredded. CleanX, though, from that back tank. The insurance policy every step of the way. That is the power position on this map.
And now you've got Rancid comms coming in through Scrap. He's getting active, so maybe an aggressive play call coming in from Toronto. They have not been opposed to running it down in the past, and maybe want to go for something aggressive here, or maybe the exact same strat. They just wanted to say it with a little bit of extra spice.
Slammed Lins. What a first blood. The old hop, skip, and a crap. Scrap doing what he can. 6 left in the mag. Watch out for the hit now from Dark. That's where Envoy is to keep these players at bay. They've got to recover the bomb as well. An early death from CleanX puts you at a tremendous disadvantage here, Ultra.
They're just hoping maybe someone makes a mistake, or maybe try to isolate accuracy if you can. But you see Gunless is already repositioned to look over accuracy. So everybody grouped up together, ready for the trades. Nice little creddy spot being played by Standy. Him and Lin's just going to be prepared for each other's trades. And a creddy spot for a reason. You don't always check it. Ta-da! There's one trade, and the trades ring out. Still man advantage Røkkr.
Envoy makes it 2v2. The man advantage doesn't last a minute. 30 seconds to go on the clock. Røkkr now on the quick scramble. On the search. Here comes the destroy. Envoy backed up. Bomb plant over by A, though. Sneaky, sneaky Insight. Pulls the attention of these players. Gunless now trying to fight forward.
And you know the other guy's on bomb, so that's where accuracy is getting that intel. So eyes on 2. You see they're worried about the Envoy pinch, so you've lost track of 1 player. Got to be concerned about the playmaker and accuracy. Difficult spots to check, and Envoy gonna hunt him down. At least you get a trade. You got a 1v1 Insight versus Gunless. They're both by bomb.
Big P. For the bomb check, gets the kill as well. The equalizer. As Gunless plays it well. I really thought Insight, he heard something. He made the hit at the right time. 9 seconds to spare on the game clock there as well. Tremendous composure from Gunless. He has been around the block many, many times. That's not a problem for Big P whatsoever.
Inside had the drop on him too, trying to slide out. Just gets gunned though. Gunless, good reads as well. Center right on the door, ready for the play. So Gunless, big brain in that moment, and that is an important moment for the clutch because Røkkr had the man advantage. Linz just overchows through dark and falls. And things got a little bit dicey, but a bailout moment to be sure. And again, good teamwork. Gunless is certainly having himself a decent map. 9-4 for the moment. As Røkkr gonna be having to deal with the cafe pressure inside and CleanX. Aggressive, but gonna get punished. But look at the trades. Standy and Linz working together. Another opportunity. Røkkr, man advantage. 3v2. Can he get it done?
Ruzele, Linz, what a lethal player he has been in these first bloods. Pass plan, get it down. Ultra now scrambling to try to get forward. They've got accuracy behind them, and that could be an issue. Will they be able to get away? They do. In time. Oh, Linz can't win the fight against Scrap. Pressure now towards the bomb site. Gunless lets it rip. Can't get the kills. All down to accuracy. He knows full well where they are as well. Checking it. Wins the first. Hyper aggression from Scrap. Will it pay off? It does! He's got plenty of time to make the run towards the bomb as well. He plays the man advantage. He plays the hit point advantage. Map point.
Dude, that was a good play from accuracy too. I think he might have been the guy that sort of let him through on the flank, and Ultra getting aggressive, making sure you get those trades with Scrap and Envoy flying together through Cafe. And then Scrap does spot accuracy on the tank. He was cooking a nade and sending Envoy in for the kill. But accuracy, maybe uncharacteristic to the expectation, simply runs it Envoy and catches him mid-sprint. And then Scrap knows the only way to get it done is fly and be aggressive. That is a hell of a gunfight win, and accuracy, unfortunately, never quite was able to heal up. So aggression there from Ultra, absolutely key.
Yeah, superb round from both the players. Speaking of aggression, it's aggression towards the open side of the map, the A-bomb site in the 2-2. That's where the bombs already managed to get in there, and they've got eyes on the full mid. Nobody home just yet. Standy, though, oh dear. The alarm bells are ringing. The bad news, though, is Ultra have been cut to pieces. All down to CleanX. This is an impossible situation. Ring the gong, boys. We're going straight to around 11. Or wait, are we? Yes, we are. My goodness, CleanX. Make it exciting, why don't you? Here we go.
CleanX was in hell at the end of that round. That is so tough. Every nade attack being expended upon him. But it is a round 11, and make no mistake, this is a big moment for Røkkr to get back in the series. You need the clutch in the S&D. You need the S&D woes to continue for Toronto as well. I know Gunless 11 kills as well, but you almost want to wipe the scoreboard clean and see who has more ice in this final round.
Gongs out, and so are all the stops. CleanX on the 2-2 once again. Another attacking round for Ultra. They're going to have to dry again. Good luck, boys. Lovely nades. There we go. Scrap and Envoy. Land it. Hyper aggression. First bloods, you name it. They're all over B.
And look, well, you would think now Røkkr all over B. Meanwhile, the bomb being planted at A. So before Røkkr can even, assess the situation, this is already an insanely difficult spot. Try to cross with no trophies, you get punished. Now you're on the back foot. 3v4 clutch, a necessity for Røkkr.
It's unbelievable. Fast plant. Oh, Scrap gives up the street at the wrong time. Brought down. 3v3. Less than 30 on the clock. You've got to make a move, Røkkr. You make the move right into Envoy, and he guns you down. Can he get a second from this position? Will the timing pay off for him? It does not. The player is still alive. CleanX holding the site close.
Just gonna slide in. Slide into death. CleanX there to gun you down. 1v2. Gunless. He's been clutched before, but he has simply no time on the clock. Gonna stick the defuse and accept his fate. Insight is his maker for that final kill. Ultra instantaneous. The timing for Scrap might be weird. He might be stressed out, but the nades too perfect in the round 11. And we saw the conversion rate for Toronto Ultra. Still one of the best teams in the game when they get that advantage. Taking them down in round 11.
And that was a great search for both teams. Genuinely a wonderful watch. Both our purple squads, everything from the bait and switch, the pump fakes, the false plays on the bomb sites, you name it, it all happened there. A Gunless with a big 13 and nearly, 3,396 damage. Massive work out of he. Not enough to close out the round 11 though, as we see the invasion come to a close. 2-0 for Toronto Ultra, happily marching into the control now.
And 3,400 damage. Yeah, Gunless was shooting that map.
That's a big one.
That's a lot of chows on the cross. I know Scrap maybe had the advantage for one of them, or him and Kleenex working together, but apparently Gunless was being at least aggressive off the rib. But damage is one thing, First Bloods are another. I also saw Røkkr had 7 out of the 11 First Bloods, but still not good enough to take Ultra down. First Bloods might still be a concern, but hey, they needed in the round 11. They delivered, and now a 2-0 advantage from record for Ultra in this series. I mean, their expectations to win this at 99% now.
Exceptionally high. Well, we'll see, though, if that does happen. High-rise control is a mere moment away. Toronto Ultra, they're going to close it out in 3 on the run-up to their own major. Or can Røkkr mount the comeback? We'll find out after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty Week. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Right, it's time to see our Kings of the North go at each other once more in this series. Map 3 is now on us. Røkkr are down and out after a very tough round 11. Will they be able to bounce back here on the high-rise control? We go from what? A battle-strewn Middle Eastern fair chance to the top of a skyscraper. I think it's going to be a different look. But for Ultra right now, I mean, Insight is eating.
It just occurred to me, why are there giant propane tanks on top of a skyscraper? Is that normal?
I think, well, yeah. I mean, if there's any kind of gas being used, and they're gas cooking possibly, or gas heating, Not super likely. It might be an old building. It doesn't look that old.
It feels like a tanker that you refill at like a gas station. Maybe for the helicopter. I have no idea. I'm confused, and maybe Røkkr also confused in control. 1-4 record overall. Not exactly their finest, and obviously the attacking rounds being the main factor. A couple invasions have been thrown into the mix. It makes the attacking rounds more difficult, but this is an issue Ultra simply do not have. So high rise, a dangerous place to be for both teams on the map at any given time, but even more so for Røkkr. I think we got a pretty good look in the S&D. Like, even if you're playing very strong Call of Duty the entire time, you make one small mistake, and that small mistake for Linz was just taking a different route. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. You eat a grenade in around 11, and that's enough to cost you the game. So it is the little things you have to do right constantly against a team like Toronto, and that's just to go toe-to-toe.
Yep. Every move matters at this level, folks. We'll see what happens in this high-rise. We have seen plenty of solid spawn traps this weekend alone. Whether it's the Atlanta phase, doing unspeakable things to both the Legion and the Ravens.
And like, you're putting a propane tank on top of like a random building. I don't understand. Why do you have a propane tank above elevators?
Is there any town planners or any Shawnee, a construction man? We'll ask him. He'll know.
There you go.
He'll know. Well, look at the high-rise control records for these teams. Røkkr, not a lot of reps. Ultra, not much better. Well, this could be interesting chance. Also, what's a military helicopter doing on top of a commercial building? I've got so many questions. Let's go.
We're going to find out who has the dog in them. We're making obvious jokes right now because I'm not at my best. I'll work a little bit harder for the subsequent wins. Working hard for the first bloods. Does get traded out, but right now Ultra pushing the pace and pretty much clearly going towards this B zone.
Very clearly, and we're on it. Alone though. Scrap. You don't need no teammates. You could have done with them there. Gunless, he and the boys move on in, wipe that side of the map clean, and now they are rolling through blue. Linz gets some big tags into his sight. He's about to die in 3 seconds. Wow, accuracy gets it done with a nade. So magnificent opener here from the boys of Minnesota. I don't think we've got too much to worry about. Can we find an opening Ultra?
I mean, look, this is a team with an 0-1 record, by the way. So Røkkr have never really played this in this environment. Granted, brand new team, half the roster is different, and so far so good. We're just testing their ability to hold a spawn trap. And frankly, look at this setup. I could not ask for anything more. Every power position, it takes a gunfight like that, maybe to open things up, and actually, it pans out. Ultra, they're built different.
Oh no, by one more bullet. This is a bit of time. This is able to happen. Can't survive. Scrap gets the trophy down, but not his body. Clean X. Last man up. Less than 20 to go. Nice shots. 2 Ps. He's rolling. That's 3 down in the feed. Get your ass on the B, boys.
There's no way, right? Røkkr, you have to be able to flood this. You gotta get some nades around the zone, but now if you do, Insight, the timing of that trophy was perfect. The stack instantaneous. 3 players on the zone. If you buy yourself an extra minute, the clock will no longer be a concern. Hero plays coming in. It's Linz. Give him 2. Him and Stanny, the wrecking crew, might have just saved you the round.
Absolutely sensational timing from Røkkr. Just when things look their worst. 1.6 seconds over on A. Hold it together, accuracy, finding the kills. You've got to get rid of Envoy. You've got to watch out for the B hit through mid. It's done. What a banger.
Can't believe Ultra got out of the setup. I mean, even with the kill Insight had like through the windows to pick off Standy, there still weren't many open lanes, and by many, I mean none. Envoy, though, still somehow finds it through underground and sneaks past and sort of opens up those floodgates. And then with, I don't know, a sliver of time left on it before Ultra would have captured that zone. And I mean, in my opinion, probably win the round after that. Linz comes flying in, picks up 2 kills. Him and Stanny finding that coordination, and that is a dire moment. And a strong round for Minnesota.
Oh, super strong soon. But we've seen that a few times, whether it's pro level, challenges level. As soon as you get the B cap, if you get 3 dead in that situation for the defending team, you are way up creek, and there is no paddle. They transition from B to A so fast, and they can triple cap it then and now. It was incredibly well handled by the boys of Røkkr there. Can they do it now on the attack 2 spree from Linz as he gets himself over towards the A side?
Yeah, he's going for the spawners as well. Unfortunate for Linz, his team is losing the gunfights over towards B. Or maybe accuracy actually will do it from the zone. So many players worried about Linz and their spawn that accuracy at least gets a couple freebies. That's the good news. Bad news, he's going to die. And now everybody in Røkkr will be in their spawn.
Absolutely. Probably shots from Envoy range there. Standing with the MCW, though, right gun, right time. Speaking of time, less than a minute. As everyone now slows things right down. Ultra, good work on the defense. You've kept Røkkr at bay. Beautiful shots again from Standy. He's on a bit of a tear right now. It's only 2 brought down, but they're good kills. Envoy getting sneaky. Heading up the boys, get on towards one of these points.
Well, Envoy responsible for the A side for Røkkr, gearing up for B. Linz just full sends down the middle of the map, and Scrap takes the free kill. Nobody on Røkkr is really attempted to move down B Street either, so you give Ultra a little bit too much time to think they're going to make the perfect play, and, well, you're going to be back to square one, trying to deal with this A site first, go for heli control, but Scrap, well, he's a ghost. You were chasing him top helicopter. Now you don't know what direction to look, or maybe accuracy does. The gunning with the MCW accuracy that making plays on the attacking rounds.
2 from accuracy, 2 from gunless. That's all 4 down. Envoy could go absolutely huge here. Is anyone going to watch the back? Somebody, Spidey senses tingle, for the love of God. Envoy gets in. Can't get both. Standy wins it. Second segment at A, long gone. Here comes the swarm. The B zone will be open for a moment, but no. Ultra, very diligent defense. They send a 2-2 split across the defense. Gunless though, 10 seconds. He might be able to get in there. Finds a 2-piece. Get onto B. 5 seconds on the clock. Can anyone get there? Yes, Linz is in.
Oh yeah, but can a trophy player get there? No, that is going to be made to slow you down. You got to jump up 1 HP, and Standy, well, he lived and got a kill for a brief moment. That is the fickle mistress that could be the trophies in this game mode. You got to have the trophy in the right spot at the right time, and that is not always a sort of luck thing that will fall your way. So Røkkr, desperation moments, not able to get it done. Couple ticks captured, I suppose, on the A zone, so they had a little bit of success on the attacking round, but not nearly enough to get it done. Ultra on point on defense as well.
That's such a tough little decision-making moment there. I think it was Linz. He hops the ladder, he gets in, he gets the contest, even without the trophy. Just pick a corner, any corner, and hope for the best. At least you're on the zone. The double back there might have hurt them. Accuracy was on the ladder as well, so a little bit of occlusion there, body blocking each other. A tough moment for Røkkr after a wonderful performance from them. Here we go though on defense. So far so good. They're right back at it, but there's a sneaky Envoy behind you.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting moment too, because, well, his team has absolutely no pressure. Accuracy is going to fall, but Envoy for the moment only has 1 spawner to play with. Well, now make it 2. Linz is going to fall in the feed as well. That is great help, though. I can't see who had the shots through. I think it was Standy from top propane tagging up Envoy and at least getting you out of your spawn. So nice little moment. Røkkr, the opportunity still on defense to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, wonderful work there. And the 5th man there for Røkkr. Old exploding. Gets it done. Scrap. Nice 2. Gunless. Waiting for it. He's going to stay alive here for as long as he can. He does have full pockets though, so Scrap, try not to die with all that gear in your hand. Done. Oh, insight. Massive 2. It's 3. And the propane tank explodes. To the surprise of everyone, doesn't get a kill.
You got to get that trophy on the zone, though. Yeah, there you go. Nice chuck. Maybe a little bit too late. Yeah, a couple of teammates getting tagged up, but you got it now. Capture starting to commence, and Envoy going to heal up as well. Looking for kill number 8. Can't get it. Long lines of sight. Gunless there to rip them, and they're so worried about the jump ups, but this zone might fall.
Shots in insight. Gets it done. No one able to contest. Beautiful work there. Kleenex on the pickup. Now, not enough players down here for Røkkr, so they've got a bit of space to play with on the defense. Try to send it across that rooftop. Getting involved. Over towards A. Linz and Standy get theirs. Scrap. Trying to keep the numbers relatively even. Beautiful shots. Get out while you still can. Wait for the reinforcements.
And unfortunate, maybe not the most helpful trophy for the actual zone, but I suppose a couple will be eaten if they're attacking the blue. Kleenex gets red. Nice job. Worried about the flank and overwhelming pressure. Envoy has to back down as well. You see constantly stunned up anytime you try to set foot near this time. Maybe going to be your early demise. Envoy, nice time to clean out 1, but the zone still under lock and key. Røkkr holding it down.
1 minute to go. You're fighting over every possible inch on this rooftop. Beautiful work. That's 3. Plenty of space now. Hit the go button. Watch out for the spawners. Nice shots from Kleenex. The nade in the middle of the map as well. Oh boy. You've got players on point. Nades though. No one near that trophy on the right hand side of the point. So now it's all into insight. It gets picked apart. Beautiful work, Røkkr.
Yeah, Røkkr maybe a little bit too aggressive. They run into death, but as you pointed out, the trophy not quite in the best spot, and you die to nades. It makes it that much worse. So good coordination and 42 seconds now from Ultra to work with. Without too much map control, at least able to get to the 50-yard line, but Standy timing the pinch, and this might be the play just to break it down.
That's a tremendous pain in the arse, quite literally. Looking for his third on this flank. Gets it. Gorgeous shots out of Standy. Nice work. Gives his boys a 3-life lead here in the final 20 seconds of their defensive round. Can he get a few more? That's going to be streaks, and it could be another on inside. Doesn't matter. Damage done. Massive win. The round, though, there's a few more moments. Some shenanigans could still unfold as Scrap gets on 8.
Got the trophy too, but the flank's rolling through and yeah, 12 HP. So you got to give the old college try just in case you can pull off some magic, but that is not going to be the case. Standy's had himself a pretty solid series so far as well. Had a decent number of kills in the hard point, and he's been making plays in the control as well. Again, he's having those moments, top propane, getting tags on Envoy, making sure you're not dealing with the spawn kills, getting his teammates out of base. Nice little flank through the B street, picking up the 3, and he turns that into a cruise missile. So, Standy, the only thing he doesn't have right now is 4K damage, but he'll get that with the stun.
Scary spot to be in as well for Scrap there. You go back to that 12 HP. A trophy does 20 if you're hit by the projectile that eliminates the nade. It's 20 hits, so he probably would have died there anyway. Tough spot to be in. Good look for Røkkr, though. Can they get an attacking round? Close enough. They're sealing the deal on B, or will it be another defensive shootout? We'll find out. Linz is in. Kleenex checks it, gets gunned. Oh boy. Going for the spawn kills once again, though. Over towards the A side of the map, and he's right in there. Times it well, but not well enough. Safe haven right now as Røkkr down and out. Mid-map is all yours, Ultra.
Yeah, a little bit too slow. Not quite on point with that timing, but you can see how close he actually was to it. So if Kleenex is 0.2 seconds slower, well, you'd have a Linz Thorn in your side, as you do have one for Kleenex. Sliding around and dodging the bullets of Gunless, eventually able to hunt him down, but while Gunless gets 1 kill, well, all of his team has fallen. So he's gonna be trying to make that distant play, but Ultra, they're gonna read this. You check the underground door and you just hunt him down. So Ultra doing the more difficult things and making sure no crazy business happens. Standy using the cruise missile just to get out of spawn.
We'll see if it works. They're out now, but they're in a scrap. The trades are on. 26.8. Absolutely melted Kleenex, the perfect player you wanted to be hitting that position right now. Over on A, Envoy's there, takes care of business, no problem whatsoever. B Street, not a problem. All the members of Røkkr stacked on this side of the map. And it is not looking good for them on this round. Tremendous effort defensively as they oscillate from A to B, back to A again. Røkkr unable to break up the attack here as the staggered death chance are hurting them a lot. Quick contest, it might not matter. Scrap might get a streak as well.
You don't want to feed the streak, and you are going to stop the clock and have players on B. Kleenex, nice moves. On point, gets away his position though, but it's Kleenex, so it simply does not matter.
Wait.
A lot of extra damage being done behind the radio tower. Maybe Røkkr able to clutch up potentially. Standy though being swarmed in. You are weak. Accuracy looking for the final bit of trades, but Insight guns him down. A defensive shootout so far on High Rise, and Ultra will pull the draw on the defense for the final round.
And that was a lovely bit of work from Inside. Those last 3 kills, the 3 players on B slides in and picks up the pieces. Makes light work of the attack from Røkkr there, and they burn through the cruise as well. Great news for Ultra. You get a cruise of your own now after the 6th spree from Scrap. Whew. This could be it. Minnesota Magic, we need it now.
I'm curious about the route that Linz is going to be taking too, because he's had success both times of running through blue, getting a kill around the A zone, and he's taken 2 different routes to set up for the spawn kills. Neither one has particularly worked out for him, so maybe entry success with step number 1, but step number 2 a little bit trickier. And now you see he's mixing it up. So they get the first blood, a little bit of success, and he's taking the underground route, looking for some timing. So Røkkr mixing things up. You can see getting picked apart along the way, and that underground route does get red. Kleenex wins the gunfight. Røkkr struggling to find success on the opening rounds.
And Røkkr, time and time again, as soon as they get to that forward position, the first man never caps the point, but the first man does trigger the defensive hold. You get a bit of noise on the point. You get that in-game command telling you that they're on B. As soon as they do that, they push forward. Linz doing exactly the same thing here. Going for the kills. Finds 2. Can he get the 3rd on the scrap? Bang! Does get it. Massive wipe. Last man up's going to be Kleenex now. Flying through mid. Guns at the ready. Here we go, Røkkr. This is the capture you sorely need. Beautiful shots. Not enough for the kill. Scrap and Insight win theirs.
It's good teamwork. Insight doing a lot of damage, letting Scrap get the final kill, and that trophy is being overloaded, as is the B zone. Gunless, well, he's getting flanked enough for a couple trades to roll through, and Envoy gives you a little bit extra. Might get killed in your spawn, but he's able to slow it down back to a 50-50 sort of split. Accuracy actually stopping the clock on A. This is going to be a two-front war.
This is a wonderful move. Oh my goodness, it might be enough just to sow confusion in the Ultra ranks. It might work out. They've moved over towards A. Second bit of B is gone. A still being held down by Accuracy. Doing it alone for now. No trophy to be seen. It might not matter as B has now been secured. Big shots, not enough for the damage. Can they get the trades as Røkkr now move to A?
No success they've had. Got to keep the pressure up as well. Gunless, an extra kill to your name, and some extra damage too. And while Kleenex is on one side of the map, the rest of Røkkr on the other. 3 players near this A zone, but no trophy. Stanley falls to a nade. Linz wants to be aggressive. He gets caught in Accuracy. Last man standing. Not too much he can do. Gunless able to give you one. Has to slow it down. Got to play for some kills.
Great news though. Lots of time. 120. And this battle has not stopped. You get a clean wipe on either side. It's basically going to be the map.
Oh dear.
Okay. Doesn't help the situation right now. Nerves starting to kick in. Just over a minute to play though.
This is not the time for a moment like that. Still though, a minute left. You can regroup, reposition, try to get something done. Accuracy. Standing on the helicopter, couple trades rolling through towards the middle of the map. Gives the gunny to Kleenex and gets a trophy on the zone. He might get flanked, but at least he gets the trophy nearby. One gunfight to win against, well, Insight and Scrap, but they deliver a 9v7 right now in the round.
They're holding it together. This is still very doable for both teams. Scrap, though, desperate to get his, gets it. Insight gets his as well. He's got 4 in the bag as well. He might be looking at streaks. Retreats somewhat. Watching the flank. No one's hitting the pinch. No shenanigans yet from the boys of Røkkr. They've got 30 seconds to go.
And Kleenex got isolated, so there's an extra kill, but you need to get a couple kills successively, and well, Accuracy not gonna let that happen. And this is the round, this is the game, this is the series. Gunless and Accuracy make it gunless for a 1v7. Does not matter. Ultra perfect on defense, perfect in the series, a perfect day at work.
And they're feeling very good about that one indeed. Clean dispatch as Røkkr get ripped up. They're on high rise. 0-3 as our top 4 teams continue to prove to be a little too much for the bottom side of the league to handle. Ultra feeling fantastic after that one. Shenanigans and the search and destroy didn't necessarily help out, and the 6-star could have gone either way. Superstar moments separating our squads as Ultra feeling very good after that. Scrap 32 and 23, 25 non-traded.
That is very difficult to deal with. I will say on the side of Røkkr though, like pretty good damage across the board. They certainly were able to fight. I mean, around 11 against Ultra, it might not pan out, but it's not like you made a hardcore mistake. You just get, you know, naded and end up in a 4v3 at the start of the round. Similar things. They were able to fight on the high rise, and I know from Røkkr, if they're able to deepen that control map pool just a little bit, maybe something that could be beneficial long term, but you know, it's one thing to look good against the top team. It's another to actually win a map. So Toronto, the first win that city has had all week. Ultra able to hold it down for the city.
Also managed to find out why cylinders are used on rooftops as well. I might be delving into that one a bit later, but shout out Vicky V for the info there. LP gas shall be piped to the buildings or structures only for the purposes specified. I've got like the town planner building information here, but enough of my absolute nonsense. Nice. Back to the desk for a totally different kind of nonsense.
My turn. Thanks, Miles. We got Ben J. Razim here with us, and Riz, man, I want you to start things off. You called the Toronto 3-0. It comes true, but were you sweating backstage?
No, I mean, the S&D got close, but we've seen invasions are kind of back and forth because offense is hard to win, and we know Toronto's been kind of struggling S&D as of late, but for me, Chris, it was a pretty clean series out of Toronto, and excited to see them kick it on. I want to see these Toronto boys get to the grand final at their home event.
Allie, this is such a tough loss for Minnesota because you go to that round 11 and search and destroy. You're in the 5th round of control, but close games do not help you in the tiebreaker scenario. Another rough loss here for Minnesota. Røkkr, Another big win for Toronto today. What did you see?
Yeah, Minnesota Røkkr needed more maps under their belts to try and make it to that winner side of things, as we only have one more week of qualifiers left before we head to Toronto. On the flip side of things, the hometown team that is looking forward to major number 3. Great stuff from Toronto. The fact that they were able to win that round 11 on attack was probably the most impressive moment in this series for me, simply because before this series I set it up that they have been struggling in search and destroy, specifically when it comes to the attack, but they are at that 80% conversion. What happens? Envoy lands a beautiful frag on B Street. It's a bait over to the B side while the bomb gets laid at A. Just a really, really good call from the side of Toronto Ultra.
Super strong round 11 in search and destroy, and then this control looked very winnable for Minnesota. You saw Standy having some stellar moments. He earned some streaks, but in the end, Ultra and Insight bailing this squad out over and over again. How are they so clutch, Ben?
I mean, I think Minnesota's also not stacking the points, so it's making it kind of easy for Toronto.
Yeah.
Toss those nades over if there's no trophies there. You just know Toronto's going to spread the map and have good fundamentals, and Jamie's that ultimate bailout player, so I'm not surprised they clutched up on defense.
31 kills for Insight, 30 plus for Scrap as well, as the ARs take care of business as expected. Ali, I just saw someone in the chat say Minnesota is terrible. They are awful. After watching these games back, I say it was a very close fight, but the 3-0 tells a different story.
It's been very close for Minnesota, which has kind of been their issue, is the teamwork has kind of just been lacking, like Ben touched on, like ample moments for Minnesota maybe stack a point, going a little bit more for the side of the spawn trap, and you know, you start raising a couple flags on the team chemistry, who's making the play calls, because they don't all seem to be on the same page.
It's time for your Scuff play of the game. It comes from Insight. Let's take a look at what the young man was doing. It's swimming time, I believe, Ben. This was a way to finish a game.
You love seeing people mess around in the pool here, dolphin dive and swimming around with the pistol. I really like this hill, to be honest. I know some people are not a fan, but we've seen some fantastic plays. And Jamie here, he's going to finesse Lamar, run up the stairs as well here in a second, get a better angle for the kill to close out.
It's such a smart move, Ali. He uses his primary and his secondary.
I think the AR has really put on a show for Toronto Ultra this series, and they needed it, specifically out of Insight, so props to them.
Huge moves, big brain plays from Insight, and another lead slayer joins us live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. It's the other AR, Mr. Scrappy Doodle. How we feeling after that dub?
Feeling pretty good. You know, it's easy enough, but, you know, one weekend, one match weekend's kind of dopeless, but, you know, we're coming back next weekend with 2, and then right into the major.
There you go.
So you guys have had all week, obviously, prepare for this match. I know search has been kind of a tough spot for you guys with the map pool changing. What kind of work have you put in recently to try and expand that map pool and feel good going into the major?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm pretty dog shit S&D right now, I can't lie. I have no flow. I just think this game is just super slow in S&D, and I'm kind of, you know, trying to, you know, I brought this up before on here, and I'm just challenging everything, which is not the right play. But I don't know, just scrimming a lot, trying to get better, and, you know, trying to come as high as we can for the major.
The Max Holloway of Call of Duty. I like to see you squaring up no matter the situation.
What is that?
He's a UFC fighter who...
Got it.
He's crazy.
Got it.
He plays COD too. He's a cool guy. You'll like him.
All I know is COD. Sorry, I don't know anything else.
No, it's all good.
Congrats on this big win versus Minnesota. Obviously, one of the more bottom tier teams. What kind of do you guys find is going to be your strengths heading into Toronto, since we are only about a week out?
Yeah, you know, I'd probably say our respawns, you know, if we can come in, close our HPs, close our controls, we'll eventually get an S&D, you know, we'll win some S&D, we'll steal some. You know, I think we're a big team that also, if we go up 2-0 in a series, we're super hard to beat. And yeah, just, you know, trying to fix everything.
Scrap, this one seems to be coming from a music fan. It says, with Toronto taking so many L's on the timeline, how does it feel to give them a W?
Yeah, no, it feels good. You know, I don't really care about what's going on the internet. You know, they can go have fun wherever they want. I'm not really into it. But yeah, no, there's no Toronto L's over here. We're winning over here. We're chilling.
I think we're about to see Scrap dancing and not like us here in a sec.
Scrap, I just want you to know that came off of Chris's dome. He's completely lying.
I don't know if they're
I've
never lied once in my life, especially never
good,
at
Chris.
this desk.
Chris, it's all good.
Scrap,
it's all good.
Scrap, final question here. Who is going to challenge you for MVP at your home event?
You know, you gotta probably say like Sim, probably one of them. Like Sim's been frying since Major 2. Yeah, I'll probably give it to him. That guy's a beast.
I like that call out. You are frying today. Thanks for joining us in the Monster Winner Spotlight.
Thank you. Have a good one.
That is Toronto Ultra. We have a narc here at the desk, and when we come back, we'll see if I can find a replacement, because we got Boston Breach coming in for a Game 5 against LA Thieves. Seriously, they don't know how to finish in 4.
No, they don't. It's sad.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Serious right now? Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it? Not the headset, please. Not the headset, please. Not the headset, please. Joe, do I actually got to do the whole maple syrup thing? Yeah. I mean, at this time, you've committed to it. What do you? You were committed. It smells horrible. Yeah. You're actually gonna do this. Oh, Joe! It tastes horrible, Joe. Oh wait, that's not even. What is? I don't know. It's awful. It's horrible. Why is it so liquidy? Because it's sugar-free synthetic stuff. What is that, dude? That looks like that is disgusting. It tastes like squirrel pee.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
It's must-win time if you're the Boston Breach, and I'm not just talking about Major 3. If you want to qualify for champs, you got to be in the top 8, and Boston is 4 spots away from that target. Tonight, they take on an LA Thieves squad that has a very impressive 3-1 record, but has had to go to 4 different Game 5s, Allie.
What's funny is both these teams are extremely comparable with the way their series have gone. The only big difference is Boston Breach cannot close out a Game 5 search and destroy. Their search has just been literally abysmal, 0-8 in the last 30 days. Even with the exception of Shawnee being in their last series, they weren't able to pull out a dub. But on the flip side, their respawn's been really solid.
They did go to that Game 5 against Optic yesterday, and they did so with their coach. Shawnee filling in at the last minute as Beans goes into the doctor. Pentagram, though, is the addition here in Major 3, and I wanted to get the flanks thoughts here. Ben, when you guys break down Boston, what do you see happening with this squad?
Negative ice, and especially on the Pentagram front, I've been a little disappointed at some of the plays he's made coming into this team. So I'm hoping that with more practice, the team can figure out how to clutch some of the situationals that have gone rogue. But I think Ali really hit it on the nail on the head here. Like, the search is the big factor. It's when Thieves is a good respawn team, Boston's a good hardpoint team, but the SMDs, maybe the advantage point in Thieves taking this one in 3 or 5.
You haven't won a single search in your Major 3 qualifiers. You need to change that today if you're going to walk away with this series, at least according to the statistics. As you take a look at this lineup, though, who's the scariest player?
It's got to be Snoopy's because the ceiling is so high and you never know kind of what version you might get of him. Sometimes he can absolutely take over a map, and sometimes that's in the search and destroy, and they're going to need him. You know, usually when teams are bad at S&D, they're either bad at the attack or bad at their defense. Well, Boston Breach is bad at both, so they've got to do a complete overhaul of map 2 and 5.
Here's a few of the highlights. If you missed the coach's first appearance, he and Snoopy were able to pop off in the hard points as Shawnee was able to get them to that game 5 with a positive KD. Does he do it again today against Dan Ghosty and not Dashy in these 1v1s?
I don't know. It's going to be tough. I mean, Sean ended up, I think, with what, like a 0.8 KD, 0.9 KD in that series, so he wasn't going positive. But I don't think they really need him to drop a 1-2 in this one. As long as P-Dog, as long as Snoop are frying, and Sean's giving that confident backline, I think they can maybe have a chance today.
Show us your face, Shawnee. I dare you. There is the man. There is the squad. Pentagram seems locked in, and today they know they need to take care of business because LA Thieves have had plenty of time to prep for this one. Allie, tell me about the squad that's beaten Vegas, Miami, and Carolina in all game 5s.
The LA Thieves, they've looked incredible this split. They started off 3-0. They did finally get handed their first loss, but it's just been a lot of long series for them, and unfortunately they fell early in one of them. So for LA Thieves, the focus right now is to try and close out early and not put yourself in a position where you have to go to a game number 5. But the probability for the winners bracket, like, it's pretty locked in. They're 5th seed currently with a 3-1 record and 11-9 map count. Again, when it comes to these tiebreakers in these maps, the further the series, the better. So they've kind of helped themselves out in that category, and they start off hot. 4-0 in map 1s and 1-3 in map 4s.
Thinking about the fact that they're locked in for the winners bracket, now you're looking at dodging the top 4, right? Like, you're trying to steal one of those top 4 seeds and make things interesting. How high can this team go?
I mean, if Thieves have that dog in them, I think they have the opportunity to upset people. I mean, they got pretty close to beating Atlanta at Major 2. I just think this team's got to figure out how to close and win those 3-0, 3-1s pretty clean. This is a pretty good map set for them. We're starting off on a 6-star. They're going to high-rise Invasion, then a Rio. But that Invasion S&D, I really favorite Thieves, so liking them today at the
So if it goes to the game 5, you're taking LA Thieves. Allie, is there any chance Boston gets this done in 4?
I'm going to go with no. I mean, maybe just because LA Thieves hasn't been that strong in control and Boston's been a really strong respawn team. They just, again, can't win 2 and 5. So there's maybe some possibility.
LA Thieves bodied Vegas on 6-star. It is our Scuff Pick'ems, and with map number 1 in the favor of LA, I think the rest of the series goes their way as well. I'm picking LA Thieves. Alley Cat, big triple digits await you on the other side of this correct answer. Who do you got?
I'm going LA Thieves for sure. I do want to say something though. When you looked at the player cam, Shawnee kind of looks like he could be Pentagram's like older brother. I was going to say dad, but that might be messed up.
A little nepotism there, never hurt anybody. What do you got, Ben?
I got Thieves. Even if we get to a game 5, man, I hate the way Boston play offense on Invasion S&D, so I think I got Thieves. Just 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, just pick one.
All right, Nameless is locking in LA Thieves. We got the fans going LA Thieves, but my dog still needs to make her pick. Olive, where are we going?
She went for Boston.
Boston's first win of Major 3 is called by a Frenchie, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I've ever seen in my life. Brought a tear to my eyes. That was adorable. Okay, so the big thing about it is map 5 is almost a guarantee with both these two teams. So, I mean, I think the desk is right to kind of talk about the search and destroy strengths, especially for Thieves and how they've shown it so far this season.
And Olive might be picking right or wrong because Boston Breach so far this season, and especially in this stage, there's simply no ice in game 5s. 1-9 overall on the season, 0-4 so far in this stage. And on the opposite side for the Thieves, 3-1 in games 5. So if Olive picked that one correctly, I definitely gotta have a date with Olive and my French dog because that's insane stuff. This should be a fun series though. I'm excited today. Shawnee, the construction man, who almost got it done versus Optic Texas, also on this map at 6-star. They lose this game by 16 points. So it just came down to a couple holes for Boston Breach to walk away on top.
Yeah, you know, the thing about it is, like, I feel like Shawnee's been unfortunately kind of forgotten a little bit since his time playing on London way back during Cold War, but his time in the Boston Academy roster is super successful, in particular on LAN. And I mean, it's just one of those things that I remember we're talking about it last year through Modern Warfare 2. It's like there may not be an AR in Challengers that shoots straighter than Shawnee. So you put him in a good spot, you get him to lock down a lane, he's going to find success, and we saw that when they played up against Optic. The big problem here is you're going to a 6-star that Thieves have been legitimately dominant on. They play this map so damn well. We saw obviously the blowout that they started off with when they played early on in the stage versus Legion, but they also showed it wasn't just a one-off thing. They did the same thing versus Carolina a couple weeks later.
Yeah, right now when they're scoring up against anyone in 6-star, they're beating them by a margin of 150 points. This has been the best performance from LAT in Hardpoint. More specifically, they are loving themselves some 6-star. Hopefully when we get to the reset on the hills for the next stage, they still keep up that same dominance. But as you look at the stage 3 qualifiers so far for Hardpoint, 4th in rotations, #1 in breaks, #1 in points per 60, and they're just great overall in their hold percentage. And if they're going to continue to do that here, that's going to make it very difficult for Boston, because LAT, they're just simply lights out on this map. They don't find a lot of success in rotations, they don't find a lot of success in holds, but where they do find a lot of success is that second category, #1 in breaks, and every time they find breaks, they get at least 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think the thing about that rotation statistic is that it gets hit a lot by their sub base and their Rio. Everything else, though, the 6-star Karachi, the Vista, they've been really successful in being able to do that. So, again, that's been a huge strength for them, and one of the reasons why they've kind of, survived through a lot of these map 5 situations. But for the Thieves camp, look, there's still a lot riding here. I mean, this is not exactly what I think anyone would say has been the most difficult schedule in terms of a qualifier. Sure, you had a Legion team that after stage 2, a lot of people are riding pretty high in them, but obviously we know what that looks like now. And then really outside of that, you had Carolina, who's again improved, kind of like Ali had said earlier, and a Minnesota team that, again, continues to find ways to extend series. But all things told, this has been a very easy schedule in terms of who they're playing up against so far this Major 3 qualifier.
And they've been taking full advantage of it. And so they have the supports. Obviously a big bounce party being held out in LA. Everyone's trying to support their boys wearing red today. It's the 100 Thieves compounders going insane. Big shout out to my guy Nate Shadow, recently just quit nicotine. Hopefully you're still standing strong, my brother, but now you got to watch your team go down to the wire again. Hopefully not this time in a game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other front, let's talk a little bit more about this Boston squad, as it looks like we're still a little bit further away from this map 1 load-in. It's an interesting situation because Shawnee steps in an emergency kind of status, but how much do you kind of look at the sub duo between Pentagram and Snoopy and throw a lot of weight their direction in a series that looks like this?
I feel like Snoopy's been playing lights out so far in this stage. He's leading in every single category for this team. If you could just get Pentagram to show us what he showed us a lot throughout challengers, and that's always being consistent, always finding a double when his team needs it the most, and just playing with a lot of confidence. I feel like ever since he's entered the Pro League, he haven't really had that confidence in his back pocket, but it's very difficult though, because Beans was their former AR. Now you got Shawnee, who was your coach. So you really can't get comfortable if you're a Pentagram. You just have to try to put something together here.
And I think the bigger thing is, what we kind of classified it after watching him in challengers, what we see in the early stages, as also we're gonna get a reset here, is that it feels like Pentagram has forced more engagements than he needs to.
Yes.
When we were watching him at challengers, he was finessing his life. He wasn't over-challing anything. He was waiting for a couple of secondary engagements to come to him. I haven't really felt that's been the case, and maybe some of that is just off of him trying to match up with the tempo that Snoopy likes to play at, but it's been weird because this has not been at all the showing that we've seen from Pentagram and challengers this year.
It's just a transition that hasn't really come easy to him, because in Challenger you can get away with a lot of things. Ego challenging one shot, not really using your head in multiple situations. But when you get up to the pro scene, you're gonna get beat up in those situations when you're making plays like that. So Pentagram just has to slow it down at certain points, make sure he's valuing his life in certain positions to allow Snoopy to walk his way up, or setting up his ARs to make easier pathways for him to work his way around the map with that SMG in hand. So I just think it's a comfortability thing. He's got to realize there's 2 different play styles. I just got to get on the right page.
And I think a lot of that applies to the search and destroy in particular.
Oh yeah.
Let's be honest, we watch the chat hit when we're watching back games or when we're not casting, and a lot of people are saying that Pentagram is not having a great series. He's played near at 1.0 across all the respawns. He's doing what he needs to do as an SMG player. It's just been the search and destroy that really feels like he's trying to bite off more than he can chew at times. So, not to stay on one side of the story, but I mean, you need him. I think if you're Boston, who is finding themselves in that panic mode of not only are we 12th overall in the league standings, but there is a wide gap between 12th and 8th, mostly off the fact that they're down so bad on points. They've only earned, the 50 or so that they've had since their wins online. They haven't really been able to do much on land at all to earn extra points there. So you got a long road ahead of you if you're Boston, and you need to figure it out soon.
And you just got to think about it like 1-9 in map 5s. If you turn those to a 5-5 record or 6-4 record, you're feeling a lot better, especially in the CDL points. And everything about your team is just like, these guys simply can't win search and destroys. You're 0-11 in your last 11 S&Ds. And that is awful. Like, we're talking about search and destroy where it's 2 modes in every series, game 2 and game 5. You're falling short in either, and you just, every single time I'm faced with this adversity, like, okay, we can get better at our hard points. We can get better at controls. We're even winning hard points and controls with our coach. We just have to somehow, some way, figure out a way to win a damn search or destroy.
All right, well, that's the whole setup. Looks like we do have a little bit of a server test going on, so we'll make sure everything is all good and ironed out before we step into map number 1. And while we do, we'll take just a brief break. We'll join you guys back, though, for 6-star Hardpoint right at the backside of the break. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go for map number 1 in our final series here in one of our penultimate weekends before we get to Toronto. 6-star, the Hardpoint. It has been an incredible venue for the Thieves over the 2 times they've played it to this point, but Coach Shawnee finds his way into the mix, trying to revitalize his Boston team to a W. Let's go. Let's get at it.
Let's see what Shawnee can bring today. Obviously, it was a point versus Optic, which puts them all the way to a game 5, and unfortunately, we know how that goes for Boston. But now we go into this map number 1. LAT starting off swinging. They start off on the preferred side, obviously, for P2 to have that rotation, but you find all the kills right onto the middle map, and now there's only 30 seconds left. Boston Breach know that they have to contest this.
And they can't just have to contest this, they have to push through this as well. Yeah. So it's the war on 2 fronts at the moment, and the Thieves are dealing with it pretty darn nicely. 3 for 1 in the exchange, and LA all over the time early, plus a default back towards the rotation towards P2. It's looking all positive for the Thieves.
And now with only 10 seconds left, you're at least trying to contest some time here if you are Boston Breach. Not giving up all this time to LA is definitely in the game plan, but that's already 3 dead off the rotations. All the spawns are going to be there for LA. Yeah, still towards the backside, so Boston Breach have another wave of kills to get before they lead to the break.
Oh, and cramp off spawn. Deals with the play through the small pool on the right. And with that, Joe, yeah, also through Vent, decent read here towards where Boston's position. They just cannot find the trades they need to lock down this break attempt. So Boston pushed out, a couple of opening shots towards the pool side, allows the ARs for the Thieves to also create a bit more space. And now it's just down to reading the last couple of members from the front. Snoopy good for the first, but nothing more. And with that, Thieves good for the first 30 seconds.
And if you're Boston Breach, you got to be able to stop this bleeding. This hit get out of hand quickly because LAT, they are the #1 breaking team on this map so far in this stage. So already finding 50 points off the first 2 hills is chef's kiss, but finally Boston Breach able to stand on their own 2 feet. Couple kills to lead to some little bit of time at this P2. LAT instantly reinforced with the numbers, but now this is where Boston Breach have to make up for it. A rotation at P3, you need a full 60.
And coach or not, the thing about it is Shawnee's just going to lock down a lane here. So, yeah, you know, you want to call it an emergency substitution situation. Really not much should be different here. AR's locking down the thing that AR should be locking down. So this is all down to the SMGs He's locking things up at the front, and that's just too simple. Nasty from the front gets 3 in a row. Ghosty trying to push forward, create a little bit of scaling deeper into this hard point, and Kremp is right there to follow up. It's not just a break of the hard point, it's also a flip of the spawns, and Boston are down bad.
That's just way too easy. Like Boston Breach, you had all the time in the world to put yourself in the most obvious setup, but no one was watching mid lobby. All LAT had to do was show a couple faces on that side. It puts everybody in the hill to focus through the middle of the map, and then Nasty through the flank at the side steps is able to execute the break. But Boston Breach all spawning out to the front and know that they have to try to contest this time, but that decision is already going to be made for them. Joe Deceives finds a double. Ghosty is now your turn to strike. He finds 2. Final 15 to LA. Boston Breach again have to make a rotation.
And we just got to trade faster than that if you're Boston. I mean, legitimately, Joe is the entry SMG. For him to get 2 from a side door angle that's being watched feels a little bit egregious, to say the least. But Boston on rotation, clear out the middle of the map. Okay, chances to get themselves set up over towards security. Joe only finds 1. So here we go. Get over towards the security setup. Get a read that the Thieves are spawning over towards the closer side. Find a wave of kills. You're right back in this game.
Hey, you just have to start off with the initial fire. And unfortunately, Pentagram does lose that one. So now LAT have a little bit of office control, but Pentagram is going to get a back spawn. You just got to rely on your teammates to get all the kills from the front, and they're doing exactly that. Another clean 4 dead in the feed. All of LA still spawning behind enemy lines, but this time Boston Breach got a read on it.
Fully prepared for it, and that's more like it. If you're a Breach fan, I'm sure you're thrilled to see this read come through. Snoopy just kind of going rogue in the middle of the map, trying to make sure the Thieves feel a bit uncomfortable on this next either hit or rotation. Hard to say which one or the other at the moment, because there is a bit of a split focus here towards the old time, but as Nasty drops, now the full focus goes back over towards the pool.
Yeah, now it's going to be about this rotation. A couple players from Boston trying to contest it. Shawnee with the big one-on-one versus Joe Deceives. Now you have to take care of Kremp and Nasty. Have already found himself in great positionings, but no player yet on the point. It's going to come down to a swim fight. Here comes Kremp with the Renetti, not able to get the better of Snoopy. That's not 3 dead in the feed. Joe Deceives, you have to try to play your life.
And he's getting stunned up, naded up. Snoopy able to find him at the bottom level of the pool. So here we go. A couple of stretched moments in a row here for Boston. Nades also over the top, getting information on where this Steve setup is. Still 35 seconds to fight for, but the ARs around the outside of the pool have done well to get the opening eliminations. Just down to Snoopy, trying to use the water as a bit of a shield, but it's Ghosty who finds him, and with that, Thieves find their break in towards the pool.
Yeah, it's a good break from LA. They found all the kills of the players not into the HP, and then they just pounce onto the players, trying to do their best swim route in towards the point. So the final 25 is potentially going to be there. There's only one player here to contest it in Snoopy. Great shots, not able to lead to the kill. So Thieves at the end of this hill will find themselves up by almost 45 points. But back to the P1 we go. If you're Boston Breach, you have to instantly be thinking about, we have to flip these spawns. We cannot allow LA to chain that P1 and P2 again.
Yeah, I mean, again, Boston, 2 good hard points, but everything else has been trending the way of the Thieves without question. And as we're starting to see this P1 setup develop, it's all turning up red in the kill feed, and that continues to be the case as Shawnee will drop Priesta. He wants to go, but there's really not an opportunity for him. He's going to walk into a plethora of Thieves members, but maybe that's fine. He's able to take 2 of the 3 down, and now you got a 3-on-1. Where really the Thieves cannot challenge this. So Pentagram steps into the hard point, nades over the top, largely denied by trophy system, but Pentagram has held the front door. Pistol out, that will work. 3-for-1 the exchange. Ghosty dealt with, all 4 down. Boston looking to flip now for the spawns.
Oh, but it's still the close spawns here from LA. Is Pentagram going to get a read that all 4 players win the rotation due to everyone on Boston Breach getting the kills at those times? But at least if you are Boston, you don't give up all that P1 time this time around to LAT. Great snap right there for Pentagram, who currently finds himself on 4 in a row. But their focus now is flipping those spawns. And with the route coming in from Snoopy, Shawnee gets that close spawn, and Boston Breach now have an opportunity to break.
And there it is, 6 kills for Pentagram. Gets himself a cruise missile, trying to step away from the chase from Deceives, but Joe's able to tally the kill, and now everything falls onto the remaining members of Boston Breach inside the hard point with no trophy system. Shawnee doing what he can over in towards the vent, but yeah, gets caught trying to cook up a nade, and with that, the Thieves once again showcasing their break stats.
Yeah, just when Boston Breach think, okay, we're gonna get a couple kills, we're able to flip the spawns, we take the back. LAT right through the front, just punched him right in the face. Kerp finds a double. Joe Deceives is doing exactly what he needs to do, but the break comes in too damn easy for LA. And now with this final 20 seconds, if they walk away with this, you're even more of a scary situation because already off the rotation, Nasty finds himself behind enemy lines. 3 Boston Breach players spawn all the way across the map. And if you are LA, you are in full control of this game.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Pentagram also seen over towards that top patio bar. So the Thieves are set up. Boston down about 50 points, need to put themselves into a position of break. We'll see what happens with the Thieves here as they set up their routine place around the patio with the LA Thieves listening.
I saw ring. One dead. One more. What's your ring? What's your ring? Super chest. Ring dead. 3. Last guy. He's a shaker. Half. Challenge guy. I'm ranking mid. I'm one shot. I seen it with his hands. I seen it with. Marning wood. I can't. One shot. I ring. Missing ring right now. I ring. One Shawnee dead. 2. Nice. Ring dead. Nice. 4. You got this. Heard you. I spawned more, boss. They're all spawning out of the 7 dead. Nice job,
no wrapping back.
Stupid Shawnee first 2. Stupid Shawnee first 2. I'm needing pit for you guys. I'm on pit for that guy. I need it over here. I'm in office. I'm only cross. Yellow dead. You pinch dead. Nice. Yeah. Nice. Missing priest. I have you pinch. He's not you yet. Can you get you pinch? Let me know you have it, Byron.
One shot old mid says. He's going mid stairs to mid, Dan.
Yeah, they're going to I'm holding you. You're good.
I spawn long.
I'll tell you when I go down.
Break after break, Jay. Thieves getting it done, and outside of what has been a great map for Pentagram, everyone else struggling to really get to be a part of the team here for Boston. Last couple of seconds here. Last attempt for Boston to try to break through, and it has to be perfect. And, well, the kill feed is giving us the answer that it has not been. So, Thieves do what they always do here, Jay. Dominate 6-star hardpoint. Mercy, that was polished.
Oh, yeah, that was a beating, man. Obviously, Boston did a good job of at least fighting through the first half of the game. But once you hit the second half, LAT are finding easy breaks in towards P2. They found an easy break off the rotation at P3. And even when Boston Breach need to be able to cut their losses, go into a P4 Money Hill, you lose every single gunfight. We went into a listening with LA. If I was in the same room with them, they would have me ready to run through a wall like the Juggernaut because the way they are sounding. They are so damn twisted, and they come out and now put themselves up 1-0 in this series. That's now 5-0 in map win records ever since this roster has been formed. They're just different at 6-star. You might not want to square up against this team if you're any team in the CDL.
No, I definitely wouldn't. I mean, look at the numbers. It's just so complete across the board. Everyone's sharing hill time as well. I mean, it's really been just about as perfect as it gets. And for the other side, for Boston Breach, again, like, you have to give some leniency over to the fact that there is an emergency sub situation. But the interesting real story point here about this matchup is you got to remember that Ghosty, Krep, Snoopy, Pentagram, Shawnee, they all have experience playing with each other in Challengers, and they're on the Boston Breach Academy team. So, there is this level of kind of the Challenger space meeting here on a much more elevated stage. But like you said, I mean, if you're the Thieves, you see this show up in a map pool and you gotta be foaming at the mouth. This has been so darn good for them. Another absolute beatdown and the 6-star hardpoint.
And now if you're Boston Breach, you're forced to win your worst mode probably in the history. That was also our 250th hardpoint of the season. And thankfully, LAT put on a show for that one. Like, that was just an absolute beating. If you're Boston Breach, like, you have to be able to find some kind of standing ground, especially off the rotation. We're just losing rotation fights. We're not holding down hills that we were supposed to. They were overall on that map first in hold percentage. And unfortunately, none of that came to fruition there because LAT, #1 in breaks, they made that one look so damn easy. And now you're going into a high-rise search and destroy, which is going to be game 2. Combined between both the S&Ds that Boston Breach have in this series, which is game 2 and game 5, they have a complete record of 0-12. So, like, the books, everything is going to tell you Boston Breach are going to get absolutely steamrolled here, but who knows? Shawnee might be the man on high-rise.
Needs to happen because, well, at the moment, the search and destroy loss streak record, which was previously held by the Minnesota Røkkr last year at 11, is where it is currently tied for the Boston Breach, who, again, they desperately need to find a way to win to search and destroy. Otherwise, they will be I don't want to say kings, but they will hold the record in terms of overall highest loss streaks on a search and destroy. Shout out my guy Turtle for hitting me up with that number. And like we continue to say, it's just the simple fact of the matter of, a lot of these map 5s that we keep seeing Boston lose, let's be honest, a lot of them really haven't been all that close. I mean, there's been a couple of round 11s here and there, but for the most part, you look at these two search and destroys in this pool, like you mentioned, that's been their worst collection of search and destroys. Like you mentioned, no wins on either of those two maps so far this season, let alone this qualifier.
Yeah, so if we get to the game 5, obviously LAT, they're feeling fantastic to close it out in 5 for sure, but we want to try to close this out a lot sooner if you are LA. You're doing exactly what you usually do, finding a lot of success in the map #1s, but this is where, and also that game 3, unless it's invasion a little bit, they have been sort of struggling in. We need to try to clutch up in the search and destroy versus a team who is also coming in with the fill-in and who haven't found a lot of success in search and destroy overall. This needs to be LA going up 2-0.
Has to happen. And, again, for Boston, you're just trying to scrape together points and trying to find ways to extend series is the only way it feels like it's been possible for them to do. So it feels like, it would be a necessary win for them to even have a chance at the series if they could take this search and destroy here if you're a Boston fan. But it hasn't been great. That's the easiest way of putting it. And on the other front here, you talk about, the comparison between, we talked about Pentagram stats. He's been really kind of not been able to figure it out in search and destroy. He's got a 0.6. On the other side, Jonas has been incredible. He's holding well over a 1.0 KD. He's been a byproduct of a lot of the first blood creation for Thieves, and that's been really one of their also big success points, especially lately on this map.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need a little bit of Joe Deceives action here on high rise. He can get it done with the Rival 9 and also that FCW in hand. But I think if you are Boston Breach, the one thing that you have to focus on, you saw the stats right there, is simply shutting down LA on their attacking side. So far on this stage, they're sitting at a perfect 8-0. Flawless. #1 at getting first bloods compared to Boston, who are dead last in that category. So let's try to get that early pick.
Yep. Stuns, nades all coming over. Snoopy, a little shoulder check from bottom blue. Joe Deceives gives him something to think about with those shots, and here we go. Pentagram trying to get forward, holds the angle initially. Joe Deceives just able to slip away, shut the door behind him, but it is the underground control now going the way of Boston.
Oh, but that's the first blood all the way across the map coming in from Nasty. Shuts down Priestess. Snoopy instantly there to respond, makes it still a 3v3. But that bomb being down over towards B Street is going to be very difficult for Boston because they now have to wrap out of their positions to retrieve it.
And you can kind of see where the high ground positions are being locked down for Thieves in the minimap. I mean, you've got Ghosty over on one side, Shawnee's trying to clear out the other, but this is an uphill battle here for Boston, trying to regain some map control. Trap seen over towards the backside at the A hut. Shots across the map from Ghosty, decent, but Shawnee keeps his life, and all of a sudden Snoopy's behind the play. First shots are good, but only able to tally a single elimination, and we'll go to a 2v2 with only 22 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, someone's got to go get the damn bomb, and unfortunately, you're probably not going to have enough time to do that. Ghosty's able to take down Shawnee. Now Snoopy left in the 1v2, just not enough time to clutch up on the round. Snoopy is the only player for Boston Breach over a 1.0 KD, sitting at a 1.13. He's been basically their shining light in this mode. Everyone else at a 0.75 or lower. And unfortunately, he could not get all 4 kills to secure the round. But great plays out of LA.
Yep.
No trophies, this was a show, but they still take a lot of B Street control. Nasty finds that first blood. And there's just simply not enough time for Boston Breach to think about that objective. LAT take the first.
And again, that's also a byproduct of Boston trying to play for underground control, whereas for Thieves, they try to play for the high ground control. So you're kind of fighting the front, you know, in a very awkward spot after all of your commitment to the underground pit location essentially gets countered by a player going up top onto the propane tank. So here we go. Second round up. Once more. Here we go. Outside's the map for the Thieves. Looks like it's a pretty dictative call for them to try to hit this, but whoa. What? Okay. Priest bounces a nade over, connects onto Kremp, and what looked to be a good start for Thieves now turns to a 3v3, and Snoopy stretches forward, finds Joe Deceives to give Breach the numbers.
Yeah, that's the perfect timing right there from Snoopy to take that engagement. Now Boston in the man advantage, and unfortunately team shot in the back of Nasty. Wasn't expecting that, but at least Ghosty makes up for it. He finds one and sets up Nasty for the second. Now it's Priesta left in a 1v2.
Yeah, it's just another one of those moments where it just never feels like Boston can utilize the positions that they've earned. I mean, again, that kill from Snoopy, he has to back up immediately, so it doesn't really gain them much ground. And now all of a sudden Thieves have gotten fully over towards the defensive side of the map, and they will get an A plant here unless Priesta can get an angle onto Ghosty. No, doesn't see it. So bomb planted. Priesta resets the 1v2. Nasty predicted but not committed towards that angle. And I'm pretty sure Priesta, his position has been made aware. And it feels like only a matter of time before he gets called out in this spot too. And that's indeed the case.
Yeah, that's just good stuff right there from LA to clutch up in the 2v3. Ghosty finds one to make it a 2v2. And then you saw Snoopy was trying to hit that rotation out through blue. Trying to team up with Priesta but get some bad Call of Duty timing there. And even though Boston Breach find that first blood, they still walk away with the L. They actually are one of the worst teams at converting it. They get first blood only 10th overall in the league, but then they convert it 57% of the time, which is terrible. That's like, you have a man up. We have to force them to beat us by planting a bomb or make sure we're trading effectively. Unfortunately, a bunch of one-on-one gunfights is not going to get it done.
True. This time, similar setup here for Boston. Pentagram on the bottom side of the staircase. Snoopy once again throwing shoulders towards bottom blue, but this time the Thieves defensively have Joe Deceives with an AR out, which actually the same is said for Pentagram. So first blood tallied, and here we go again. Boston, early numbers. Can they find a way to actually convert the round, though?
Yeah, let's use some teamwork here. Let's work this objective over towards B. We already took down one of their most aggressive players in Joe Deceives at bottom pit. But the bomb is slowly working its way up to A. You're not going to find a lot of success to even get the timing to work this bomb plan, especially with Nasty in this position.
Yeah, well, does he know that Snoopy's up close and personal? No, he doesn't. So kill tallied, no trade. Kremp tried for it, but didn't have a good angle. So now he's kind of caught over towards propane side, and with no route to get out, he just has to full send it. And a couple of attacks come through. Pentagram through B Street. Almost able to find the final shots on towards Ghosty as well, but Snoopy gets a part of the play, and there we go. Good round for Boston. Take advantage of their first blood in every form of it.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Boston to find that first kill through bottom pit, and then Snoopy to take the calculated risk that he always usually finds himself in around the search and destroy. Just pushing up towards the shack, gets that kill into Nasty, instantly puts them into the 4v2, and then he also gains the info that they're not in their base, they're not around the middle of the map, they have to be over towards B Street. The comms come in, they're able to trap the players from LA to finally get one on the board.
All right. What do you call here from the defense, though? And it looks like there's going to be a pretty heavy stack over towards the A site. They're going to try to get blue control. Joe Deceives throws a little bit of a shoulder. That's a stun that also lands, but Snoopy had already committed in, and that's good for the gunfight win. And again, early first blood with a lot of map taken away here by Boston's defense.
Yeah. And they also find the second. Great shots from Shawnee to shut down Kremp. So another 4v2 scenario for Boston. Snoopy on the back of another first blood is basically getting these rounds there for Boston Breach, and Breach is able to get the bomb carrier.
Yeah.
Last player up is going to be Nasty. Just a very clean round right there from Boston. You get that first blood. You allow Shawnee to know where the pressure's coming in to find the second. And then you're just shutting down those aggressive plays coming in from LA who have never fallen short on an attacking side. You finally give them their first loss.
Yep. Good stuff. And the tempo has been stepped up a touch here for the Boston Breach, and you wonder if that will continue to be the case. You know that they want to play at that speed, especially with Snoopy and Pentagram on the roster. They're going to want to get active early. It just comes down to, again, like we kind of talked about at the beginning of this matchup, not forcing it if it's not there. And so far in those last 2 rounds, looks like lesson was kind of learned after what we got in the openers. So let's see what the next idea is here for Boston. Lots of focus for their offense has been through this underground route, and that seems like it'll once again stay the case. Pentagram AR. Oh, how about this? Thieves trying to counteract with a little bit of tempo of their own. Fire versus fire, it feels like, but it's Snoopy all over this bottom blue position, but the trade still favored that of Thieves over the top of the pit, and Kremp tracking down Snoopy on his exit means that Priest is 1v2, last left alive.
Oh, but he's at least able to spot one player. He also gets the info on the second, but Ghosty, you can never catch that guy off guard. Playing with the goatee so far on this stage has done wonders for that young man. But LA do a great job of just trading efficiently through bottom pit. It was an all-out mix fest. Stuns and nades are getting thrown. But LA, they showed a different look on a defensive setup to get aggressive this time around through bottom pit. They were able to assist, also shut down Snoopy, and to just keep the man advantage in their favor to secure the round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that is just legitimately them actually stepping the tempo up and saying, all right, you guys want to fight down here at the bottom of the pit? Let's go. We'll bring an extra gun to the mix. It works out great. 6 and 2 start for Ghosty in particular. Now, for the next offense, it's going to be a 2-2 split for Thieves. Lots of main focus towards the deep sides at B, but also a double stack over towards Blue Hall. So it looks like, again, Thieves may want to try to force something down low in the pit. The difference is Snoopy's playing right on top of the rails as kind of the sole defender at B. He just needs to make sure he keeps his life and pop up to stop any opening attempts towards this B site, which he's going to have to do now with Pentagram dropping first.
Yeah, I don't understand why Pentagram's getting aggressive in that situation. Like, Snoopy is in the clutch spot to not allow that bomb plant to go down. He's able to catch the timing to make it a 3v3. But that bomb is still going to get planted. And you already have Snoopy trying to work his way through bottom pit. He's going to finesse not for that long. Tries to make another individual play, and it comes back to bite him.
And I think that is more so a lot of credit towards the Thieves for finding a way to be able to still stick for the plant, considering how things looked over the top of the initial attempt.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw obviously Snoopy get the first, he hops off, and maybe that's enough of a call for Thieves to say commit to it, because the other player in Priesta is still playing backside staircase. But as soon as that angle's given up and Pentagram drops, like you already mentioned, there's no one who can play around the back for Boston. There's no one who can contest the site, and that's the problem with that setup when you lose first blood.
Exactly, my friend, because Snoopy, his job is already done when he finds one kill. You're not expecting him to stay up in that angle to shut down that bomb carrier immediately after finding one. But like you said, without Pentagram there to assist him, unfortunately, he is not going to be traded. So LA starting to pull away in this search and destroy. Now 2 rounds in a row. Ghosty sitting at 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Potentially pick up a cruise missile, but Boston Breach have left the bomb in the spawn. Okay, it worked out. First blood.
And do they continue to force the issue here over towards A, knowing that there's no bomb up? And wow, clean shots from Joe Deceives. Baits out the engagement from Snoopy, but Snoopy more than happy to take it. It's now Nasty trying to force over the trade. Oh, easier said than done. Snoopy sliding through, finds the kill, and no bomb, no problem for Boston. Quick tempo through blue works out as Snoopy essentially guarantees the round with a couple of kills he tallied.
Every single time Boston Breach get one on the board, Snoopy is doing something absurd. Just pushes his way out through blue. Gets the read on the player sitting through bottom. Heli steps, and then the snap onto Nasty for the second. Just shuts down the round. Right there for Boston. So able to stop the bleeding a little bit, but we all know, everyone in chat, everyone in rank knows, when you're up 4-3, there's no more important round than this one here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially considering the fact that last time around, Boston kind of got beat over towards this B setup. And oh no, Snoopy trying to get aggressive. That's going to be completely eliminated by way of the propane tanks. Decent trade though. Takes Nasty out of the picture at range, so we'll go to an early 3v3, but there's no low ground control at all. And now Joe Deceives, he have made the right call here. Kremp watching to make sure no one chases. Joe, topside staircase predicted somehow by Pentagram. And that will work out now for a 3v2 for Boston.
Yeah, Shawnee definitely got a sound cue that someone was working through that bottom door. Gives the comm to Pentagram, and he's going to get the full benefits of that. Able to find a double now. Ghosty left in a 1v3. There's a trampoline on the side of the railing. Definitely catches that guy off guard. He knows he's never going to put himself out of those kind of situations to clutch up in those rounds, but I think it comes down to, even with Snoopy getting first blood there, the instant response from Pentagram to make it a 3v3, and then Shawnee with the information gained with the headset to set him up for the final 2 kills because Ghosty jumps off the map.
All right. Pentagram's at 5, I believe, as well. So there's potential here if he can get a cruise missile to pretty much guarantee the map. Or at least get him closer to being able to guarantee the map. Yeah, 8 and 4 for Pentagram. 5 in a row. Snoopy, once again, same route. Back through blue. This time, Pentagram with an AR going to go straight to top heli. This is all about making sure he can get a read. And you would hope for Boston fans that he can get a freebie for this 6th kill. He wants Ghosty at range. That's not going to work. Desperate Semtex thrown the right direction, but denied by a trophy system. And everything goes back to a 4v4 with 1:05 on the clock.
So far, Pentagram has gained a lot of info. Ghosty was over towards B Street. Just a stun does connect onto at least one player in LA. It's going to be Joe the Thieves. So now if the press is going to be to work over towards this B site, we just have to clear radio tower to work this objective, but Pentagram more focused on just finding 1 kill to earn that cruise.
Yeah. Oh, but
oh my God.
Bounce up over towards the A windows. Doesn't miss a bullet. That's unreal. So now all of a sudden things become very dire for Boston. A forced engagement from Snoopy works out for the opener, but the isolation and the trade is swiftly to follow. So we go to a 3v2. Shawnee with the bomb has to commit, you would think, to this A site. Crossing through mid is not going to feel good, but at the same rate, there's not a lot of clearance to plant here at A either. This is not looking good for Boston.
Oh, but Shawnee does get the read onto Joe to C, so he can potentially put this bomb down over towards A, but Ghosty finds Priesta, turns it to a one-on-one, just not enough time to get that objective done. And that's basically what it comes down to. Like, Boston, are we ever going to plant the damn bomb? It's very difficult to plant over towards A. You have to worry about players in the back of their spawn, players in high ground, such as top propane or top heli. And there's just not really a consistent plant spot to stay alive after you get that bomb down. Like, Boston, we're just taking too damn long working the wrong site. Maybe if we go over towards B, we stand a better chance because right off the ribbon around, Pentagram got a lot of information gained. You just did nothing with it.
Yeah, I think the thing was they were wanting Pentagram to get their 6th kill for the cruise missile. Like, I felt like the whole game plan for the round was get Pentagram top heli and then protect him. Let him get that 6th kill. But when it doesn't happen, you're absolutely right. All that information that he gains essentially goes for nothing. So now here's a different look. Thieves going to have a trophy system to kind of conceal this stack over towards A. But not much will occur often after that, and that's indeed the case here again, as Boston will kind of slip away. Does Nasty not quite see Snoopy? There's the X-ray gone. I mean, there's a little bit of wiggling going on up there, but Nasty not quite able to track it down by the look of it, and yep, Snoopy will find the free first blood.
That's insane. Oh, and unfortunately, the bad propane, the demon propane takes down Snoopy. You bring it back to a 3v3, and if you are LA, you have full bomb site control. Just gotta try to get a read of what the setup is looking like, because Boston Breeze they're doing a good job of just finessing around bottom pit, holding down that B Street, but time is taken away.
Yeah, stun will land. That locks Pentagram into place. He cannot challenge this, at least not initially. Support nearby. Kremp over the top. Ghosty also playing down the long side of this alley. But not enough clearance for Joe to commit for a plant yet. There's the read on the Pentagram, and he gets caught. I mean, someone for Boston had to check. Pentagram gets caught doing so, and now it's a 3v2 post-plant situation. Shawnee and Priesta trying to break their way back in. And a quick route here. Hold on. Shawnee's actually gotten some clearance through mid. He may actually take this angle away from Joe Deceives as well, and he does. So now it's just down to Kremp for the 1v2. Up and over. Priesta able to get the shots in, and we're going to go to round 11.
Construction man Shawnee is going to figure out a way to get it done on high rise. Keeps his team alive to force around 11. Who is expecting Shawnee to hit the jump up that Snoopy finds himself on top of? But he finds a double, turns it into a 1v2. Priesta gains the info and is also able to get the kill onto Kremp. What a snap, what a jump shot. You can never catch Priesta off guard. And now we're going into around 11. Let's look at that replay again. Here comes the replay for the propane. And we know it doesn't matter where you are on the map. It's going to somehow, some way kill someone. But thankfully, it still leads to Boston Breach securing the round.
Yeah, very fortunate for Boston indeed. Especially considering that Nasty was a pixel away from being able to confirm that Snoopy was up there in the first place. But here we go, round 11. Thieves, wow, quickly into A. The only one really watching for this is Priesta on the cross. Same could be said, though. Snoopy's gotten deep over towards the underground. He's looking to make an early route. Priesta, I think, has confirmed that there are players nearby at A. So Snoopy's got to go. He's got to go quickly. Arrows turning. Do they expect it? Nasty, did he see him? Looks like he has. And yeah, stuns will confirm on both sides that he's here. And Thieves will have to pause. They cannot commit to B yet. They need to make sure Snoopy's not playing around the back.
Oh, yeah, and this is exactly what you need to do if you are LA. Let's just trap this guy out, isolate him, and play for that one-on-one. As the door is going to get creeped, Snoopy info is now gained, but there goes the pitch for the first blood. Could have made such a great play, but somehow, some way, LA are able to get a read on it. They're also able to find the second. Now it's Pentagram and Shawnee to clutch up.
And Krebs just pushing right on in. Does not want to allow anyone from Boston to take a look at this round. And, well, the loss streak record looks like it may go to a different camp. Boston have lost 11 in a row. That makes it 12 in round 11 form again. It's just constant heartbreak for Boston and for the Thieves. Again, great isolation, great follow-up, and a good extra little bit of tempo there after they had the numbers to make sure Boston couldn't restructure their defense.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Alan, though. I'm really mad with the way Boston Breach just played that, because we're talking about a bunch of these rounds you were able to throw away by just a bunch of individual plays. Like, in around 11, like, we do not need to put ourselves in such an aggressive angle. I know Snoopy got the timing. He was able to work his way through underground and was almost able to make the play to secure the game. But once that information is gained, LAT, no, we isolate this guy, we got the first blood. Then someone from LA now has to try to assist him. I mean, someone from Boston has to try to assist him, and we're able to find the second. It's just like, this is what Snoopy is able to do. He gets a 13-7, 11 non-traded kills, but a lot of those kills are one-on-one gunfights here, one-on-one gunfights there. Just not any teamwork from Boston Breach, man. And unfortunately, that's now 12 losses in a row in Search and Destroy. Another heartbreak round 11 for them. And if you're feeling on the side of LA, you're feeling fantastic. A very nail-biter Search and Destroy, and now you're going into an Invasion Control where this is probably going to end in 3 as long as someone is paying attention if someone's on that 8 point.
Yeah, good comms. Yeah, it's one of those things that this has been the most rehearsed map for both of these two squads, but trying to set up the pose of the question of how does Boston reverse sweep with the current maps that we have still waiting for us doesn't feel all that strong as we look back once more at the map to recap at the bottom side. Only one round for each team where a first blood didn't go their way. So once again, conversion percentages looking pretty strong across the board, pretty even split across the board as well in terms of who was able to find the first bloods. It just simply put was one of those things that, again, Boston's defense just could not find ways to slow down this Thieves attack, largely speaking. So, like we mentioned, Invasion Control coming up to us next. Then it would have to be a real Hardpoint, followed by an Invasion if we continue to see both of these two squads go the distance, which they've done in every match so far this qualifier. But right now, it feels like it's all Thieves. So we'll step away for the break and come back with the Invasion Control to see if it ends in 3.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Funnel them through. These have to run at this. It's 2 players inside mid. It may work out. It may not. It's 3 from the missile.
Diamond makes the play on the very long flank. Run, but you cannot hide. It hits both. They drop.
Diamond Con trying to end the game. Is he going to get there in time? He is. 13-4 from Diamond Con. Ends the game on 7 in a row.
Now it's just down to 04. He's on the hunt.
04 spots himself. He should be able to line this one up for free. Another clutch out of this young man.
Opening shots from 04. Connects on the Geo and he predicts it.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. This kid is everything.
Flames, the second potential 1v3 for him. Pistol, gunfight win. Check the bomb, get him off of it, and he does. The play's alive.
Oh my God, accuracy of the runaround. Flames, no way. Back to back in the same map. Another 1v3. Ain't no way.
But time is dwindling. They still got to work the plan. He's hearing all this. I'm in a push. What's up, boys? Takes out 2. Diamond, look at the 1v3. Oh my God! That can't happen.
Yeah, well, Espino's instincts. A double nade is in. Nasty.
While he's jamming out, he's also trying to win fights. He can think that, and he will get dropped as the tunes keep going.
Have middle of the map control. You're just going to funnel them through. These have to run at this. It's 2 players inside mid. It may work out. It may not. It's 3 from the missile. Hell of a round, Sir Zandy.
Welcome back, everybody. And at the moment, Thieves are very comfortably 2-0 up in this series, our final one of the weekend. And Jay, today is Cinco de Mayo. So whether you're finding yourself a fun fiesta or if you're trying just to find some extra inspiration to help out what has been a clown fiesta from the Boston Breach side, you got to find a regain here on Invasion Control. It's their most played control map, Jay. You have to think that this is where they can find a map win.
Yeah, they have to find a map win. They've been a part of the fiesta, and a couple players looking like they're drinking a little bit of cervezas on this fine morning. But LAT, they're feeling fantastic. Obviously, they fell short the last couple times they played Invasion all the way in round number 5. And for the one time that Boston played it in this stage, they were able to beat Optic Texas. And we all know how that one went. Optic just simply did not look at the 8-point and allowed Shawnee to secure 2 segments by his damn self. So yeah. If you're LA, just making sure we're aware of where everyone is on the map. But Boston Breach are going to be the team early on the attack. On board here with Snoopy, he's already taken a lot of ground in towards DVD.
He doesn't have to force anything from this position. Try to catch some of these Thieves members on the defensive rotation, which seems to be the case initially. A couple of kills do go through here for Boston. Yeah, well done. Only player to really survive through this was Nasty, but Pentagram right there with Snoopy. All of a sudden, they clean the floor up. Clock stops with a lot of focus towards B. Priesta trying to get some assistance to stay alive on the A zone, which he's getting at the moment. Snoopy and Pentagram running amok in the middle of the map, but eventually it does get dealt with. Then Shawnee has left the B zone to try to help out with this late play towards A. Snoopy on 3 in a row. Shawnee there to assist, but the kills for the Thieves will get their defense back into form.
Yeah, I like the play right there from Boston because they still had a lot of map control around that 8-point. They try to hit that transition to get the more difficult segments out of the way at A. They're instantly off the respawn to reinforce their numbers back over towards B. The second segment is about to get complete. But LA, they're not going to try to give this one up for free, but look at the start for Pentagram. 7 and 1 more kills than his entire team combined.
Yeah, facts. Problem is, Thieves still have a chance to try to hit this, and yeah, they're going to push Pentagram off the zone, who's got to just try to finesse his life a little while longer. Clock down to 41 seconds. 4 in a row now this life for Pentagram. Looking for number 5 up top. Yeah, just completely beats Krep over towards the broken staircase. So yeah, it's all Pentagram all the time right now. Priesta here to support, and with that extra 60 seconds going to get tallied. 5 life advantage as well here for Boston. And Pentagram, does he get a read onto the last and 6th kill he needs for the cruise missile? He does. Snap up to Nasty, decent, but the response for Thieves keeps their defense in play around A.
Yeah, now they have 1:20 to hold their defensive setup over towards the same point. You currently have a couple players pushed up towards the B street, and they have a lot of mid-map control, so Boston Breach are stuck between a rock and a hard place. We have to try to find an opening.
Well, patience here for Boston. Don't want to get caught in any sort of spawn trap. Snoopy making sure no one pushes up towards the B tank. Efforts are being made, but the Thieves know that they cannot take an extra step right now with the spawns being so close for Boston, so they're waiting for the next flood to come through. Ghosty dealt with on the B street. Follow-up, though, from the Thieves. Looking pretty good. Snoopy can't quite finish the first. Tally snaps, finds Joe Deceives, and there will be no follow-up gunfight for Krep. So Snoopy will earn some progress here at B street. But we're down to 40 seconds and only 13 lives for this next offensive hit.
Oh, and Snoopy is going to get caught. Great stun going to hit for LA to shut down their most farthest pushed-up player. Pentagram still trying to finesse his way up to the B street, but there's only 30 seconds left. You have to try to win a couple gunfights through the backside, but your teammates through the front have to maintain a little bit of the map control because LA have everything cut off.
Yeah, this S&D street control here for Thieves can stop anyone from rotating in from either side of the map. Pentagram, again, just finding kills left, right, and center, but it's not allowing any further progress towards getting out of the A zone. Thieves have done well to keep their focus defensively strong over towards the A site. 5 seconds to go. Last attempt. Someone's going to have to try to run and get there. Snoopy down main water. He would be the only one to maybe touch it. He only gets 2 kills, and he was just simply put too far away. So, you know, good opening from Boston. Pentagram in particular, one of his most successful moments so far in the CDL, but it ends up only getting 3 ticks of progress in total.
Yeah, like I thought Boston Breach, the way they came out, it was all out swinging against the fences. They were getting all the kills, and unfortunately, we're not able to complete at least one segment over at that 8-point. LAT, every time they spawned on an invasion, they were the best defensive team to start the year in. They still hold strong in that category as one of the top squads. They only allowed 3 segments to get away from them. But now they have to worry about that Pentagram cruise missile because that can play a big part.
Yeah. Definitely could. Trophy system down. Thieves taking their early focus right on in towards the B point. Cramp holding over towards Cafe. Nasty just outside DVD. Opening engagements decent for both sides. But Nasty at mid Opens up now a chance for Thieves to either stack at B or rotate, depending on which they prefer to do. And as Kremp gets caught through the middle of the map, looks like the focus for Thieves will stay here at B.
Yeah, they're already pushed up to that left street if you are Boston Breach, so they instantly put them into a little bit of a trap. Shawnee is also able to win a one-on-one gunfight on that side of the map, but the second segment has yet to be complete here for LA. You eliminate Priesta. Now you know that 2 players are coming off spawn, but Shawnee's still roaming around in your base.
Thing is, Kremp is taking space through the defensive side of the map here at B as well. Good push through his Pentagram with a pistol out. Will get his double kill. Second tick of progress is done. 24 playing 24. Thieves going to step off the zone for a moment. They have dealt with Shawnee on that spawn trap angle, but the rest of Boston has now flooded forward, and they've regained full control at B. 3 straight dead. Joe DeCeves trying to get across to make sure Shawnee can't get into place for the spawn trap again, but doesn't predict him initially. Good opener from Shawnee. Follow-up gunfight looking decent, though, as Thieves are trying to hold him back.
And we saw Shawnee do this all map versus Optic. Just every time he gets into engagement, I'm just gonna back down to a deeper Humvee. He's able to find a double. That's gonna allow his teammates all spawn to still fill those gaps over towards the A street, but LA have not been able to get out of their base. In the back of their mind, they're thinking, we at least have to get one more segment done. It's impossible to push over towards that B street, so let's try to go over towards A.
Or just get some success through mid-map, which that's not happening either. Yeah, straight eliminations across the board here for Boston. Pentagram at 21 and flipping 6. I mean, where has it been for Pentagram? 8 now in a row. Stuns, nades, doesn't make a difference. Priesta keeps him safe, and it's a 21-9 life count in favor of Boston, securing the defense and only giving away 2 of the ticks of progress. They hold at least a little advantage moving into round 3.
Yeah, you see Pentagram in the player camps, like he's saying, like, don't worry guys, right now this is all me. I have more kills than my entire team combined. I'm just simply shutting it down over towards this B street. He already had a cruise missile in his back pocket. He goes on another 6 streak. He wish he could earn double. But the way he is shooting right now with that MCW is getting it done for Boston Breach. LAT now have to try to get a shutout round on defense, because you cannot allow these segments to get away from you, because we know how important round 5 defense is.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what the call is going to be here, Jay. Trophy system out. Pentagram first one on. And there's going to be a follow-up here with Shawnee also joining them. And Boston just continue to rip apart this Thieves defense. Oh, Pentagram little heat check right there. Does get turned away. Nasty able to find the kill, but Snoopy's behind this play and should find a freebie. Pending the timing is good, and it looks like it will be. So extra 60 looking pretty primed and guaranteed over towards B. Snoopy catching a little bit of fuego as well as he tries to step into Nasty at spawn, but that's where the line will be drawn in the sand. Thieves still trying to find a defensive footing, but a couple of kills on the exit will give him a chance as Priesta stops the clock now, moving over towards A.
Yeah, Priesta works his way over towards A, and he was also able to pick up a cruise missile, so this can get very scary if you are LA. You saw that stat pop up on the screen. It's still #1 overall in the league. 20-2 on the defensive end, but that's 3 dead in the feed. First segment already done at A. Boston Breach coming out swinging.
Absolutely the case. Snoopy backing up just to get a double stack on towards the zone. Kremp crossing over. Second tick locked. Have to stop this right here, right now if you're Thieves. And Pentagram deep on the water street has done well to keep the Thieves limited on the zone. And Snoopy and Priesta finish off the damage tallied by Pentagram. And yeah, he's feeling it. Offensive round win, and now Boston looking primed and ready to take this map #3 control.
Yeah, now just in case it does go to a round #5, Boston Breach have guaranteed themselves defense because they put themselves up by 7 segments. So it's mathematically impossible for LA to put themselves on that side of the map for round 5. So they have to try to figure out on the attacking side 2 rounds in a row, and also 2 cruise missiles for Boston Breach that you now have to account for. I just don't think that LA were ready for the amount of pressure and the amount of aggression that Boston Breach have so far brought on this map.
Absolutely. And it has been right down their throats on both sides of the zone, both offensively and defensively. Nasty, Joe DeCeves. Double stacking over towards B early. Priesta trying to catch and route through DVD, but he's lost his other teammates around him and tries to play his life a little while longer. Another little check just to see, and yep, that's enough for him to say, nope, can't stay here anymore. With chalk up the B zone and move over towards A.
Yeah, there's no need to panic if you're Boston. You can give up that B point. Now, just in case it gets a little bit scary over towards A, you have a couple cruise missiles in your back pocket, but this is the moment where you have to iron up. As LAT are trying to fight for a lot of that mid-map control. You have a couple players pushing in towards Cafe. Pentagram at least takes down one, but now he has to play his life because they're instantly going to be on him. He's able to find a double, 28 and 10, almost with a 3.0 KD. This is the Pentagram we were waiting for.
This is the Pentagram that we saw in all of Season 1 of Challengers as well. Took a while to show up, but it's here now. But still, that's hold. Joe Deceives deep over towards Garage, and this gas station play could actually just step on in towards A. Ghosty also trying to work his way down the street. Nice shots from Priesta. Doesn't miss a bullet, and now quickly trying to make his way in towards the zone, but Joe deals with the first. Can't quite hold down the trigger long enough to catch Pentagram, who's now 30 and freaking 10, triple positive, and trying to move up the map.
He's on another 4 streak, so cruise missile already must have been called in, but he's trying to earn himself another. As now LAT trying to work out of their base. Already have a lot of B street control, but that time is starting to get away from you. You're all tied up in lives, but every single time Boston Breach are trading effectively, it's shutting down the push.
Can't let this get out of hand though if you're Boston. Thieves have made their way in towards Cafe and the B-Dom position. Snoopy working to reclaim it. Does well to get over in towards the tank. Clean shots, but the follow-up trades are decent. Thieves still hold on to mid-map control. Shawnee by himself in A. Pentagram on the cross. Stun will not land, and there's no alarm system here for Shawnee, but it doesn't make a difference. Still wins the 1v1, and now the rest of Boston get their setup over towards Laundry.
And they also take care of the player Increp, who was farthest pushed up. So that first wave is already going to get shut down, and now with 40 seconds left, LA basically only have one more good push. You do have one player, Joe sees working his way behind enemy lines. Could have found some great timing to at least stay alive, but he puts down a couple shots, so positioning now going to be known. Pentagram trying to play for the kill, but he's more focused on assisting his teammates through the front.
And here comes the nail in the coffin. Priesta going to call out the cruise missile. It will not land, but Boston, while everyone's moving around for the Thieves, will still take away a couple of the kills. Hold on a second. Jonas Thieves is still in the back over towards gas station. Priesta pushed away from the gunfight. Ghosty trying to work his way in to stop the clock. It gets down into 11.5. But the follow-up eliminations are perfect for Boston. 11 plays 9. 6 seconds on the clock. Nasty has to be the one to touch, and he's going to get cut down by Shawnee. Follow-up is also there, and the Boston Breach looking mighty fine in the invasion control. Late to the party, but showed up bringing gifts here in the map number 3.
My God, Pentagram, about to say, he starts off, what, 10 and 1, ends the map almost 30 and 10. Like, that's how you single-handedly call game on a map. You allow Boston Breach to stay strong in what they've been strong in so far all of this stage in control. That now puts them to 4 and 1 overall. But this one was the most convincing. We're talking about shutting down LAT on their defensive side, where they have been #1 all season long.
Yeah.
You're able to get it done, obviously, in the sling. Pentagram leads the way with 26 non-traded kills, 5,000 damage, 32 and 13. That's how you show up for your team.
Big time. And that's a reinvigoration onto the series now all of a sudden, for not just for the team, but I think for him. We'll talk more about why as we eventually talk about what map number 4 is. But on the other side for the Thieves, this has been kind of a weird point. You know, they play a ton of invasion, and the thing has always been their defense has gotten them through the vast majority of that. Yeah. But lately, outside of the fact that they hold on defensively, they're still giving away a lot of ticks of progress, and that has been kind of a trend towards them starting on round 5 offenses, or in a case like this, simply put, just losing the map. And it kind of feels strange to say with how good their control had been on this map at one point in time.
Oh yeah, that's definitely insane to say, because they are literally the best defensive team that we have on this map, but they have for some reason fallen short or forgot their fundamentals on this game mode. And unfortunately, it comes back to bite them. But Boston Breach, they take full advantage of it, man. We're talking about LAT every single time they're on defenses. They're not really allowing the segments, but it's more about their attacking success. Ever since the beginning of the season, they haven't found any success on the attacking side. When you talk about the segments or anything that needs to be gained, and Boston Breach takes full advantage of that. And now they're able to force a game number 4, but it's not going to get easy. It's not going to get any easier going into this map number 4, because it is going to be Rio. But the good thing for Boston, and the best thing for Boston, is the fact that Pentagram just did exactly what he did. I know it was with an FCW in hand, but Rio HP, he has to be able to keep up with the best of them on the opposite side of that SMG pressure. Him and Snoopy have to try to force this game 5, but just great plays. And when you're the team early off the rotation, we have to put ourselves in the setup, because you saw it in map number 1. You won a couple rotations, but we're instantly broken. So setup's got to be a lot better. And I don't know if that's going to be easy, because keep in mind, they still do have a fill-in in Shawnee.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But again, it's a map that you know where Shawnee's going to put himself. I mean, it's Rio. There's usually only one MCW in the vast majority of the hard points, and he's usually locking down the only long lane available towards whatever hard point we find ourselves on. So it really is, again, even though it is a substitute situation, the core three of this squad should know what their roles are going to look like moving into this map, especially for Pentagram and Snoopy. I think the thing about it that gives you a little bit of hope here for Boston is not just that you pull off a great map for Pentagram, but think about the tempo and the identity they established in the first moments of round one, where him and Snoopy both are running through you. So that has to, I think, be the trend here as we look over kind of how the hard points have gone over the course of an entire series in Major 3. LA Thieves have been really good in opening up with a map win, but like we talked about, both of these two teams continue to find ways to get to map 5, and for LA, they have not been particularly good in map number 4 affairs.
And this is why LA find themselves so far all of this stage going all the way to the very end of every series, because you are struggling currently in control and your map 4 records are not the best. Take a look at the overall season records for both teams. 2-4 for LA, 2-1 for Boston. A couple more reps on the side of LA, but you see that #1 hold percentage? That's going to play a big part because they find zero success on breaking on this map. But based off map number 1, that's probably completely going to change because there's no way in hell they're going to be 12th on this map.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think the thing here, on top of all of the overall numbers that you get right now, is the fact that for Thieves, you know, you talk about their hard points, you know, when they are mixy, and I feel like they thrive in chaos is what I've kind of seen a lot of the time, especially when we watch them like play maps like Vista this qualifier to this point. So just trying to find ways to kind of bring that over to the Rio. A good opener, 2 for 1, the opening exchange, Pentagram. And that's the moment where it's just like, you get the first, you don't need to force the second, not when you only have one other teammate with you, which is an AR and Shawnee. It's a little bit of an over challenge, but Shawnee still makes the best of it, follows up, picks up the pieces.
Yeah, Shawnee's doing his best to at least contest it, but it's still more bodies from the top of the middle of the map in LA. So they're able to stabilize it, just trade effectively to the top side, and now with only 20 seconds left, Boston Breach forced to make a decision. Are we going to contest it, not give them all this time, but we also cannot flip the spawns. At least a majority of the kills go in their favor, and you still have the spawns, even with LA finding all 4 kills in the feed. So they're going to be able to breach that 30-point mark, but now you're in a situation where you have to make up for it here at P2.
Yeah, initially, the timing of Snoopy and Pentagram channeling together looked so perfect, but the Thieves were just in great spots to immediately follow up on the damage that had already been tallied, and now you got to move around the back for spawn control, and that should be enough to move it around. And, well, would you look at Ghosty? He's just gatekeeping rotation over towards P4. A good finish off of Snoopy, but still, Thieves will get into the hard point, and you've got Crimp on 5 on this opener.
And that's just too easy. Like, if you're Boston, you know exactly where the pressure's going to come in, and that's all throughout the middle of the map. And unfortunately, none of the gunfights go their way, so LA are able to instantly flip the spawns, but at least Shawnee with the response finding 3 through the front to not allow them into this hard point. But with 25 seconds left, Boston Breach, hit your nades, hit your stuns, try to get them off at this time as much as you possibly can. But going into this P3, you have to make up for it now again.
Yes, and that's another moment where, again, you see good kill feeds coming through for Boston, but it's the last guy left alive finding a couple of trades that doesn't allow you to actually move into the hard point. So a convincing scoreboard to this point could be right around the 60-point mark to 3 for Boston, being challenged on rotation, but dealing with it. A chance for Boston to reap up some early time here on the 3rd hill.
Yeah, they need this time. They need to try to shut down this first push coming in from LA. The initial gunfight that started off is going to go in favor of Nasty. Joe deceives instantly there for the trade, but the spawn still in the backside for Boston. You do have one player, though, and Cramp working his way through box. He's able to win the one-on-one. The break is in, but Boston is still spawning towards the back.
Wait, how has Cramp got...
Oh, my God.
Stay alive that long. Looked like he'd have been dead to rights. Doors pop open. Pentagram's nade don't actually get into the hard point, and now everyone's just chasing him down. Nowhere to go. Focus goes back over towards the front. And this is what we were kind of talking about with the 6-star. It's just Boston just cannot put together a concentrated break attempt, and Thieves are running away with the map now all of a sudden.
It's just very difficult when you rotate early. You put yourself in the best possible setup with 20 seconds before that new hill pops, and then your first player who's watching the most important cut falls. Now you're forcing everybody else to scatter themselves or readjust their setup. And unfortunately, you just weren't able to get that read on Crep, who somehow, some way is able to find 3. And then you would expect Boston to win this rotation over towards next, but again, they are just late to the party.
Absolutely. And the thing about it is, you know, as much as you can come across as criticizing about Boston's timing on trying to hit these hard points, Thieves are doing a great job of making sure they're breaking the timings, getting forward right before Boston can even set up their approaches, getting a kill here, kill there, just taking away 1 point of ingress immediately, and it just leaves Boston with very little to no options. And that's happening right here, right now. 5 in a row for Ghosty, 4 in a row for Nasty, and the Thieves have taken a 100-point lead with a cruise missile now earned by Dan Ghosty.
Oh my God, Boston, come on. We got to show up a little fight here. 20 seconds left. We're not going to be able to get any time over to P4, but we have to hit the rotation now. There you go. A couple kills off the rotation to set up your squad for the perfect scenario at this P5 Bridge Hill, where you need to make up time, but you got to keep in mind that these with that cruise missile, they're definitely going to use it in this situation.
Yeah. Cramp. Right in the backside defending. 1v1, won by Snoopy. That makes things a little messy here as the Thieves do call that cruise missile in terms of, do you actually have enough numbers to break this? 2 players will drop. That makes life a little bit easier. Snoopy has to get out of mid and try to help on the pinch. Finds the opener, but immediately traded by Crep. Ghosty, other side, still building a bit of a streak. And this is what I mean, man. It's just Boston are finding themselves split spawn, stagger spawn. It just never feels like it's a 4-man hit, even a 3-man hit at times. And that cruise missile opens the door now for the Thieves to continue to do this. Again, run away with this map.
Yeah, you can just tell it's the same thing, the same story in map number 1. Just a lot of solo chows. I'm trying to be Superman, and unfortunately, it's coming back to bite them because every single time LA have someone in a trade positioning, Ghosty sitting at 21-6 on a 10 streak, trying to re-up on the cruise missiles. I don't think that's possible, but already coming out swinging this goes. He said, Pentagram, you had a good map before. I'm gonna one up that here in the hard point as it's 160-35 at the end of our first rotation.
Yeah, not good. Not good if you're Boston. Double from Pentagram, trying to get this rotation off on the right foot. That's now all of a sudden 3 in a row. Snoopy trying to guard against the pinch, not going to work out. Nasty, does he get the full flip? Where does Snoopy spawn right here? And does Nasty expect this? May not matter because his focus is purely right back into the hard point. Now up the backside Eskies, runs out of ammunition, but back and forth go the kills. Ghosty trying to stay alive over towards the bridge, pistol out, but did not expect there to be 2 Boston members and a chance for Breach to get a little bit more time.
And now Pentagram is able to earn himself a little bit of a cruise missile. Does get shut down on that 7 streak. But Boston Breach trying to fight their way back into this game with some good time here at P1. Only 20 seconds remaining. Just can't allow these gunfights to go the opposite way because we saw what it was for LAT last go around. Instant pressure when they found a clean 4 dead to instantly flip the spawns for Boston Breach as they're going to be able to retake through top mid. But Boston Breach with those back spawns, you have to make this one count.
Yeah, Ghosty's just having himself a filthy map. Legitimately, his timings have been so freaking good. Split spawn moment here, though, for the Thieves. Couple members around the back. The other 2 will be hitting this from the front. And Pentagram's got a pretty solid read, at least on the couple of members around the backside of this hill. No kills yet. Cramp dealt with front side ramp, but the pinch still finding success. Pentagram, the only one to really come to tally kills. Shawnee trying to stay alive over towards the backside of the hard point, but it's Ghosty. Of course it is. Right immediately towards Banana, but no, can't quite get in to find Shawnee. So he stays alive now off the regen, and with Priesta there to support, Boston will get past the 100-point mark.
Yeah, Boston is doing a great job at this hill. They needed a response to give them some momentum going forward. Found a 20-0, only going to put you down by 60 points, and you still have that cruise missile in your back pocket. But when you have such a lead, that's going to allow LAT to make plays like this. We're going to challenge over to the old hill because who the hell cares? Going to be able to get the break with only 10 seconds left. Keep Boston Breach pushed back, but still, big picture, winning rotation over towards next.
Absolutely. A little bit of fight here for Boston, but they need to successfully break on their first attempt. Otherwise, this game will once again be a little bit more out of reach. Split hit. Snoopy on one side, Shawnee on the other, and then it'll be Pentagram and Priesta right down Eskies. And at least a little bit of development on this break starts to come through, but Thieves will spawn right back up into place. Priesta the last one up over towards the backside at the arcade, and that's enough for Crep to just push right on out and then finds Shawnee topside Eskies with what very well may be one of the game-winning plays.
LAT are going to be able to breach that 200-point mark. Boston Breach trying to rally the troops through top mid to execute a very difficult break in towards this hard point. But all the kills in the feed are all red. LAT with everyone watching back at the 100 Thieves compound. I know that the energy was insane for the listening. I can only imagine what they are sounding like as they're only 42 points away from securing the series.
And they have rotation through boxes. Kremp ready to see if Shawnee's going to come through. Doesn't quite tally up too. So maybe a chance here for Boston to work with something, but you don't want to just be fully hitting this from boxes. And yeah, the rotation back from Snoopy just caught out as Thieves were very aware of what was happening. Pentagram calling in his crews. It feels like it gives maybe some space, some time, but Boston from the front need to find these eliminations. Priesta, first one in, dealt with quickly. Scuffle right over the top of the ramp, and it's Joe over towards boxes to deal with the majority of it. Final word from Ghosty, and now Thieves can win the map right here.
Yeah, it didn't even matter if the cruise missile was in the back pocket. It's very difficult to break in towards the P4, especially when the crossfires are set up the way that Thieves have it. Only 15 seconds until they close out this series. The contest is going to be it for Boston. Shawnee's able to find a double. They're able to get the break with only 20 seconds left, but like I said, if you're LA with this much of a lead, you can challenge every single ounce of scrap time. You could also be late off the rotation because you've been able to find a lot of success on breaking. It's only a matter of moments before this game is done.
They have a Pentagram. Key 1v1 win, topside bridge. Gives Boston a chance on rotation, but the rest of the Breach members trying to come around to assist are just not getting here. Oh, maybe it doesn't make much of a difference. Shawnee, Pentagram, combined, finding every single kill. It's a long road, friends, don't get me wrong, but a decent moment here for Boston.
Yep, now you gotta make it count. Basically have to play perfect hardpoint from here on out, get your trophies down, potentially pick up some cruise missiles going forward, but the nades are hitting, the guns are hitting for LA. They were to find 2 in the feed. Boston, though, still maintaining over towards bridge side, so LAT, we don't want to start playing a little bit nasty. Yeah. Make sure we're doing the fundamental parts correctly because Boston Breeze, they're showing life.
And here we go. It's going to be a stack up right down the main street. Snoopy on the cutoff. That will work. 3 in a row. Hold on a second, friends. This has been a perfect P5. And you've got Pentagram trying to float over, but now he's got to kind of do 2 things at once. Joe Deceives down low, stuck on 5 HP. Still takes down 1 with him. Thieves cannot win here anymore, but they're also a bit limited on numbers. Boston will commit through the old time, but the hard point opens up. Sean is going to have to call him the cruisers. This better land. It better get there quickly as well. Able to take down 1, but Kremp, Joe Deceives right back into the hard point. Boston trying to chase them out, and they successfully clear. So now it's just down to holding it every single step of the way from here on out.
Yeah, you just got to get a read of what LA are going to do because they're going to take a really long route. Someone's going to try to make 1 play to secure this game. And with 35 seconds still remaining at this P1 HP, it looks like the fights are going to come over towards the bridge side, but the Sean man able to find a double, at least relieve some of that pressure, but now it's a 2v1 towards the hill. LAT, they get the break, and that is going to be the series.
Wow. Yeah, man, Thieves hardpoint right now is looking real clean. I mean, yeah, of course, Ghosty drops a nuclear map. And to be fair, they're also playing up against a Boston team that's just struggling to figure it out in the first place, let alone the fact that they have to do that with, you know, Shawnee stepping in at a very last minute.
Yeah.
But outside of those 2 things, looks of dejection to be expected as Boston continue to just miss out on chances. I mean, the high-rise search and destroy was, I mean, an absolute pinnacle of that. You know, looking good in the invasion control. You were hoping maybe that Snoopy and Pentagram can kind of keep that up here in the hard point. It's Shawnee who technically comes away top damage, top kills, top non-traded, top hill time. So, I mean, it just wasn't fully there, but at the same rate, I mean, nearly 6,000 damage from Dan Ghosty. I mean, what do you do when you're an SMG running up against that?
Yeah, that guy was doing it all, man. He was doing it all in the beginning with the MCW, picks up our rival 9. He said, hello, my friend. Probably the best gun in the game. And he was also able to end that kill streak on 10 in a row. So Ghosty just called game in this map number 4. You take a look at the game flow. At the end of our first set of rotation, it was 160 to 35. If Boston Breeze simply don't have a slow start the way that they did, or can just make up for their wrongs, they're talking about winning a rotation over towards P2, winning a rotation over towards P3, winning a rotation over towards P4, and even winning a rotation over towards P5. They were instantly broken down all of those hills. I know you got a substitute player, but Shawnee ain't no dum-dum. He knows exactly what he needs to do off these rotations, and when you're consistently dropping 1 player, putting your team in a man disadvantage, that player essentially spawns out. It's just not the recipe for success for Boston Breach. I think going forward, though, big picture, they have to realize, like, we're not going to win games playing as individuals. Like, we can have our pop-up moments here. You can drop 30, you can drop 15 here. But if we're not playing as a team, there's no way in hell we're going to be able to compete against these top teams who are looking in prime form.
definitely felt like at a lot of key moments there was just a severe lack of coordination, which again is so surprising considering how good the Boston Breach Academy team had been at that. And you got to remember that Shawnee's played with both Pentagram and Snoopy at pretty great length in the time that he spent in Challengers with them. So an unfortunate loss for Boston, but another key win for the Thieves has them inching closer and closer towards a potential top 4 seed in the upper bracket as we head to Toronto. And now we head back to the desk to break down the day.
Surprise, surprise, my dog's an idiot. Yes, it's LA Thieves getting the job done. Ben J, can we start with you, though? Because Alan at the end said that Thieves Hardpoint was looking pretty clean. And you got very angry inside. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now?
I mean, this is the problem we talked about with Thieves. I know they won the map, so this is very nitpicky, but they were up quite a bit there. And I mean,
140 to 20 is quite a bit.
Respectfully, you can have that opinion because of the fact that LA Thieves have had to go to so many Game 5s. Their entire goal right now is to close out these series earlier on to put themselves into a better position. So the fact that they're up 160 to 40 and you take it all the way to 250 to 193, still some work to be done.
But isn't it good that you're staying relaxed? There's no panic in the camp?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
There might have been some panic.
I don't know about that. I mean, you were talking about your dog earlier. I don't know if Thieves out there dogging them. I honestly, and Allie and I were talking about this before we got on here. I think the bigger talking point of this series is once again with Boston and S&D. I don't know what these guys are doing on the map. That round 11 was one of the most trolly things I think I've ever seen, and it's funny because you could have said that about a lot of round 11s that Boston has played this year.
Yeah, that round 11, they sent Snoopy down low without any support. You called it out, and then it just looked like LA Thieves walked away with a free win.
And what's so crazy is, like, when you watch it back, Snoopy gave his team so much time to take up space on the map, and they just didn't. Pentagram actually, like, backtracks into spawn during that entire ordeal, and it's just like, okay, well, now Snoopy's been fanned out, the door's been open, he kind of pre-fires, unfortunately not able to have a little trigger discipline in that situation, gets picked out, and suddenly LA Thieves just running at you.
Somebody in the chat says, I'm always positive and always saying nice things about Boston. So while I say nice things, it's your opportunity to say something mean, if you would like to, Ben J. Is this performance where your coach leads the team in damage and KD going to be okay moving forward? What is going on in the Boston camp? What do you need to see?
Do I have to say anything? Like, is it? I'm super confused. Like, are we like? Do you want me to say something positive? I mean, look, I just thought that Jay said it best. This team at times plays as individuals, and I think their teamwork lacks, and they're not going to be disciplined enough to win these series to play good and search and destroy if they don't work on that stuff. And I don't see it doing with this team.
Bring back Slasher.
Do you think they stay?
They're not bringing back Austin. That's not going to happen.
We're starting some fires here. I just want to see how crazy we can get with Ben J in the studio. It's time for your Scuff Play of the Game. As the producer brings us back on track. Allie, what did we see this time around?
It was a stunning map 1 from LA Thieves. Now, this is the hard point that we expected from them.
Yes.
It was very, very strong overall. Not only that, this entire series was a Dan Ghosty masterclass. Not only did he start that hard point hot, 27 and 15, but he follows it up in the search and destroy, going 13 and 6. Follows it up in the final Rio hard point that when LA Thieves was about to choke, was about to start making some mistakes near the end of it, he was the player that hits the route on the backside with a rival 9 in hand, grabs a pick, grabs the attention from the player soaking time, able to get that break in those last couple of seconds and end 36 and 21. So WIGL and main AR on the side of LA Thieves, and just good respawns overall.
Boom, Scuff Play of the Game, and now it's time for your Monster Winner Spotlight. Byron Plumbridge joins us live all the way from the UK. Actually, he's in Los Angeles. How are we doing?
I'm doing good, great. I'm just glad we didn't go to map 5 this time, so I'm happy with that.
Okay, can you talk to me a little bit about Rio? Were you getting frustrated that there was no one to shoot on the map?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just felt like I was just putting damage down and just dying. I mean, Dan was just slamming, so props to him. I think he was halfway to a nuke on the first one, I'm pretty sure, so.
It's pretty gross.
Yeah, that's actually insane to think about. Nessie, congratulations on the baby steps of ending the series a little bit earlier. Obviously, this has been y'all's best qualifier thus far. May I ask kind of why you guys feel like you're pushing this to Game 5? Is it you're kind of beating yourselves? Is it just...
Do you get paid by the minute?
No, honestly, I think things go wrong in like one of the maps, and then we kind of just like fall apart for a bit.
Yeah.
But that's why like a lot of the series you see us go up like 2-0, 2-1, and then one thing goes wrong, like the control against Røkkr, just one thing goes wrong, and then we just all of a sudden on map 5. So, I mean, you can't ice out every single one.
For sure.
Byron, you guys are on your way to having a top seed for this major. So is there any choice of opponents you'd like to play in winners round 1, potentially from the rest of the teams out there?
I don't know. I don't think there's anyone specific. I just want to not choke the winners round 1 this time. That'd be great.
Normally it's Josh who is shameless in the background. Who is it this time with the sign?
Who was that with the sign? I don't even know who that was. I think it was Austin.
Do we know
Could have
whose
been Austin.
handwriting it was? Because we got to work on that one.
I think it's fantastic. Shout out to the LA Thieves camp. Final question for you is, you have a very interesting situation where on the compound, you have everybody coming to watch you guys. Does that give you extra fuel or does it add extra pressure?
I mean, we can hear them like while we're playing, cheering and stuff, so it's great. It's good to meet the fans and stuff, you know, they come here and support us, so I was glad we got the win for them.
And anything you want to say to your fans that you'll be seeing in Toronto in 2 weeks?
Can't wait to see you guys. If you see me, come hit me up, take a picture, and buy the LAT pack, guys.
And buy the LA Thieves pack. That's right. He just earned his paycheck tonight in more ways than one. Congrats on another dub, bud.
Appreciate it, bro.
That's nasty. That's LA Thieves, and that's all 3 matches in the bag. Let's take a look, though, at round 11 and see why Ben is angry one more time. Ben, I'm trying to stir you up, buddy. It's Boston's excellent execution of what plan?
So we've seen this lower B push-up from a bunch of different teams, and they actually do a good job of getting Snoop into their bottom base. The problem here is Thieves, I think, pushes out A, and I think Boston kind of panics. And it really, really is unfortunate because I think Snoop actually fires here, kind of makes his process known, but then he's got no teammates. Tries his hardest to stay alive. Boston hasn't pushed up. I mean, it's just an absolute mess. What do you think, Alex?
They literally left him on his own. Like, I am just so mind-blown looking at the minimap right now that number 8 and number 7 on your minimap, Pentagram and Shawnee, were with Snoopy up until mid-side of the map, and then Snoopy keeps going, okay? And the other 2 go all the way back to spawn. Pentagram has literally gone back as if we had just respawned into the round, into their base. So Snoopy gets left out of dodge. He gets first blooded, and now nobody's on the same page. And LA Thieves is like, all right, heck it. Like, we'll just run at you. We'll get all these kills, and bang, Boston Breach, once again, not winning a search and destroy.
Snoopy trying to backpack. It's 13 kills in that game, but it's not enough. And Boston goes back to the drawing board. There was even a round they forgot the bomb bed.
Yeah, that was tough. I think they actually have set, what, the CDR record now? Most S&D losses in a row.
That's 0-9, so maybe.
Yikes. All right, that is the losing streak for Boston. But in other news, they'll have their full roster hopefully next week with Beans back in action. If you missed the earlier games, though, here's how they went down. Ben J, what happened in the first hour of games?
Well, so Miami-Seattle is actually an interesting series. I thought that Seattle played particularly poor on the day, and Miami took advantage of that, going up big in the first map. A bunch of map trades sort of in the middle of the pack, and then finally we saw Miami ice up a game 5, going and getting another win, and potentially getting a position to maybe make it a winner's bracket.
You're pretty good at this, man. Well done.
Thank you.
Alley Cat, anything to add here to the Heretics dub?
Not really, other than the post-game interview with Beagle is probably my favorite moment of the day.
Yeah.
Extremely humble, and he put a lot of the weight on himself, which was really shocking. We got some insight on the fact that there's been some role changes on this team, and that's kind of added to why they've been struggling. So I'm really excited to see what Miami Heretics does moving forward.
Congrats to Lucky clutching up for them in Search and Destroy as their leader steps up in game. Heretics get a much needed W and are still in the discussion for the winner's bracket after taking down their opponent. As you take a look at Seattle's struggles, well, struggles also continued for Minnesota. Something about playing Toronto is just tough these days, Allie.
Yeah, it's just the continuation of the struggles when it comes to the respawns for Minnesota Røkkr. It was a really good map number 2.
What's wrong, Ben? You don't like that graphic?
It's a good lower third. I don't know who wrote this, but it's a good reference. But yeah, I agree with Allie. I mean, it's just a mismatch, as we've seen a lot with these top 4 matchups. Toronto played clean. The S&D was a little bit dicey. We've seen invasions get like that in Minnesota, or a good search team.
Yeah.
But I think if you're a Toronto fan, you're feeling good about your progress. They were at a low point during the split, and they've kind of made up some room, I think.
Our producers cyberbullying Toronto before we go up there. You can have the discussion with them in person. You have to buy your ticket, though, to come to Major 3. And Allie, is Toronto looking like a team back in contention for the Toronto Trophy?
Always. I think Toronto will always be a contention team. They're always going to be in the discussion for top 4, and especially now at the tail end, they're looking to right a lot of their wrongs.
And you take a look at where they're at on the leaderboard. They are right there with LA Thieves. That's right. Dan Ghosty's crew is 4-1, primed for the winner's bracket. The question is, what seed will they finish with? Ben, you want to give us a prediction?
I think Thieves will finish with a top 4 seed. New York might have an answer in that conversation. And for Thieves, if you get that, you might end up getting in third maybe and getting a good draw in winners round 1. You heard Byron. They want to make sure they get a chance to play early on Saturday and not have to go through the loser's bracket.
We'll have to double check all of these tiebreakers, but right now, if we went to Toronto, Heretics would be in the winners bracket.
Yeah.
They would sneak in again.
They get slammed at winners round 1, but we don't got
right. Here is your KD leaderboard. Celium leads everybody.
Hey, that's my son right there. Let's go. That's my son.
Ben's child. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Sip is also there on the list at number 6. And you got 2 of the subliners right behind Scrap. As you take a look at the action note next week, Allie, we're here on Thursday, but Friday the games kick off with Boston versus Toronto, Seattle versus LA Thieves, but it really is Saturday and Sunday that could get spicy.
Specifically Saturday, and not because I'm biased in it being my birthday, but because we got some really good matches. I can't wait to see Carolina Royal Ravens take on the Minnesota Rockies.
And Ben, as you take a look at this schedule, which women's in COD fight are you looking for? Do you think Kells becomes a champion again?
Any team like Kells, bro, is the team I'm picking in this one, to be honest.
That's going to be Team Phoenix once again. Maybe looking to go back to back to back.
Allie, anything else to add here for WXC? I know you're going back to work tomorrow on this.
Yeah, I'm going right back to this. So if you didn't get enough COD this weekend, again, we're here all 4 days of the week. You can catch it at WX Call of Duty on Twitch and keep up with the updates on Twitter.
Awesome stuff from Allie. The women's of Call of Duty action will continue tomorrow. For us, though, in the studio, you gotta wait till Friday. We'll see you at 2:45 Eastern for another round of Headquarters.
Hanging out, Ben.
Appreciate it.
Wait up. Wait up. Wait up. Whoa. Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. I'm all lonely if I shoot the tech, and I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm courtside. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up the chest. Really know it's a window, man, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they kick the chest. I've been down on my eyes, and crossing on my T's right now, I'm trying to curb the S.
I mean, it's just too easy.
Set apart, and I'm cashing it. I've been in my lane, ain't no passing. I'm truly from the bottom. I've been fighting for the light. But when you in the dark, man, all you get is flashes. My whole team know that it's do or die. By the time I see newer highs, I'ma make a move. When I make a move, and I'm thinking I'll let you decide. On the gas with the vision, I've been out to get it, here to do it different. Ripping through the tension, battling in the streets. Now we in the building, and it's going way. Wait. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Wait.
Bro, like, we can lose in scrims. I don't care in scrims. Se ha pegado. No, down. En izquierda, tío. Me dio en izquierda, no abras, están por medio. Pícalo. No te piques. Ahí va, tío. Estabas en mi cámara, la verdad. No sé qué coño ha pasado.